Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
I welcome all of you on today's exciting session of Nithyananda Yoga. As we sit on our yoga mats, we'll be starting with 308 Asana Sequence of Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. Before we start, we'll be arranging few things like applying bhasma on the 16 places in our body, as you can see on forehead here. As I am indicating all the places where you have to apply all the bhasmas. Now, if you can apply kumkum on your third eye and turmeric on your temples. Now arrange panchpatram and udharni with water in your panchpatram as yoga is ritual. Now, if you are in male body, please remove your upper clothes. Please take few moments as you arrange all those things with, if you have the yoga mats, please be seated on the yoga mat. Please take few minutes and let's get ready for the yoga.
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. The next we'll be chanting the Shiva Mula mantra 11 times internally. Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha. 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 The next we'll be doing the Tattvachamana, which is the ritualistic cleansing. Now, keeping your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra as the Acharyas are demonstrating, take an udharni of water into your right palm. Sip the water thrice as we chant the following mantras. Om Atma Tattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Om Vidya Tattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Om Shivatattvam Shodhayami Swadham. Wash your hand with an uddarni of water. With the base of your right thumb, wipe your lips twice as we chant the following mantra. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaham. Again wash your hand. With the tips of your right hand, index, middle and ring fingers joined together, touch above your upper lip and below your lower lip. Again wash your hand. With the tips of your right hand, index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril, your left nostril. With the tips of your right hand, ring finger and thumb joined together, touch your right eye, your left eye, your right ear, and your left ear. Again wash your hand. With the tips of your right hand, little finger and thumb joined together, touch your navel center, your right chest, your left chest. With the tips of all 5 fingers joined together, touch above your head, the right shoulder, the left shoulder, and then the heart center. Again wash your hand. Next, we'll be performing the Sankalpa, creating a conscious resolution for this ritual of Nithyananda Yoga. Please clasp your hands and place them on your right thigh. Om Mamopata Samasta Duritakshaya Dwara Bhagavat Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartham Sri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha Adya Purvokta Evam Guna Visheshena Vishishtajam Asyam Shubhaditau Purna Arogya Yukta Dhridagatra Yogya Shrira Siddhyartham Paramashiva Shakti Avishkaranartham Nithyananda Yoga Abhyasam Karishye. Wash your hand with an uddarni of water. Om Apa Upasprishya.
Now, as we get ready to perform the Pratama Vinyasa Krama and the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, both combined together perform the 308 Asana sequence blessed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. As today is the glimpses of the Paramashivoham Day 6, the first session of the day, performing the Nithyananda Yoga, requesting all the viewers who are watching us live to please sit and listen. Give your intense listening for the 12 components where we are going to be incorporating that in our Nithyananda Yoga. The first component is as usual as the asana. The asanas allow the body and mind to come to a state of balance and the restful awareness as we perform different asanas. This asana, every asana has the most important understanding of asana. It's not a practice. It is happening of a perpetual manifestation which happens in our being to take us to experience the space, state, and powers of Paramashiva. The next is a pranayama, where we're going, which is a term that refers to a breathing process. Every single asanas has different pranayamas which will be inculcating while you perform this asana. The next component is a mudra. Mudra is a Sanskrit word meaning seal, refers to a positioning of the limbs, fingers, or even a tongue in a certain way to seal this prana onto our body, a way of aligning to the cosmic geometry. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism very beautifully tells this mudras as simply as an energy circuit connection. The next is bandha. These bandhas are the internal awakening of the Kundalini Shakti. It is a Sanskrit term that means conducive to. It is an active maintenance of a state of contradiction or pressure in the body by the yogi or the person who performed this asana. In this Pratama Vinyasa Krama and the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, we'll be having 3 different bandhas. The first is a Mula bandha, second is the Uddiyana bandha, third is a Jalandhara bandha, and the fourth, which is all the 3 bandhas combined together, performing as the Mahamudra bandha. The Mula bandha, known as a root lock that happens and works with the Muladhara chakra. It is a contradiction of the pelvic floor muscles. Uddiyana bandha, known as an abdominal lock, and therefore happens and works with the Manipuraka chakra. It is performed by bringing the navel inwards towards the spine. The next is the Jalandhara bandha, known as a throat lock. Therefore, it happens and works with the Vishuddhi chakra, your throat center. It is performed by pressing the chin against the throat between the collarbones. The next is the Mahamudra Bandha, the combination of the three previous bandhas together. The next component is the Karana. These Karanas are the traditional dance movements blessed by the Paramashiva himself. These Karanas take place in between certain asanas. The next is a visualization. These visualizations are very important, as when you perform this asana, as you visualize Paramashiva or you visualize Swamiji or any god, while you perform this asana can directly reach you to the space of Paramashiva. The next is the japa. Every single asana has a certain japa. Japa is an internal chanting of a mantra with a visualization of it rotating around your throat center in a circular way, allowing the yogi or the one who performed this yoga asanas to feel the mild vibration of the mantra. The next component is the chanting. Every asana, after performing every asana, there will be a chant which is being chanted, so that you are actually getting connected with Paramashiva while you perform this asana, because every asana is directly blessed by the supreme point of Hinduism and has been revealed in the Vedas and Agamas, which are the source scriptures of Hinduism. The next component is the weights. Long before the rise of the modern day bodybuilding methods, in the Vedic civilizations, weights were applied to the body as a method to raise your kundalini. In the certain asanas where we'll be explaining, you can choose as an optional method whether you want to take the weights or not. These asanas, or even you can use the weights while performing. Then the next component is the mandala. The mandala is a representation of the cosmos, and the human body is the cosmos itself, where it is a channel for gods to land, for Paramashiva to go through you and you to perform the asanas. The next component is the abharana. The abharana is a jewelry or the rudraksha mala, not only worn for decorative purposes but has a spiritual significance. Each metal and jewel holds a certain energy and provides specific benefits to the body when you wear it. The last component is an aushadha, or we can call as vibhuti or the vermilion, the kumkum which you are applying now. The aushadha is a sacred alchemy science from the ancient Siddha tradition. It combines sacred herbs, prana, the cosmic force energy, and the most important, the Shaktipada, the entanglement energy of Paramashiva, the ultimate, which can be ingested or physically applied for you to enter the body. Through this ancient sign, the state, space, and powers of Paramashiva can be experienced. You can experience all the 25 states of consciousness through this Nithyananda Yoga. Now, as we have completed covering all the 12 bandhas, the 12 components, let us enter to the first asana.
As we have gone through all the 12 components, now as we know, each asana is composed of 12 components. Now we will be starting with the first asana, which is Sukhasana. Now as you bring hands, index finger and thumb together, place it on the respective knees in Bindu Mudra. The japa is Soham. Now visualize Lord Shiva in your inner space. The pranayama which we are starting will be Samana Kumbhaka, and it will be continuing for few asanas. The Samana Kumbhaka is basically visualizing flame, heat rising along the spine and holding it and at the navel center. Now the bandha will be applying is all the three bandhas, which is Moola bandha, Udyan bandha and Jalanda bandha. So let's perform Sukhasana.
तत्सुखासनमित्युक्तम् अशक्तस्तत्तमाचरेत् आसनं विजितं येन जितं तेन जगत्त्रयम्.
Now inhale. As we move on to the next asana, which is Parvatasana, Now bring both the legs in Padmasana. Hands in Atmanjali Mudra. Raise it above your head. Straight. Now visualize Mount Kailasa in your inner space. Apply all the three bandhas, performing Parvatasana.
अथ भक्षे महादेव पर्वतासनमङ्गलं यत्कृत्वा स्थिररूपी स्यात् षट्चक्रादिविलोपनम्.
Inhale. Now the next asana is Halipasana. As we bring both the soles of the feet together, extend it forward. Now hands at the back interlaced. Now bring head behind, forehead on the ground behind the heels. Gaze to the nose. Perform all the three bandhas. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ऊरव विधियाहु मे जानो उभयपकतली सम्पुटिठानो.
Now I say inhale and rise up. Now bring both the hands cupped together at front. Performing Nagipasana, visualize snake in your space. Gaze to the nose. Perform all the three bandhas.
पूरव विधि पर्यागाने नीचौ वीकहु निफनास्यो लगायी.
Inhale, rise up. As we move on to the next asana, which is Kokilasana. Now hold the big toes of the respective leg in Pranamudra. Now the leg. Now bring both the legs in Padmasana. Elbows down on the ground. Visualize crow in your inner space. Perform all the three bandhas in Kokilasana.
अथान्यदासनं वक्षे येन सिद्धो भवेन्नरः अकस्माद्वायुसञ्चारं कोकिलाख्यासनेन च.
Now rise up, nice and slow in inhalation. Now stack both the legs on top of each other. Now hold both the elbows of the opposite hand. Gaze to the nose. Perform all the three bandhas. Visualize Swamiji in your space as we rotate the hands in clockwise and anti-clockwise direction.
घोड़ा बामा पादकी आशमाहिली सोज दशचरण कोवार लोता परिगुल्फ समोज.
Now we move to next asana, which is Gajasana. Bring both the hands in front on the ground, hips high. Now we'll be scooping the head forward and down, visualizing elephant in your space. Perform Udyan Bandha and Mool Bandha.
न्युब्जं पादाग्रे भूमौ कृत्वा लम्बी भूया मस्तकाग्रे निधाय.
Now relax. From the same position, we move to Rakshasana. Now lift the heel of the right leg, push the heel of the left down, and alternatively switch the position of the leg. This is perform Udyan Bandha and Mool Bandha. Visualize bear in your space, performing Rakshasana.
एकैकं पादमाकुञ्च्य गजासनं कुर्यात् वृक्षासनं भवति.
Now stand tall as you inhale. As you stand tall on the big toes, bring both the hands at the chest, at the heart center. Visualize Swamiji in your space. Perform Udyana Bandha and Mool Bandha.
केशेन पादयुगलं बद्ध्वादिष्टे दधोमुखः अथ वैश्यावक्षे यत्कृत्वा सत्यवान् भवेत्.
Now release Udyana Bandha. As we move on to the next Karna, which is Udhujani Karna. Now legs in Arimandi, which is heels together, toes apart and 45-degree, knees bend. Now bring both the hands at the heart center parallel to the ground. Now as we rotate one leg across the body, first bringing it from side to the chest, then bringing it to the other original position, then repeating from the other side and repeating again and again. Now relax. The next asana is Balalingasana. Now stand on the left leg, bring the right knee to the chest, interlace the finger from outside in Sarva Shankhi Mudra. Hold the knee as if visualize you are carrying a baby. Perform all the three bandhas in Balalingasana.
एकं जानु उरसि आलिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
Relax. Now pull the right leg back behind the buttocks. Now hold the feet with both the hands. Visualize Swamiji in your space. Perform all the three bandhas in Padapidanasana.
स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनुं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्.
Now as we move to the next asana, which is Natarajasana. Now bring the right leg, pull and kick it back, holding with the right hand. Bring the left hand in Bindu Mudra forward, lean forward, visualize Nataraja in your space, perform Mulabandha.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च भरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now as you stand tall again, we'll be repeating Balalingasana. Now hands in Sarva Shankri Mudra, interlace from outside in, bring the knees to the chest, visualize you are carrying a baby, perform all the 3 bandhas.
एकं जानु उरसि आलिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
Now drop the raised leg down. Now pull the left leg back, hold with both the hands behind the buttocks. Now visualize Swamiji in your space, perform all the 3 bandhas. This is Padapidanasana, repeated on the other side.
स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनुं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्.
Now as we move on to the Natarajasana, the left leg kick and pull it back, holding with the left hand. Bring the right hand in Bindu Mudra at front, lean the body forward. Visualize Lord Nataraja in a space, performing Natarajasana on the other side.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now we move on to the second karna, which is Ardharechita karna. Again, stand in Aramandi, heels together, toes pointing outward at 45 degrees, knees bent. Now bring the left leg behind the right leg behind the left leg. Now bring the left hand at the chest, right hand to the nose as we swing it like a pendulum 3 times. Then we exchange the position of the leg and hand and swing the right hand like a pendulum 3 times. Now relax. The next is skeleton dance. Now visualize you are pure bones without any muscles. Now shake the body without any compulsion. Move your body as if you are a pure skeleton. Move all across the mat. Use the breath, inhale, exhale. Now relax. We move to the next karna, which is Katichine karna. Again, stand in Aramandi. Now bring both the hands at the back, palm facing back. Now as we twist the hip on one side, hands opening up. Again, repeating this on the other side, again and again. This is Katichanakana. Now relax. Now the next asana that we move on is Tadasana. Now stand tall on the tip of the toes. Now bring both the hands above your head, palm facing each other. Visualize as a palm tree. Perform all the 3 bandhas. Tadasana.
महामुद्राबद्धकोनो ताडासनविभेदकान् विनोत्तानं सदा कुर्यादन्तर्वत्नीपतिप्रिया.
Now relax with standing on both the legs. Now bend down. We'll be performing Uttanasana. Bend down, hands to the side of the legs. Try to touch your head to the knees. Visualize Swamiji in your space as we perform all the 3 bandhas.
महामुद्राबद्धकोनो ताडासनविभेदकान् विनोत्तानं सदा कुर्यादन्तर्वत्नीपतिप्रिया.
Now nice. Nice inhale and put your Brahma Mala, please wear it back. Now come to the plank position. Now we'll be performing Tarakshvasana. Now tuck the chin to the chest. Now rotate the head from left, right, again repeating the same posture again and again in Tarakshvasana, which is Swamiji in your inner space.
गजासनवस्थित्वा मस्तकं वारं वारं दक्षिणकुक्षिं सव्यकुक्षिं नयेत्.
Now as we lower our body down, feet flat at the back, hands side of the shoulders, Now visualize snake, cobra in your space. We will be performing Bhujangasana as you lift your chest up, open the mouth wide and open, then closing it in Bhujangini Mudra, performing Bhujangasana.
अंगुष्ठनाभिपर्यन्तम् अधोभूमौ विनिन्यसेत्.
Again come to the plank position. Now the next asana is Sasasana. Now bring the left knee to the chest and again back. Alternatively we'll be shifting the position of both the legs, bringing one chest to the knee, then the other to the knee, repeating again and again. This is Sasasana. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
गजासन संस्थितो जानुद्वयमाकुञ्च्य वारं वारं कर्तव्यं शशासन.
Rathasana. Now bring the right leg between the hands, the left leg at the back. Now we'll be jumping and exchanging position of the legs, performing Rathasana, visualizing chariot in inner space.
गजासन संस्थितौ एकैकं पादं पुरोमार्गेण भ्रामयित्वा कर्तव्यं रथासनं भवति.
Now stand, right leg facing front, left leg at the back, feet sidewise. Now bend your right knee at 90 degree, gaze to the third eye, performing Veerbhadrasana, hands above your head, palm facing each other. Visualize Lord Veerbhadra in your space, performing Veerbhadra.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Now relax, exchange the position of your leg. Now bring left leg at front, right leg at the back, bend the knee at 90 degree, bring both the hands up your head, palm facing each other, gaze to the third eye, perform Moola Bandha, Udyana Bandha, visualize Lord Veerbhadra in your inner space.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
Now as we stand tall on both the legs, we'll be moving on to Vrikshasana. Now stand on the left leg, bring right leg on the inner thigh of the left leg, hands in front of heart center in Atmanji Mudra, bring it above your head, visualize tree in your inner space, performing Moola Bandha and Udyana Bandha.
वामोरुमूलदेशे च याम्यं पादं निधायतो तिष्ठेत्तु वृक्षवद्भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः.
Now bring the right leg on the top of the hip of the left. Now bring hands in Atmanji Mudra in front of heart center. Visualize Lord Garuda in your inner space, performing Garudasana.
गरुडासनमावक्षे येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत् सर्वदोषाद् विनिर्मुक्तो भवतीह महाबली.
We'll be repeating Vrikshasana on the other side. Drop the right leg on the ground. Bring the left leg inside the hip, inside the thigh of the right. Bring both the hands together. Raise it above your head. Perform Moola Bandha, Udyana Bandha. Visualize tree in your inner space.
वामोरुमूलदेशे च याम्यं पादं निधायतो.
Now next asana is Garudasana. Now bring the left leg on the hip of the right leg. Now bring both the hands together, performing this is Namaskar Mudra. Visualize Lord Garuda in your space, performing Garudasana.
गरुडासनमावक्षे येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत् सर्वदोषाद् विनिर्मुक्तो भवतीह महाबली.
Of the left leg. Now bring right leg in front, feet facing forward. Bring the left leg back, feet facing sideways. Bring both the hands parallel to the ground. Bend down forward. Then gaze to the sky. Visualize triangle in your space, performing Trikonasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Right. Exchange the position of your leg. Bring left leg at front, right at back, hands parallel to the ground. Bend down. Visualize triangle in your space, performing Trikonasana on the other side.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now inhale nicely, deeply. As we move to the next karna, which is Nikutaka karna. Now bring both the legs, heels touching in Aramandi, toes out in 45-degree, knees bent. Bring both the hands at heart center, left hand palm facing down, down and right up, palm facing each other. Bring the right leg, right heel up, alternatively shifting the position of hand and leg simultaneously. This is Nikutaka Karna. As we do some repetitions, now relax. The next Karna is Angushtasana. Now sit on your tucked toes, perineum on the heels. Bring both the knees and palms together. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The new pranayama is Brahmari pranayama. Inhale like a male bee. Exhale like a female bee. This is Brahmari pranayama. Brahmari, Kumbhaka. This is Angushtasana.
कबन्धासनमित्याहुः गोरक्षासनमेव च.
The next asana is Savarasana. Now bring both the hands at the ground, fingers touching the ground, palms facing forward in Varamudra. Bring left leg forward, toes facing up. Visualize Swamiji in your space. Savarasana.
प्रसार्यैकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्.
The next asana is Vidhanasana. As you bring the right hand in Pranamudra and touch the toe. Now touch the ankle with the left leg, left hand. Visualize Swamiji in your space as you bring head to the knees.
गुल्फस्थितो पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृश्य तत्करेण.
Repeating Savarasana. Now from the same position, bring the left leg front, hands in Varamudra. Visualize Swamiji in your space. Savarasana.
प्रसार्यैकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्.
As we repeat Vidhanasana, bring the head to the knees. Hold the ankle of the right leg with the right hand.
गुल्फस्थितो पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृश्य तत्करेण.
Inhale and rise up. Now bring both the, now sit again on the with the tucked toes, sit on heels. Now bring the palms of the hand with the back facing on the knees. Now create a gap between the knees. We'll be performing Brahma Jurankusasana. As we visualize Swamiji in your space, perform Mool Bandha and Jalandhar Bandha.
फणापाणि होए वैसे एड़ी दो गुदानी वैसे.
Now drop the knees on the ground with knees apart. Hands on both the knees. Gaze to the nose. Perform Udyana Bandha, Moola Bandha. As you visualize sage Kapila Muni.
उभय पगतली समटहरावे तिनकी माहिली कोर मिलावे.
The next asana is Bhadrakhasana. Now shift the gaze from nose to third eye. Visualize Swamiji in a space, performing Bhadragorakhasana.
दोवो पगतली संपुट करे कोरवारली भूपर इधरे.
Now as we move to Suryasana, now still toes tucked, soles of the feet together. Lift the knees wide apart. Now bring both the little finger thumbs together, fingers outward. Now bring the hands above your head in Lotus Mudra. Gaze through the gap between the hands. Visualize Swamiji in your space. Visualize Lord Surya in your space. Perform Udyana Bandha and Moola Bandha.
दो गुदा तरियाणे फना पानी बैठक पु निठाने.
Come down. Now bring the feet on the ground, hands on the knees, gaze to the third eye. We'll be moving on to the next asana, which is Mandukasana, performing Manduki Mudra. Roll the tongue touching the roof of the mouth, visualizing nectar flowing from Sahasrara dripping. Performing Mandukasana.
पादतलौ पृष्ठदेशे अङ्गुष्ठे द्वे च संस्पृशे जानुयुग्मं पुरस्कृत्य साधयेन्मण्डुकासनम्.
Now the next asana is Uttana Mandukasana. From the same position, bring both the hands at the back, touching the shoulder, opposite shoulders, head getting the support of elbows. Gaze to the third eye. Perform Uddiyana Bandha Mool Bandha. Visualize frog in your space, performing Manduki Mudra.
मण्डुकासनमध्यस्थं कूर्पराभ्यां धृतं शिरः एतद्भेकवदुत्तानम् एतदुत्तानमण्डुकम्.
Now release the Uddiyana Bandha. The next asana is Simhasana. Now as you cross ankles at the back, now bring the hands on the knees, respective knees. Gaze to the nose. Now forcibly exhale from sticking the tongue out, visualize lion in a space, performing Simhasana.
दक्षिणं सव्यगुल्फेन दक्षिणेन तदेतरं हस्तौश्च जान्वौ संस्थाप्य स्वाङ्गुलीश्च प्रसार्य च.
Relax. Now bring soles of the feet together and back. We'll be performing Bhadrasana. Now bring both the hands in Pranama Mudra. Hold the toe of the upper leg. Gaze to the nose. Perform Jalanda Bandha and Moola Bandha. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्याधौ व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः पादाङ्गुष्ठौ कराभ्यां च धृत्वा च पृष्ठदेशतः.
Relax. Now bring both the hands. Squat on your feet. Bring both the hands, knees apart. Now bring the both hands back. Wrap it around the back. Visualize crow in your inner space. Gaze at the nose. Performing Kakabasandi Asana.
प्रथमे वेसक उग्रठाने दोबुहातपगम्वी च आने.
Relax. Bring both the hands at front. We will be performing Kanipavasana. As you bring the knees on the elbows, above your elbows on the respective hand, balance your body, visualize Swamiji in a space.
आसन को गुण आशी दुष्टा होई तो आची होई.
Down with hands on the ground, we'll be performing Kapali Asana. Now bring the head on the ground, forming a triangle. Now bring knees on the hand. From that position, lift the leg up. Visualize Swamiji in space. This is Kapilasana.
शीश शीशा धरती टेकी पगदो वो मिलिवा ऊंचा कुकरे.
Nicely and slowly come down. As we move to the next asana, which is Parshimayurasana. Now, with the hands, both the hands on the ground, pressed on your right side, elbows taking support of the hip and the knee. Now lean forward and balance the body. Extend the foot, extend both the legs outward. Gaze to the third eye. Visualize peacock in your inner space.
मयूरं दंडवत् कुर्यान् मायूरं दंडनामकम्.
Now see, come down. Press your body on the left side, taking support knees, taking support of the knee and the hip. Balance your body on the elbows. Extend the foot out. Gaze to the third eye. Visualize peacock in your inner space.
मयूरं दंडवत् कुर्यान् मायूरं दंडनामकं कुर्यान् मायूरं पार्श्वाभ्यां मायूरपार्श्वनामकम्.
Lastly, come down. Now bring your body in plank position. We'll be performing Vairagyanadhasana. Now bring right leg from outside between the hands. Gaze to the third eye. Visualize Lord Kalabhairava in a space.
आसन को गुण पीति जाई.
We'll be repeating Vairagyanadhasana on the other side. Bring the right leg back. Now bring left leg from outside between the hands. Gaze to the third eye. Visualize Lord Kalabhairava in a space. The pranayama is Rechika Kumaka.
आसन को गुण पीति जाई.
Now bring the left leg back in plank position. As we move to Unmukh Pithasana, bring the elbows down on the ground, hips high. Bring the feet forward, gaze to the third eye. Visualize Swamiji in a space, performing Unmukh Pithasana.
भून्यस्तौ जानुनि हस्तौ चतुष्पदम वाङ्मुखम्.
Again from the plank position, we'll be performing Vasishthasana. Now, rotate your with right hand on the ground, rotate your body, lift the left hand toward the sky, gaze to the sky, visualize sage Vasishtha in your inner space, performing Vasishthasana.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठमरीचिहलमत्स्यकम्परिवृत्तिं चोदरस्य विविधं धनुरासनम्.
Come down, rotate your body on the other side. Now lift the right hand on towards the sky, visualize sage Kapila Muni in your inner space.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठमरीचिहलमत्स्यकम्परिवृत्तिं चोदरस्य विविधं धनुरासनम्.
Down as we sit with legs front, toes up, gaze to the nose, bring both the hands facing up and behind your buttocks, below your buttocks. Now gaze to the nose, perform Udyanabandha, Moolabandha. Visualize Lord Hanuman in your inner space, performing Anjani Asana.
दोवो करकी उभय हथेली कोरवारली मैले भेली.
Now inhale, relax. Now the next asana is Paschimottanasana. As from the same seated position, bring both the hands in Prana Mudra. Touch the big toe of the respective leg. Perform all the three bandhas as we touch the head to the knees. Visualize Swamiji in space.
जानु परिललाटन्तो पश्चिमं ताणमुच्यते.
Inhale nicely and rise up. The next asana is Ugrasana. From the same seated position, interlace your fingers at back, holding the head. Now we'll be bending down from the waist, the head touching the knees, performing all the three bandhas. Visualize Goddess Kali in your inner space.
स्वपाणिभ्यां दृढं धृत्वा जानु परिशिरोऽन्यसेत्.
Inhale, rise up. The next asana is Marichasana. From the same seated position, bring the right heel to the perineum. The knee raised, hands wrapped around at the back. Visualize Sage Marichi in your inner space. Touch the head to the knees, performing Marichasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
And rise up. Next asana is Mahamudra. Drop the raised knee to the ground. Hold the foot of the left with both the hands. Gaze to the nose as we perform all the three bandhas. Visualize Swamiji in your space, performing Mahamudrasana.
महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे.
Inhale and rise up. Now, with both the hands extended forward, bring left heel to the perineum, knee raised. Wrap the hands around at the back. Touch the head to the knees. Visualize the Sage Marichi in your inner space, performing Marichi Asana on the other side.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Rise up. Drop the raised knee to the ground. Again bend down. Gaze with nose. Perform all the three bandhas. Visualize Swamiji in your space, performing Mahamudrasana on the other side.
महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे.
Inhale, rise up, bring both the soles of the feet together as we move on to the next asana, which is Bhadrasana 2. Now, soles of the feet together, heels close to perineum, interlace the fingers supporting the feet. Gaze to the third eye, visualize Swamiji in space, performing Bhadrasana 2.
उल्भौ दुवृषणस्य अधः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत्.
Next asana is Gwaripavasana. As soles of the feet together, extend both the feet forward, toes together, heels apart, both the hands on the respective knees. Perform Udyanabandha, perform Moolabandha and Jalandhabandha. Visualize Swamiji in your space, gaze to the nose.
पूर्व चरपट चौक कख्यो सोजी बाही विधियों कीजे सोजी.
Now the next asana is Yoni Asana. Bring soles of the feet together to the perineum. Hold the soles of the feet with the hands. Now gaze to the nose. Bend down. Touch the head to the forehead to the ground. Visualize Joni Mandala in your space.
दोबू बगदली संपुट करे एड़ी मेड़ के ढिंग दरे.
Inhale, rise up. Now, next asana is Midakipavasana. As we bring both the legs with the soles of the feet together, extended forward. Now, toes apart, heels together, bend down, hand extended outward. Bring the head, bring the forehead on the ground behind the heels, performing Midakipavasana.
पूर्व विधि परिपकतली संपूर्ण शोल एडी मिली राशे.
Inhale, rise up with soles of the feet together again. Bring it, the heels close to the perineum. Now heels apart. We'll be performing Siddha Samadhyasana as we bring both the hands beneath the leg, bend down, gaze to the nose. Siddha Samadhyasana, which is Swamiji in your space.
दोवो पकतली संपुट करे सोले मेढ़ आगा मेधरे.
Deeply inhale, rise up as we move to the next asana, which is Chinnakipavasana. Soles of the feet together again, heels close to the perineum. Open the soles feet like a book, elbows on the knees, gaze to the nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space, performing Chinnakipavasana.
दो बगा की एड़ी धरती मगिवा मेढ़ लगावे.
Rise up, soles of the feet together, hands on the knees, gaze to the third eye, perform Udyana Bandha, Mula Bandha, visualize Swamiji in your space, Charpata Chokasana.
दोवो पकतली संपुट धारे आगा ने कर जारे पसारे.
Now relax as we move to the next asana, which is Paramashivoham. Now bring the toe on the ground, heels up. Try to touch the knees to the ground. Hands in Bindu Mudra on the knees, respective knees. Gaze to the third eye. Perform Mula Bandha, Udyana Bandha. Visualize Lord Kalabhairava in your inner space.
गुल्फौ संपीड्य जान्योन्यं व्युत्क्रमेणोत्थितं शनैः जान्वोः पार्श्वगतौ हस्तौ दण्डवद्भैरवासनम्.
Relax as we move to the next asana, which is Saman Asana. Now bring the left heel to the perineum. Bring the right leg to the chest. Gaze to the third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your space, performing Samanasana.
समानासनमा वक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादि साधनात्.
Now inhale, and as we bring the right leg on the top of the shoulder, gaze to the third eye. Bring the other leg also up. Visualize Swamiji in your space, performing Apanasana.
केवलं पादमेकञ्च स्कन्धे चारोप्य यत्ततः.
Now right heel to the perineum, lift the left leg to the chest, gaze to the third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space, performing Samanasana on the other side.
समानासनमा वक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादि साधनात्.
Now raise the left leg to its shoulder, raise the other leg, gaze to the third eye, visualize Swamiji in your space, performing Apanasana on the other side.
केवलं पादमेकञ्च स्कन्धे चारोप्य यत्नतः.
On the ground as we move to next asana, Gomukhasana. Now bring the left leg top of the right leg, interlace the fingers on the top knee, gaze to the nose, visualize cow in your inner space as we perform the new pranayama, which is Sitkari pranayama.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्फं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत्.
Now the next asana is Anushyasana. In the same position, hands in Pranamudra, touch the opposite toes, gaze to the nose, perform Sitkari pranayama, then enter into Mula Bandha and Dhyana Bandha. Visualize Rishika Anushya in your inner space.
दक्षिण गोड़ों नीचे उठाने बाहों तागे ऊपर आने.
Now release the Dhyana Bandha as we move to next asana, which is Anushasana 2. Interlace the fingers at the back. Gaze to the nose as we lower our body down, touch the nose to the ground. Visualize sage Rishika Anushya in your inner space.
जीमणा गोदा की संधि उपरिड़ा वागोड़ा की संधि.
Now inhale, rise up. Now bring the right heel to the perineum, left knee raised. Visualize Lord Garu in your space, gaze to the nose, perform Sitkari pranayama.
డాబోపగమోడి ఏడి మాహిలో గుల్ఫమూలద్వారని చైదే.
Next asana is Naradasana. Now sit on the heel of the right leg. Now gaze to the third eye. Interlace your fingers at the back. Twist your body on left side. Visualize sage Narada in your space performing Naradasana.
पिष्टजवाम बगदलिगेरी भूपरिता हिलका बेफेरी.
Now inhale and untwist your body as you move to the next asana, which is Matha Pitha Asana. Now bring the right leg on the top of the thigh of the left. Touch the toe and chin of the left leg with left and right hand. Now gaze to the nose. Perform Sitkari Pranayama.
वामेन वामाङ्गुष्ठन्तो गृहीतं मत्स्यपीठकम्.
We'll be performing the sequence in other side. Perform Gomukhasana first on the other side. As we interlace the fingers at the top knee, gaze to the nose, perform Sitkari Pranayama, visualize cow in your inner space.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्फंतो पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत्.
Now the next asana is Anushasana. Now touch the big toe in Prana Mudra on the opposite leg. Udhyana Bandha, Mool Bandha. First enter into Sitkari Pranayama, then enter into Bandhas. Visualize sage Rishika Anushya, gaze to the nose.
दक्षिण गोड़ो नीचो ठाने वावों तागे ऊपर आने.
Now next asana is Anushasana 2. Hands interlaced at the back, bend down, gaze to the nose, perform Sitkari Pranayama.
जीमणा गोदा की संधि उपरिटा वागोड़ा की संधि.
Now nice and slow inhale.
You all, let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasudashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
Yes, sorry for the technical glitch. We are back. The next asana we'll be performing is Garudasana. Now bring the left heel close to the perineum. Left knee raised, feet on the ground. Hold the respective knees. Gaze to the nose. Visualize Lord Garuda in your space performing Sitkari Pranayama.
डाबोपगमोडी एडी माहिलो गुल्फमूलद्वारनी चैदे.
The next asana is Naradasana. Repeated on the other side. Now sit on the left heel. Interlace your fingers at the back. Twist your body on the right side. Gaze to the third eye. Visualize Lord Sage Narada in your space performing Naradasana.
पिष्टजुवाम पगदली केरी भूपरिता हिलका वेफेरी.
Inhale and untwist your body. As we move on to the next asana, which is Matsya Asana. Now bring the left leg on the right thigh. Touch the toe and the chin of the right leg. Gaze to the nose. Visualize Matsya, the incarnation of Vishnu, in your space, performing Sitkari Pranayama.
वामेन वामाङ्गुष्ठन्तो गृहीतं मत्स्यपीठकम्.
The next asana, as we extend both the legs front, we will be performing the next asana, which is Matsyendra Asana. Now bring the left leg on the top of the thigh of the right leg. Raise the knee of the right. Twist your body. Left elbow on the right knee, touching the ears. Right hand at the back. Gaze to the third eye. Visualize Matsyendranath in your space, performing Matsyendranath Asana.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्नतः.
From the same position, we will be performing Kubasana as we bring the left hand in Prana Mudra touching the toes, right hand at the back of the ears, gaze to the third eye, visualize camel in your space, performing Kubasana.
आसन को गुण झोलो जाए.
Raise hand on the ground, touch the chin with the left hand, gaze to the third eye, visualize Matsendranatha in your space, performing Matsendra Asana 2.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठरप्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्डरुक्मण्डलखण्डनास्त्रम्.
Inhale and untwist your body. Extend both the legs forward again. We'll be repeating Matsendra Asana on the other side as we bring the right leg on the opposite thigh. Lift the left knee. Now twist your body. Right elbow on the left knee. Twist your body, gaze to the third eye. Perform Matsendra Asana.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्नतः.
As we drop the right hand in Prana Mudra, touch the toes. The left hand on the ears. Gaze to the third eye. Visualize camel in your space, performing Kubasana.
आसन को गुण झोलो जाए.
Now drop the hands on the knees on the ground, on the ears which was on the ear to the ground. Touch the chin with the right hand. Now gaze to the third eye, performing Matsendra Asana 2 on the other side.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठरप्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्डरुक्मण्डलखण्डनास्त्रम्.
Twist your body. Cross your legs in Padmasana as we'll be performing the next asana, which is Padmasana. Now place both the hands on the knees. Gaze to the nose. Perform Siddhkari Pranayama. Then enter, or performing all the 3 bandhas, which rise Lord Shiva in your space.
आसनं द्विविधं प्रोक्तं पद्मं वज्रासनं तथा.
Now relax all the bandhas. The next asana is Padmasana 2. As from the same position, bring both the hands in Prana Mudra. Touch the big toes of the opposite leg. Gaze to the nose. Visualize Lord Shiva with Parvati, Devi Parvati in your space. Perform Siddhkari Pranayama.
उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा ऊरू संस्थो प्रयत्नतः.
Now relax as we move on to the next asana, which is Kukkutasana. Now from the same position of Padmasana, place both the hands between the thigh and the calf. Now balance the body and the hand and lift the body up. Visualize rooster in your inner space, performing Kukkutasana.
पद्मासनं सुसंस्थाप्य नान्बोरौरन्तरे करो.
Now lower your body down as we move on to the next asana, which is Baddhakeki Asana. Now bring both the hands at front, rotate the body towards your body. Now bring the elbows side of the navels. Now lift the legs up. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
धरामष्टभकरद्वयेन तत्कूर्परि स्थापितानाभिपार्श्वः.
The body down as we move on to the next asana, which is Mayurasana. Now hands on the ground, palm facing towards the body. Bring the elbows side of the navels. Now visualize, lift the leg off the ground. Visualize peacock in your space, performing Mayurasana.
अथ वक्षे महादेव मयूरासनमुत्तमम्.
Now lower your body down. We'll perform Makarasana. Now hands interlace at the back, legs, feet open outward. Visualize crocodile in your space, performing Makarasana.
अध्यासशेते हृदयं निधाय भूमौ च पादौ च प्रसार्यमानौ.
The next asana is Sarvasana. Hands side of the shoulders, forehead on the ground. As we lift the leg and the chest and the thigh off the ground, visualize lobster in your space, performing Sarvasana.
अध्यासशेते करयुग्मवक्षो भूमिमष्टभ्यकरयोस्तलाभ्याम्.
Now lower your legs. Now the next asana is Ustrasana. Now hold the feet of the respective leg. Bring it outside the hip towards the ground. visualize camel in your space performing Asrasana.
अध्यासस्येते पदयुग्मव्यस्तं पृष्ठे निधायापि धृतं कराभ्याम्.
The next asana is Dhanurasana, as holding the feet of the respective leg. Now gaze to the third eye as we simultaneously lift the leg and the chest. Gaze to the third eye, visualize Lord Shiva's bow in your space performing Dhanurasana.
प्रसार्य पादौ भुवि दण्डरूपौ करौ च पृष्ठे धृतपादयुग्मम्.
Lower your body. Now sit in Bhagasana as you bring both the hands on the knees. Gaze to the third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उल्टा मोड़ी पादौ वैसे बहुरो जुगति करे एक ऐसे.
The next asana is Gohyasana, as we bring both the hands shoulder width apart, interlace the fingers, support the head with the hands, lift the hip, bring the feet to close and lift the feet, knees towards close to the chin, close to the chest. Try to touch the knees to the chin. This is Gohyasana.
दो हाथ की कहुनी जोई पुनः कलाई जाने दोई.
From the same position, lift the legs vertically up, balancing the whole body, performing Sirsasana.
विपरीतं मण्डलं च द्विधैव विदितं हिनः.
As we lower the body down, bring the legs, feet forward as we enter into next pranayama, which is rapid breathing Bhastrika pranayama. The next asana is Phodyasana. Now hold the calves of respective leg, lift it vertically up, try to touch your knees, head to the knees. Visualize Swamiji in his space performing breathing of Bhastrika pranayama.
दो हाथ पग बाहर आने घोड़ा तरे काकसी ठाने.
Now next asana is Parighasana. Now bring both the legs at 45 degree, hands crossed at the back, touching the shoulder, gaze to the third eye, visualize mace in your space, performing Parighasana.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादौ मिलित्वा प्रसार्य.
Relax as we move to next asana, which is Navakasana. Bring the legs again at 45 degree, hands parallel to the ground, gaze to the third eye, visualize both in your space.
उत्तानशयनं कूर्पराभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्याम्.
The next asana is Rudrasana. Now bring soles of the feet together, raise it towards the chest, touch the chin to the toes, visualize gaze towards the nose, visualize Lord Rudra in your space performing Rudrasana.
भगदली संपुट करी हाथस्योपग ऊंचाई.
Now lower your body down with feet on the ground, knees up, hands behind the heels, raise the hip high, gaze, perform Jalandhar Bandha, visualize Swamiji in space, performing Anuvik Pitasana 2.
ऊर्ध्वे च जानुनी कृत्वा शवित्वोर्ध्वमुखं तथा उत्थाप्य हस्तौ तिष्ठेत्तु पीठ उन्मुख नामके.
Now nicely lower your body down with hands and legs apart. We move to next asana, which is Savasana. Now we will be performing Sakti Chalana Kamuka. Inhale nicely and relax your body.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तु शवासनं. शवासनं श्रान्तिहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारकम्.
bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda. I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Now, slowly return back to your body. Come back to the original position. Slowly start moving your toes, your fingers. Rock your body side to side. Come back to the comfortable seated position onto your yoga mats. As now we have completed the first set of the Pratama Vinyasa Krama. Now we'll be moving on to the next sequence. The next asana is Yathasanishtasana. Sit in a posture that brings ease to your physical and mental space. Now place your hands in Bindu Mudra on top of your respective knees. Perform the Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you internally, throughout the sequence, will be chanting the holy japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
पर्यङ्कं तत्समाख्यातं यतसंस्थं यथा स्थितिः.
The next asana is Samasana. Now sit cross-legged, hands on knees with the thumbs and index touching. Take a long deep inhalation and then hold. Continue to perform the Mula Bandha as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पर्यङ्कं तत्समाख्यातं यतसंस्थं यथा स्थितिः.
The next posture is Yathasana. The next asana is Muktasana. Now place your left foot against the general region and place your right foot over top the left. Now make sure your hands is facing downwards on top of your knees. Gaze to the tip of the nose as you visualize yourself as a sage liberated by the supreme pontiff of Hinduism.
निपीड्य सीविनीं सूक्ष्मां दक्षिणेतरगुल्फतः.
The next posture is Siddhasana. Now maintain the same posture as the previous asana. Switch the gaze to your third eye as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
स्थानुसंयमितेन्द्रियोचलदृशा पश्यन् भ्रुवोरन्तरं चैतन्मोक्षकपातभेदजनकं सिद्धासनं प्रोच्यते.
The next posture is Siddhyasana. Now maintain the same position as Siddhasana, the previous posture. Switch the gaze to the ground in front of you. Engage all three bandhas, performing Mula Bandha, Udyana Bandha and Jalandhara Bandha. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामपादिके इडीजानो सीवनिमधितासुकोठानो.
The next posture is Rudrasana too. Keep your legs in the same position as the previous asana. Now rotate your hands on top of your knees in Bindu Mudra. Switch the gaze from the ground to your third eye. Visualize yourself as a Lord Rudra, the fierce dimension of Paramashiva.
वामचरणपरिदक्षिणे राखे एकजुगति ऐसे विदिदाखे.
The next posture is Shantadunasana. Now maintain the same position as Rudrasana too. Switch the gaze to the tip of your nose. Visualize and feel that you are embodying tranquility and unshakable nature as you internally continue to chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
आसन की गुण मन की चन चलता मीटे.
The next posture is Siddhasana too. Now maintain one heel on top of the other. Bring your hands to your navel, cupping one palm over the other, resembling like a lotus flower. This posture is called the Samputa Mudra. Engage Mula Bandha as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space while perform this asana.
ऋजुकाय समासीना सिद्धासनमुदीरितं प्रसार्य भुविपादौ तु दोर्भ्यामङ्गुष्ठमादरात्.
The next posture is Baddha Yoni Asana. Now maintain one heel on top of the other. Now place your little fingers beneath your bottom lip. Ring fingers above your upper lip. Middle fingers closing your nostrils. Index fingers over your eyes. And thumbs closing your ears. This is the Shanmukhi Mudra. Now set a sankalpa that you're going to manifest through the womb of creation as you engage Mula Bandha and perform this asana.
यत्र मध्ये महादेव बन्धयोन्यासने शृणु.
The next posture is Virasana. Now place one foot on the thigh and the other foot under your opposite thighs. Now place your hands in Bindu Mudra on top of your respective knees. Now embodying the state and space of bravery as Veera in this posture.
एकं पादमथैकस्मिन् विन्यस्योरुणि संस्थितः इतरस्मिन् स्तता चोरुं वीरासनमुदीरितम्.
The next posture is Valmikasana. And now place your left heel on the right side of your generative organ, toes under your thigh, and place your right foot on your left leg. Now continue to place your hands in Bindu Mudra on top of your respective knees. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize the great sage, Valmiki, the poet and author of Ramayana.
दावा पग की पगदली पुनी एड़ी है जो ये.
The next posture is Joni Mundrasana. Now keep your legs in the same position. Switch the gaze from your third eye to the tip of the nose. Now visualize the Yoni Mandala, which is representing goddess Devi and Shakti, the symbol of the creative energy of the universe.
वामपाद की पगदली जाहि माहिली कोर.
The next posture is Yonyasana. Now keep your feet and hands in the same position. Switch the gaze through your third eye. Again visualize the Yoni Mandala representing goddess Devi and Shakti, which is now being shown on your right side of your screen.
योन्यासनं पर्वतेन योगं योगफले नीलं तत्कालफललन्तावत् खेचरो यावदेव हि.
The next posture is Bhadrasana 3. Now sit and bring the soles of the feet together, holding with both of your hands. Bring your knees down towards the ground and gaze to the tip of the nose. As we internally continue to chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
गुल्भौ च वृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत् सव्यगुल्फं तथा सव्ये दक्षगुल्फं तु दक्षिणे.
The next posture is Aghorasana. Now keep the soles of the feet together at the perineum. Press your tongue up against the root of the mouth and gaze through your third eye. Now, with your right hand, cover your mouth. Close the left nostril with your index finger and inhale through the right nostril. Close both the nostril and hold your breath for a few seconds. And then exhale through the left nostril slowly. Repeat this on the other side as you visualize yourself as an Aghori.
पूर्वक हो भिस्त्रिका जोजी वाही विधियो की जे सोजी.
The next asana is Kaneri Pavasana. Now bring your feet together in front, toes together, heels apart. Place your elbows on your heels, rest your chin on the palms. Gaze to the tip of the nose. We're going to perform the Rechaka Pranayama, which is as slowly as possible. Inhale and exhale. Focus on your breath. Visualize yourself as a female elephant drinking water. Gaze to the tip of the nose as you internally chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
ग्वाली पाव आसन कख्यो है जैसे याहू में जाने विधि तैसे.
The next asana is Parasana. Now sit with your knee raised. Keep your arms between the thighs and the calves. Interlace your fingers in Parashumudra and make sure your feet is off the mat. Continue to perform the Rechaka Pranayama as you visualize Swamiji on your inner space.
ततोर्ध्वम्रे च येत् वायुं मृदुनिश्वास संयुतम्.
The next posture is Gopi Chandasana. Now interlace your fingers around your feet with your soles together. Toes at the groove by your throat, heels touching your chest. Keep your chin on your hands and gaze to the tip of the nose. Continue to perform Rechaka Pranayama as you visualize and embodying the state and space of a king in this posture.
पूर्व विधिपका का अंगूठा कंठक उपराशे.
The next posture is Udharasana. Now sit with the soles of the feet together. Insert your hands underneath the legs, holding the feet with the interlocked fingers. Now slowly bring the feet up to your chest level and bring your head down and touch it to the chin of your soles. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Visualize your body is free from any defects in this posture.
दोवो बगदली संपुटटाने उभय हस्तकरी उरदहिताने.
The next posture is Vishisthasana. Now sit with your feet together. Keep your arms under your legs. Now slowly raise your feet up to your face. Keep your fingers interlocked, palms over your forehead. Continue to perform the Rechaka Pranayama as you visualize yourself excelling in everything.
दोवो बगदली जोड़ी संपुट करे.
The next posture is Bhujasana. Now come back to a seated posture. From a seated position, lift both your legs over top of your respective shoulders. Now bring your arms underneath the legs and up, interlace your fingers around your back of your neck. Engage Mula Bandha as you visualize yourself as a cobra.
शिरासनं तु विज्ञेयं कक्षासनम् अतः परं ग्रीवासनं च परमं भुजासनम् इहोच्यते.
The next posture is Kalyanasana. Now maintain a seated posture with your legs raised up. Now bring your elbows under your knees and wrap them around your back. Keep your palms clasped. Gaze through the tip of the nose as you visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess.
दो हाथ पग नीचे आने तिनको गोड़ा नीचे ठाने.
The next posture is Sankatasana. Now with your left knee on the mat, place your left foot flat and place your perineum on your left heel. Now raise your right leg over top the left and bring your right heel to the left hip. Place your hands on your opposite knees as you engage Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as a swan as you perform this asana.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं सन्न्यस्तधरणीतले पाददण्डेन याम्येन वेष्टयेद्वामपादकम्.
The next posture is Dhenukasana. From Sankatasana, slide your left heel to your left hip. Keep your right knee on top of your left. Now place both hands on your right thigh. Perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha. Visualize a cow in your inner space as you perform this asana.
अनुषागीनकरपञ्चडं ऋषिलिन्दकल्यम्नि.
The next posture is Machandrasana. Now place your right foot on the left thigh and the left foot on your right knee. Bring your left hand behind the back and hold your right thigh. Twist the body and gaze through the third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform this asana.
वामजङ्गभरदक्षिणटाने वामहस्तपिष्ठीदिश आने.
The next posture is Machandrasana too. From Machandrasana, the previous posture, untwist and hold onto your respective big toes. Lean your forehead so it touches the ground. Engage Mula Bandha as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथमजी मनोचरण जुजोजी वामजङ्गभरे राखे सोजी.
The next asana is Guru Asana. Now maintain your feet in the same position. Interlace your fingers and place them on top of your knee. Engage all three bandhas as you perform Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ऊर्मूले इतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशगुल्फं संस्थाप्य.
Now we're going to perform the set of this asana in the repeated posture. The first asana is Sankatasana. Now with your right knee on the mat, place your right foot flat and place your perineum on your raised heel. Keep your raised left leg over top the right and bring your left heel to the right hip. Place your hands on your opposite knees as you perform this asana.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं सन्न्यस्तधरणीतले पाददण्डेन याम्येन वेष्टयेद्वामपादकम्.
The next posture is Dhenukasana. From the previous posture, slide your right heel on the right hip and keep your left knee on top of the right. Visualize a cow in your inner space.
अनुषागीनकरपञ्चडं ऋषिलिन्दकल्यम्नि.
The next posture is Machandrasana. Now place your right foot on your left thigh and the left foot on your right knee. Bring your left hand behind the back and hold your right thigh. Place your right hand on your left thigh and twist your body and gaze through the third eye as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामजङ्गभरदक्षिणटाने वामहस्तपिष्ठीदिश आने बहुरोदक्षिणपदः जोजी ताकीनलिजूपकरे सोजी.
The next posture is Machandrasana too. From the previous posture, untwist and hold your respective big toes and lean your forehead so it touches the ground. Engage Mula Bandha as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथमजी मनोचरण जुजोजी वामजङ्गभरे राखे सोजी.
The next posture is Guru Asana. Now maintain your feet in the same position. Interlace your fingers and place them on top of your knees. Perform all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ऊर्मूले इतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशगुल्फं संस्थाप्य.
The next posture is Asana. Now sit with your feet flat on the ground. Keep your knees against your chest and your hands holding your opposite knees. Keep your thighs together, spine straight. Now keep the tongue pressed against the roof of the mouth, performing Khechari Mudra. Gaze through the third eye as we are going to perform the new pranayama, Ujjayi pranayama, which is gently restrict the navel cavity and inhale through the nose and making ocean-like sound internally, and then hold your breath and exhale slowly.
पादतले भूमो निधाय जानु निवृति निधाय विपरीत हस्ताभ्याम ऊरु सहित जंगे निबध्य.
The next posture is Bodha Shokasana. Now keep your feet flat on the mat. Wrap your arms around your legs and hold onto your opposite wrist. Place your chin onto your knees. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Now visualize you are being in an abode of bliss in this posture.
दोवु पगदली भूपर इधरे कोरमा हिलिए से करे.
The next posture is Kurakatasana. From the same position, now place your arms under your knees and hold onto your opposite elbows. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Continue to perform the Ujjayi pranayama as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दोवु हाथ पग बाहर लियावे गोड़ा नीचे ले टहरावे.
The next posture is Sumati Asana. Now maintain the same hold beneath your knees. Now bring your right foot over the left so your heels is crossed and make sure your toes is pointing up. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Engage Mula Bandha and visualize the great sage Maharishi Sumati.
मूलद्वारी धरती परिठाने डावा पग परिध शब्द आने.
The next posture is Dandasana. Now extend your feet out straight. Keep your arms raised straight above your head. Interlace your fingers with your wrist pointed outwards. Engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, and gaze to the tip of the nose as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुख प्रसव लाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पथि.
The next posture is Arambhasana. Now sit with your legs straight. Hold your big toes with your index and middle fingers in Prana Mudra. Now move your chest forward and down, head to the knees. Inhale through the left nostril and exhale right. This is called the Nadishoda Pranayama. Visualize Swamiji in a space as you perform this asana.
दोवु पग मिलिवा पसारी पगा का अंगूठा पकड़ी लीला टकोड़ा लगावे.
The next posture is Bidokasana. Sit with your legs straight, extend your knees slightly up. Keep one hand distance between your heels. Now bring your shoulders down and wrap your hands in and around your legs. Hold the soles of the feet and gaze through the third eye as you visualize Swamiji on your inner space.
प्रथम बेसी दो पाव पसारी कुछ को उर्द को कुरडो डारे.
The next posture is Jalandhari Pavasana. Now extend both legs out with your heels together. Place your chin, mouth and nose on your heels. Now insert your hands below your legs and keeping your elbows together on the ground along with your fingers. Keep your palms facing upwards. Gaze to the tip of the nose as you visualize Swamiji on your inner space.
दो एड़ी में लिखे दीजिए हाथ पसारी.
The next posture is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. Now sit and extend both legs out. Lift one foot behind the neck and lean forward and down as you perform Paschimottanasana. Engage Mula Bandha as you visualize Swamiji entering a space.
पश्चिमदानवत् संस्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Sorry for the technical glitch. Now I'll be continuing with the next asana. The next asana is Anantasana. Now lie on your back and lift your right leg behind your neck. Left hand holding your foot from the top, straighten the body and concentrate on the prana moving from your Mooladhara chakra. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as an infinite or an endless one.
उत्तानशयने ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
The next posture is Ankushasana. From Anantasana, the previous posture, rest onto your elbow of your hand holding your foot. Again, concentrate on your prana, the life energy moving from your Mooladhara chakra. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Feel that you are in complete control in this posture.
उत्तानशयने ग्रीवायां कुर्वन्.
The next posture is Dirshasana. Now lie down on your back and bring your knees to your chest. Now start to encircle the thighs and the calves with your arms. Start rolling from the left to the right. Now we're going to perform the new pranayama, which is the Pratyahara pranayama. Inhale deeply, then hold your breath. Concentrate in a succession on your souls, organs of the generation, navel, heart, your throat center, your third eye, forehead, and then finally your Mooladhara chakra. Visualize Swamiji onto your inner space as you perform this asana.
उत्तानशयनं जानुनि हृदयवष्टम्बा जङ्घासहित ऊरोनि करद्वये बद्ध्वा.
Now we're going to repeat the sequence on the other side. The first asana is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. Now sit and extend both legs out. Lift one foot behind the neck. Lean forward and down as you perform Paschimottanasana.
पश्चिमतानवत् संस्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
The next posture is Anantasana. Now lie on your back and lift your right leg behind your neck. Keep your left hand holding the foot from the top. Straighten the body and concentrate on the prana moving from your Mooladhara.
उत्तानशयने ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
The next posture is Ankushasana. From Anantasana, the previous posture, rest on your elbow of your hand holding your foot. Feel that you are in complete control in this posture.
उत्तानशयने पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन्.
The next posture is Yoga Nidrasana. Now lie on your back and lift your legs one by one slowly up and place it behind your head. Keep your hands holding your back and gaze to the tip of the nose. Visualize Swamiji onto your inner space as you perform this asana.
पादाभ्यां वेष्टयेत् कण्ठं हस्ताभ्यां पृष्ठबन्धनं तन्मध्ये शयनं कुर्यात् योगनिद्रा सुखप्रदा.
The next posture is Atma Ramasana. While laying on your back, raise your legs towards your head. Now wrap your hands around your legs and interlace your fingers behind your neck. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Visualize Lord Vishnu is blessing within you.
आत्मा राम आसन प्रथमसु धोसोवे.
The next posture is Kochikasana. Now lay on your back and move your knees by your chest. Keep your soles facing up. Extend your arms sideways. Gaze to the third eye. Engage Moola Bandha as you visualize Swamiji onto your inner space.
दोबो हाथ सीधा सा करे तिनसो उबे से पा करे.
The next asana is Jatara Pravritti. In this very posture, there are 3 different steps. I'll be explaining each step in detail to guide you all to perform this asana. The first step is continue to lie on your back and move your knees by your chest. Keep your arms reach to the sides at the shoulder level. The next step is keep one knee bent to the ground and keep the other leg extended out straight. The next step is keep both knees bent to one side. And then keep both legs straightened to one side and make sure your head is looking in an opposite direction of your legs. Engage Moola Bandha. Continue to perform the Pratyahara Kumbhaka, which is inhale deeply and hold your breath. Concentrate in all organs towards your body. Finally, your third eye and the Brahmarandra, the Mooladhara chakra. Visualize Swamiji onto your inner space as you perform this asana.
परिवृत्ते कुक्षे भागे त्रिदाहि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणं ऊर्ध्वकोणमथापि च.
Now again perform Jadara Pravritti on the other side. Continue to lay on your back and keep your knees to your chest, arms reaching to the side of the shoulder level. Keep one knee bent to the ground and keep other leg extended out straight. Keep both knees bent to one side and both legs straightened to one side. Now make sure your head is looking in an opposite direction of your legs as you visualize Swamiji into inner space.
परिवृत्य कोक्षे भागे त्रिधा हि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणं ऊर्ध्वकोणमथापि च.
The next posture is Dvipadapitam. Now lie on your back and bend your knees and place your feet flat on the ground. Hold your ankles and lift your hips up. Gaze to the tip of the nose. We're going to perform the new pranayama, Murcha pranayama, which is inhale deeply through the nose and then lock your chin to the chest as you perform Jalandhara Bandha. Hold your breath and then slowly exhale through the nose, maintaining the same throat lock. Visualize yourself as sturdy as a bridge as you perform this asana.
प्रतिक्रियायुतं द्वन्द्वपीठः सर्वबलप्रदं गर्भिणीनां दुर्बलानाम् इति गार्गी जगादनु.
The next asana is Paryankhasana. Now continue to lay on your back and place your feet flat on the mat. Now bring your arms over your head and place your hands flat on the mat as well as fingers pointing towards your feet. Now slowly lift the entire body up off the ground. Visualize yourself as sturdy as a stone furniture. As you perform the Sahaja Pranayama, inhale deeply through the nose and hold your breath comfortably, then exhale as slowly as possible.
उत्तानशयनं हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्यः पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
The next posture is Suttanasana. Now lie on your back and keep your knees to your chest, hands on your shoulders, and start to move your hips in a circular motion. Visualize you're a dog lying on its back.
शवत् शरीरं संस्थाप्य जानुनी सम्मील्य नाभौ वाणिज्य.
The next posture is Viparita Karani. Now lie supine and raise your hips and legs up. You can bring your hands to lower back for support if needed. Keep your elbows and hand extended in the mat below, helping the balance of your body as your legs raised up straight. Now move your legs around in and around in circular motion as you visualize Swamiji into your inner space.
भूतले सशिरो दत्त्वा खेनये चरणद्वयं विपरीतगतिश्चैषा सर्वतन्त्रेषु गोपिता.
The next asana is Viparita Karani too. Be in the same posture. You can stop the movement of your rotation. Now perform the Murcha Pranayama and visualize Swamiji onto inner space as you internally chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
करणी विपरीताख्या सर्वाधिव्याधिनाशिनी नित्यम अभ्यासयुक्तस्य जाठराग्नि विवर्धनी.
The next posture is Langalasana. Now lay on your back and lift your hips slowly. Take it over your head. Toes on the floor, hands stretched on the ground behind your back with your palms clasped in Parashamudra. Rest your neck and shoulders. Perform the Murcha Pranayama, which is inhale deeply through the nose and then lock your chin to the chest as you perform Jalandhara Bandha. Visualize yourself as a plow as you perform this asana.
नरकासने स्थित्वा नासिका प्रदेशे भूमोपादपृष्ठे स्थाप्य.
The next posture is Saita Paschimottanasana. Now lay on your back and keep your legs over your head, toes pointed on the ground. Keep your thighs to the chest and hold your toes. Keep your arms and legs straight. Perform Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha. This is one of the 84 different asanas directly revealed by Lord Paramashiva himself.
तानं शयित्वात् कुर्वीत शयितपश्चिमतानकम्.
The next posture is Supta Konasana. In the same position, spread your legs wide apart. Keep your hips above your shoulders. Visualize Swamiji into inner space as you perform this asana.
परिवृत्य कुक्षि भागे त्रिधा हि परिकीर्तितः.
The next posture is Chakrasana. Now bring your legs over on top of your head and toes on the ground. Hold your ankles, keeping your knees straight. Now roll backwards onto your back, keeping your legs straight. Visualize yourself as a chakra, wheel. Engage Jandrabandha and Mulabandha as you perform this asana.
शवासनस्थद्वौ पादौ कुर्यान्मस्तकतः परौ व्युत्क्रमेण ततः शीघ्रमेतत् सर्वस्य साधनम्.
The next posture is Supta Prasarita Padangushthasana. Now lie on your back and keep your legs in a vertical posture. Now hold your big toes in Prana Mudra. And now slowly open your legs wide. Engage Mulabandha as you visualize Swamiji into your inner space.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
The next posture is Supta Padangusthasana. Now continue to lay on your back with your legs extended straight up. Hold your toes in Prana Mudra and be in the same posture.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
The next posture is Matsyasana. From Supta Padangusthasana, the previous posture, move your legs into the Padmasana. Lay on your back and hold your opposite elbows over your head. Gaze through the tip of the nose. We're going to perform again the new pranayama, which is the Ujjayi pranayama. Gently restrict the navel cavity and inhale through the nose, making an ocean-like sound internally. Then hold your breath, then exhale as slowly as possible. Visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Vishnu, as you perform this asana.
मुक्तपद्मासनं कृत्वा उत्तानशयनं चरेत् कूर्पराभ्यां शिरो वेष्ट्या मत्स्यासनं तु रोगः.
The next posture is Parasaramasana. As you lay on your back in the Padmasana posture, place backside of your right hand onto your left palm. Gaze to the tip of the nose as you visualize Lord Rama onto your inner space.
प्रथमकरे पद्मासन आछे सूधो सोवे भूपरिपाछे.
The next posture is Sarvangasana. Now while laying on your back and your legs in the Padmasana posture, lift your hips and legs up slowly. You can use your hands for support your hips, elbows on the floor. Tuck the chin to the chest as you perform Jalandrabandha and Mulabandha. Gaze to the tip of the nose as you visualize Swamiji onto your inner space.
अथवा क्षेत्रसंक्षेपात् सर्वाङ्गासनमुत्तमम्.
The next posture is Vrishchikasana. Now lay on your back and keep one foot on your opposite thighs. Lift the other knee towards your head. Extend both arms up above your head and hook your fingers forward. Gaze to the third eye as you visualize yourself as a scorpion in this posture.
प्रथमशयन सूधो शीशिकेशिकी सन्धि सुदाखे.
Now perform Vrishchikasana again on the other side.
प्रथमशयन सूधो शीशिकेशिकी सन्धि सुदाखे.
The next posture is Vrishabhadakshepasana. Now lie on your back and interlace your fingers around your neck. Now lift both feet off the ground, extending one leg straight and the other knee to the chest. Start alternating extending and raising the knee again and again as you visualize Swamiji into your inner space.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा अङ्गुलिभ्यकन्दरां बद्ध्वा कूर्परो मिलित्वा.
The next posture is Marotanasana. Now lie on your back and lift your legs one by one, touching the ears with your knees. Do this again and again as you visualize Swamiji into your inner space.
श्रोतानवत्संसिति कृत्वा जानुद्वयं पर्यायेन कर्णयोः संस्पृशेत्.
The next posture is Brikasana. While laying on your back, place your soles of the feet flat on the ground. Now stand up and then sit back down. Do this again and again as you visualize yourself as a wolf.
अथ उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा उत्तिष्ठेत् वृकासनं भवति.
The next posture is Luthasana. Now lay on your back and quickly throw your legs above your head. Complete rollover. Finish in a prone position. Repeat this again and again as you visualize Swamiji onto your inner space.
उत्तानशयनं पादौ शिर उल्लङ्घ्य भूमौ स्थापयित्वा
The next asana is Saratasana. Now lie on your belly with your toes extended, hands on the ground by your shoulders. Now start to contract your lips in making a sound like a flute, whistling while inhaling. Engage Mula Bandha and visualize you're carrying warriors onto your battle for Dharma on your chariot back.
निब्जं शयनं कृत्वा नाभिं भूमौ निधाय
The next posture is Deha Lunganasana. Now place your palms on the mat in a plank position. Jump your legs forward and back between your arms. Do this again and again as you feel yourself going beyond the body and mind in this posture.
हस्तद्वयं बद्ध्वा तन्मध्यचरणद्वयम् उड्डानैव बहिरानीय
The next posture is Jatyasana. Now from a standing position, bend forward and place your hands on the mat. Start to walk back and forth as you perform Sahaja Pranayama. Inhale deeply through the nose and hold your breath comfortably. Then exhale slowly. Visualize yourself as a wise 60-year-old elephant in this posture.
अथ जात्यासनं वक्ष्ये येन जातिस्मरो भवेत्
The next is Lolitika Karana. Now stand with your knees bent and feet pointed outwards. Bend the elbows and keep your hands at the chest level. Swiftly move the arms across the body and then bring back to the center. Tilt your head back and open the chest up towards the sky. And start to move your head in all directions. The next posture is Sarpasana. If you have a rope, you can bring it along and tie your feet with the rope. And stand erect like a rod. Make sure your arms are by your side. Hands touching your thighs. Visualize your Kundalini Devi raising and curling upwards around your body. Engage Mula Bandha. Continue to perform the Sahaja Pranayama as we internally chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
अथ सर्पासनं वक्ष्ये वायुपानाय केवलं शरीरं दण्डवत् तिष्ठेत् रज्जुबन्धस्तु पादयोः
The next posture is Ushtrasadanasana. While you are standing, now place all your fingers on the mat and then stand on your hands. Keep your feet on the wrists. Begin to move and walk like a camel as you visualize yourself as a camel in this posture.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य
The next posture is Ashwasana. While standing, again place your fingers on the mat and then stand on your hands. Now keep your feet on the fists. Begin to move and walk like a horse as you visualize yourself like a horse in this posture.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य
The next posture is Kapota Nikatasana. Now stand straight with your feet together. Interlace your fingers behind the back and pull them down towards your calves in Parashamudra. Open up your chest as you visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय पृष्ठभागेन हस्तजङ्घापर्यन्तं नीत्वा
The next up is Talapushpatam Karana. Now stand tall with your palms together in Namaskara Mudra. Gently bend the knees and keep your toes pointed outwards. Simultaneously open up the palms and raise one heel off the ground, slightly lowering the waist and shoulder of your respective heel. Visualize you're holding and offering a bouquet of flowers to Paramashiva. The next posture is Khadgasana. Now lay on your stomach and jump your feet up towards your hand and stand. Bring your palms together, forming Namaskara Mudra. Visualize yourself as a rhinoceros as you gaze through the tip of the nose.
नुचसरतमासनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा
The next posture is Uttanottanam. You can use the weights to intensify the practice of this posture. Now sit down all the way as low as you can to the ground and then stand up. Do this again and again as you visualize Swamiji onto your inner space.
पुनः पुनः उत्थातव्यम् असितव्यम् इति उत्थानोत्थानं भवति.
The next posture is Musalasana. Now stand up straight and raise your arms over your head and jump repeatedly. Do this again and again as you visualize yourself as a mace.
सरलं स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं बाहु नयेत्.
The next posture is Utshusaka. From a standing position, pull the sole of your one foot towards your belly. With the other leg, sit down and then stand up. Alternate this posture on both sides. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Visualize Swamiji on your inner space as you perform this asana.
एकैकं पादतलं कुक्षौ निधाय तिष्ठेत् उत्शीर्षकं भवति.
The next up is Parshvajanukarana. Now stand and keep one leg slightly bent with your toes pointing to the side. Bend and lift your opposite knee towards the chest, pointing the toes downwards. Keep your arm holding the knee with your hand pointing outwards and close to the fist position. Let the opposite hand hang down on the top of your thigh, wrist twisted and fingers pointing towards the center of your body. The next posture is Tandavasana. Now on one leg, extend the opposite leg, lower the body to the mat and then stand straight, lifting the raised leg to the opposite thighs. Visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Paramashiva. In this posture, you can use the weights as an optional as you want. Engage Mula Bandhana internally. Chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
The next posture is Brahmanasana. Now place your left foot on the opposite thigh and stand erect on the mat like a rod. Keep your hands by your side as you visualize yourself being blessed by Lord Brahma.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्ष्य यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
The next posture is Garudasana 3. Now stand tall and wrap your left leg over and around the right knee. Tuck the left toes on the other side of your right calf. Simultaneously cross your left arm below the right and bring your palms together in Namaskara Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda as you perform this asana.
उत्थानकूर्मपीठं च संहस्गारुणमेव च.
The next asana is Ekapadhasana. Now stand straight on your right leg. Keep your left foot on your opposite thighs, hands relaxed by your knees. Engage Mula Bandha as you visualize Swamiji onto your inner space.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
The next posture is Durvasana. Now as you stand on your right leg, hold your big toe of your left foot and then straighten out to the side. Rotate your body quickly on your standing leg as you visualize yourself as a North Pole star.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा. The next asana is Trivikramasana. Now stand on your right leg and lift your left foot behind the neck and then stand tall. Alternate this posture sitting and standing. Engage Mula Bandha as you visualize Lord Vishnu at your inner space. ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
The next is Parshvajanukarana. Now stand and keep one leg slightly bent with your toes pointing to the side. Bend and lift your opposite knee towards the chest, pointing the toes downwards. Keep your arm holding the knee with your hand pointing outwards and closed into the fist position. Let the opposite hand hang down on the top of your thigh, wrist twisted and fingers pointing towards the center of your body. The next is Tandavasana. You can use the weights to perform in this asana. On one leg, lower the body to the mat and then stand straight, lifting the raised leg to the opposite thighs. Visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Paramashiva as you perform this asana.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
The next posture is Brahmanasanam. Now place your right foot on your inner thigh and inner left thigh and then stand erect on the mat like a rod. Make sure your hands are by your sides. Visualize yourself being blessed by Lord Brahma as you perform this asana.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
The next posture is Garudasana 3. Now stand tall and wrap your right leg over and around your left knee. Tuck the right toes on the other side of your left calf. Simultaneously cross your right arm below the left and bring your palms together in Namaskara Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in this posture.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च संहस्गारुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
The next posture is Ekapadasana. Now stand straight on your left leg. Place your right foot on your opposite thighs and hands relaxed by your knees. Engage Mula Bandha as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
The next posture is Dhruvasana. Now stand on your left leg and hold your big toe of your right foot straighten out to the side. Now rotate your body quickly on your standing leg as you visualize yourself as a North Pole star.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Trivikramasana. Now stand on your right leg and lift your left foot behind your neck and then stand tall. Alternate this posture sitting and standing as you visualize Lord Vishnu in your inner space.
ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
The next up is Samanaka Karana. Now stand with your feet close together and toes pointed slightly out. Keep both hands to the sides of your body. The next asana is Gorakanjali Asana. Now stand erect and then bend forward. Bring both hands underneath your knees, making a finger lock. Sit in a squatting position and let the finger lock touch your navel. Perform the Jiva Chala Kumbhaka. Inhale through the nose and then hold your breath. Then with a mental force, move the prana through all different areas of your body. Visualize the great sage Goraknath, the founder of Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya. Internally chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
प्रथमहि इबो होए बाहुरी नीचो पुनिहोवे.
The next posture is Kanchasana. Now insert your hands between the thighs and the calves. Then wrap it around behind your buttocks. Squat down and hold your hands behind and keep your chest upright. Continue to perform the Jiva Chala Kumbhaka. As you engage Mula Bandha and visualize Swamiji into inner space.
ऊर्मध्यात् हस्तो निवेश्य नितम्बं धृत्वा.
The next posture is Bhairuvasana. Now bring your feet together and sit in a squatting posture. Keep your heels touching the perineum. Hold the hands at your back and sit upright. Gaze at the navel. Keep your hands in Parashamudra. Engage Mula Bandha as you visualize Bhagavan Kala Bhairava, the Lord of Time.
दो वो पग की थलिया की माहिली को और मिलागी.
The next posture is Varahasana. Now squat all the way down to the ground. Keep your feet together, toes apart. Bring your elbows up close to your head and palms joined over back facing downwards. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Keep your hands in Namaskara Mudra behind. Continue to perform the Jiva Chala Kumbhaka. Visualize Abhor, one of the 10 incarnations of Mahavishnu, in this posture.
काकतली की माहिली कोर मिलाई फना पानी उकड़ मोड़ वैसे.
The next posture is Pripitasana. Now keep your heels touching, bring your hips to the same level as your knees. Let your hands hang down, fingertips touching the toes or mat in front of you. Engage Mula Bandha as you visualize Swamiji onto your inner space.
पार्श्वद्वय सम्मील्य स्थित्वा नितमं जानु प्रदेश आनीय.
The next posture is Bakasana. Now place your hands on the mat with your fingers wide. Place your knees on the back of your arms, eyes forward and down. Engage Mula Bandha as you visualize yourself as a crow.
हस्ताभ्यामौनिमवष्टभ्याम्.
The next posture is Sushtanga Kapariyasana. Now kneel down and head on the ground. Keep your palms spread for support. Raise your body on your head and move your legs in the Padmasana posture. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Visualize Swamiji onto your inner space.
आसन को गुण कपाल आछो होयी.
Now slowly relax. And we'll be moving on to the next posture, Guptasana. Now keep your toes flat, touching the opposite feet. Sit down between your feet, let your heels come outside of your hips. Keep your hands on your knees and sit straight. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Continue to perform the Jiva Chala Kumbhaka, which is inhale through the nose and hold your breath. Then with your mental force, move the prana through all different areas of your body. Visualize you are sitting in a secret seat with Paramashiva and Guru, internally chanting the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
जानूर्वोरन्तरे पादौ कृत्वा पादौ च गोपयेत्. पादोपरि च संस्थाप्य गुदं गुप्तासनं विदुः.
The next posture is Vrikshasana too. Now keep your hands on the ground, fingers wide. Lift your body up straight into the handstand position. You can use the partner for a support or a wall to perform this asana. Visualize you are a tree with the deep roots onto the ground.
सप्तचक्रक्षालनाय वृक्षासन विशेषकाञ्जननेन्द्रियदादाढ्य कोणभेदान् समभ्यसेत्.
The next asana is Shibhu Asana. Be in the same handstand position. Now switch the gaze to your third eye. Visualize the energy Tejas is flowing through your third eye in this posture.
दो पग जोड़ी माही गुल्फ मिलाए.
The next posture is Matsyasana too. From Bakasana, jump your legs back onto your hands and your feet. Palms by your chest, body press off the mat. Now push your body up and down again and again. As you engage Mula Bandhan, visualize yourself as a fish.
नित्यं शयनं कुर्वरो पार्श्वभागाय मूर्धकृत्य.
The next posture is Sarpasana too. Now lie prone on your belly and keep your hands on your hips. Extend your legs jointly and toes pointed outwards. Now lift your chest to the left and to the right like a snake. Visualize and move your body like a snake in this posture.
निब्जं शयनं कृत्वा हस्तौ नितम्बं संस्थाप्य पादौ दीघीकृत्य सम्मीलयन् उरसगन्तव्यं सर्पासनं भवति.
The next posture is Niralambhanasana. Now lie prone on your belly and keep your hands in Padma Mudra, the lotus posture, holding your chin. Keep your legs straight, toes pointed together. Now feel yourself supported and completely independent in this posture.
कराभ्यां पङ्कजं कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् कूर्परया सुधीः मुखमुन्नम् अनुच्चायि निरालम्बनमासनम्.
The next posture is Chatrasana. Now lie on your stomach and place your hands flat on the mat in front. Straighten your arms and bend your knees. Bring your feet towards your upper back and lift your head and chest. Visualize yourself as an umbrella, protecting your guru from the sun rays as you internally chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
अर्ध्यासनवस्थित्वा हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य उन्नजात छत्रासनं भवति.
The next posture is Vajrasana. Now sit on your knees with your tops of your feet flat on the mat. Bring your buttocks on your heels and stretch your arms in front, palms facing down. Now place your forehead on the mat and gaze to the tip of the nose. Visualize you are the weapon of Indra, symbolizing indestructibility. Perform Sahaja Pranayama as you internally chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघो सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पथि.
The next posture is Meshasana. Now push your body up into the Gajasana, which is on your hands and your feet with your hips raised. Start alternating striking the ground with your hands. Engage Mula Bandha and experience yourself as powerful as a ram in this posture.
गजासनसंस्थितो एकैकं बाहुं भूमौ ताडयेत् मेषासनं भवति.
The next posture is Ajasana. From Gajasana, lift your legs onto the air and slowly bring the forehead to the ground. You can do this to the best of your ability as you perform this asana. Visualize yourself as an unborn existing for all eternity as you perform this asana.
गजासनसंस्थितो पादद्वयमन्तराळे कृत्य मस्तकेन भूमिं स्पृशेत् अजासनं भवति.
The next posture is Dhanantarasana. Now sit on your heels with your legs together. Interlace your fingers around your toes. Pull your feet towards your perineum and then place your hands on your respective knees. Keep your spine straight. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Engage Mula Bandha as you visualize Swamiji on your inner space.
पूर्व विधि परिहाता की काकसी से फणा शरा मोड़ी पका की अंगुली अग्रिमेढ़ लगावे.
The next posture is Angamottanam. Now interlace your fingers in front and then behind you. Stretch your arms forward to the sides and then backwards. Start to give massage to various different joints and muscles towards your body. Perform the Ujjayi Pranayama in this posture. Gently restrict the navel cavity. Inhale through the nose, making an ocean-like sound internally, and then hold your breath. Then exhale as slowly as possible. Internally chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
हस्तयोः अङ्गुलीर्बद्ध्वा हस्तयोर्मध्यात् सर्वमङ्गं निष्कासयित्वा तिष्ठेत् अङ्गमोत्तनं भवति.
The next posture is Garudasana 4. Now sit on your heels in Vajrasana posture. Keep your feet turned out to the sides. Keep your thighs and knees resting on the ground and spine straight, hands on your knees. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, flying Lord Vishnu and Lakshmi on your back.
जङ्घोरुभ्यां धरां पीड्य स्थिरकायो द्विजानुना जानु परिकरद्वन्द्व गरुडासनमुच्यते.
The next posture is Ananda Mandirasana. Now sit with your legs folded back, toes pointing backwards with your knees wide. Keep your hands on the ground, gaze to your third eye. Visualize you are residing in a blissful space of a temple as you perform again the Ujjayi Pranayama, internally chanting the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
अथ वक्षे वीरनाथ आनन्दमन्दिरासनं यत्कृत्वा अमरो धीरो भवत्येवेह साधकः.
The next posture is Mandukasana 2. Now sit with your knees wide feet. Sit with your knees. Keep your feet wide apart. Hands under your knees, gaze to the tip of the nose. Engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as a frog as you perform the Manduki Mudra in this posture.
पृष्ठं सम्पीड्य गुल्भाभ्यां जान्वङ्गे सवलयाकृतिः हस्तौ पादतले क्षिप्तो मण्डूकं पाददोषहृत्.
The next posture is Narasimhasana. Now keep your toes on the mat, heels up and together. Place your perineum on your heels. Place your palms on the ground with your fingers spread wide. Keep your thumbs touching on the base of the hand, touching the toes. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Stick out your tongue and exhale. Perform Ujjayi Pranayama, which is gently restrict the navel cavity and inhale through the nose, making an ocean-like sound. Visualize Narasimha, one of the 10 avatars of Vishnu.
दोवु फणा पाणी होए वैसे एडी मेलर गुदानी वैसे समशरीरनी काट हरावे नासा अग्रदृष्टि को ल्यावे.
The next asana is Bisrakasana. Sit on the toes and place your perineum on your heels. Separate the knees sideways and place on the ground. Make a hollow of your palms and place it on your mouth. Keep your thumbs under your teeth and close the lips. Gaze to the tip of the nose and now inhale slowly and exhale as we're going to enter into the new pranayama, which is the Bisraka pranayama. Making a hollow of palms and place it on your mouth. And exhale through the Pingala Nadi and exhale through the mouth to your capacity. Visualize yourself as a Devi, presiding over any and all minuscule fears you have. Internally chanting the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
दो उपगा की एडी जोजी गोड़ा फनो बान अपनी होजी.
The next asana is Makadasana. Now keep the soles together, top of your feet on the ground. Sit on your heels and bend your elbows, bringing your fingers to the armpits. Now we're going to switch the pranayamas to Ujjayi Pranayama, which is gently restrict the navel cavity and inhale through the nose, again making an ocean-like sound. Visualize yourself as a playful monkey. Gaze to the third eye as you internally chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
दोवो पगतली संपुट आने तिनकी पिष्टि भूमि परिठाने मूलद्वार एड्यां पर ल्यावे मूड़ा हाथ ऊंचा टहरावे.
The next posture is Vajra Sangharasana. Now stand on your toes. Keep your soles of the feet together. Sit on your heels. Keep your knees wide and off the floor. Hold your elbows behind your back. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Now embodying a diamond-like strength for yourself and for your Sangha, the spiritual community. Engage Mula Bandha as we internally chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
प्रथम पणा पाणी होए वैसे दोवो एडी गुदानी वैसे.
The next posture is Kanjanasana. Now keep your toes down, ankles crossed behind, and sit on your heels. Place your palms on the mat by your sides. Gaze to the third eye. Perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha. And visualize you are having a perfect health beyond any and all physical or mental ailments.
खञ्जनासनमा वक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा सुस्थिरो भवेत् पृष्ठे पादद्वयं बद्ध्वा हस्तो भूमौ प्रधारयेत्.
The next posture is Kurmasana. With your toes flat, cross your feet and place your perineum on back of your heels. Keep your knees wider on the floor. Now rest your hands on your knees. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize a turtle having a stable body and mind, living for hundreds of years. Don't forget to internally chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितौ ऋजुकाय शिरोग्रीवं कूर्मासनमितीरितम्.
The next posture is Yogasana. Now with your toes flat, cross your feet and place your perineum on back of your heels. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Visualize Swamiji on your inner space as you perform this asana.
गुदं नियम्य गुल्फाभ्यां व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः योगासनं भवेदेतदिति योगविदो विदुः.
The next posture is Vijogasana. Now stand on your knees, cross your ankles behind, keep your feet near the opposite knees. Hold your calves with your fingers inside and thumbs outside. Gaze to the third eye. Engage Mula Bandha as you visualize you are in the space of eternal oneness, Advaita, with your Guru.
गोड़ा वामो उबौ होजी गोड़ा आड़ा राखे दोजी.
The next posture is Ustrasana 2. In the kneeling position, bend backward and hold your ankles with your hands. Keep your arms straight. Push your hips forward and then tilt your head back slowly. Engage Mula Bandha. We're going to perform the Ujjayi Pranayama as you visualize yourself as a camel in this posture.
मेरुदंड ग्रंथि दाढ्य संपिबाद जिषुः पुमान्.
The next posture is Jatyasana 2. With your heels together, hands on the soles of the feet, slowly lean back. Bring your elbows down to the mat and place your back of your head on the mat. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Engage Mula Bandha and experience. This posture is Viratasana. Now sit on your knees with your thighs and calves together. Lean back and touch your back to the ground and then rise up. Use the support of your hands if needed. The next posture is Kapotasana. From Viratasana, raise your hips higher. Bring your forearms on the mat and then hold back of your heels.
जिषुः पुमान्.
The next posture is Varasana. Now stand upright on your knees with keep the chant going on. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
जाननी भूमौ संस्थाप्य.
Rest your head on the hands. Visualize yourself. The next posture is Mundasana. Now kneel down and place your elbows on the mat, shoulder width apart. Visualize yourself as a lob tree as you perform this asana.
अधो मुंडासनं वक्ष.
Then exhale through mouth. Engage Mula Bandha as you visualize Swamiji entering to intensify the practice of this pose you want. Now lie on your belly.
भेरुंड सहिते शीर्षदंडासनं तथा.
Palms down. Keep your foot up pranayama as we inhale and exhale.
उष्ट्रासने स्थित्वा चरणौ.
Visualize yourself as a sparrow. Raise your legs and bend back to touch your feet on your head. Shasana. Now place your perineum down on your breath for a short while and then slowly exhale through your nostrils. The next posture is Lolasanam. From a kneeling position, place
लोलासनं सदा कुर्यात् वायुलोलापघातनात्.
The next posture is again Vrishasana. Your breath for a short while and then slowly exhale through your nostril, visualizing yourself as a bull.
याम्यगुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरं विपरीतं स्पृशेत् भूमिं वृषासनमिदं भवेत्.
The next asana is Balagunasana. Now place your left toe on the ground and sit on your heel of your left foot. Place your right foot flat on the ground with your knee raised. Palms on your respective knees and maintain an upright position. Continue to perform the Antaranga Pranayama. Visualize Balaguna High, one of the 84 Siddhas on your inner space, internally chanting the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
आसन को गुण जल विकार जाई.
The next asana is Grahasana. Now squat with your feet flat on the mat. Bring your elbows under your thighs and wrap your hands around your shins. Hold onto your ankles from the outside. Engage Mula Bandhan. Continue to perform the Antaranga Pranayama. Visualize yourself as an entire planet.
पादतले भूमौ संस्थाप्य जानु मध्ये कुर्परौ स्थाप्य.
The next asana is again Balagunasana. Now place your right toe on the ground and sit on your heel of your right foot. Place your left foot flat on the ground with your knee raised towards your chest. Keep your palms on your respective knees. Maintain an upright position. Now perform the Antaranga Pranayama engaging Mula Bandha. Visualize Balaguna High, one of the 84 siddhas, onto your inner space, internally chanting the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
आसन को गुण जल विकार जागी.
Next posture is Utkatasana. In this posture, you can use the weights if you want. Squat onto your toes with your heels up and knees off the mat. Place your perineum on your heels and hands on your respective knees. Keep your spine upright. Engage Mula Bandha as you visualize Swamiji onto your inner space.
युजास् पिजोस्तीयत उर्वजानु यत्रासने पादतलद्वयोपरि.
The next posture is Vajra Sangharasana too. Now sit onto your toes with your perineum on your heels and soles together. Keep your knees wide and off the ground. Hold your elbows behind your back. Engage Mula Bandha as you visualize Swamiji enter inner space in this posture.
प्रथम पणापाणि होए जैसे दोवो एड़ी गुदा निवैसे.
The next posture is Anilasana. Now squat or sit with your feet hip width apart. Hands under your soles of the feet from inside, palms down, arms straight, elbows at the navel. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Continue to perform the Antaranga Pranayama as you engage Mula Bandha. Visualize you are able to consume and live off air alone in this posture.
दो हाथ भूमि परिठाने कहुनी जाड़िना भिलग आने फणा दो ऐसे विधि करे पिष्टि हथेलियां परिधरे.
The next posture is Padugasana. Now place back of your hands on the mat with your fingers pointing facing towards your body. Step your feet on top of your hands, wrapping it around your feet like a shoe and start to walk around. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize you're wearing padukas walking across India in this posture.
हस्ततलयोः पादतले कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् गच्छेत् पादुकासनं भवति.
The next posture is Kukkutodana. Now place your palms on the mat. Raise both feet upwards onto the air and let them fall back down. Do this again and again as you visualize yourself as a rooster.
हस्ततले भूमौ कृत्वा पादतले च ऊर्ध्वमुड्डानं कृत्वा भूमौ पतेत्.
The next posture is Viparita Nrittasana. Now place your hands on the mat and raise your legs upward into the handstand position. Move around on two hands dancing. Feel yourself becoming free from all inhibitions in this posture. Perform Sahaja Pranayama as we internally chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिमष्टभ्य ऊर्ध्वपादाग्रे कुर्वन्.
The next posture is Kunjarasana. Now separate your feet and place one palm down on the mat with your arms straight. Bring your opposite hand to the head and be stable. Engage Mula Bandha as you visualize Swamiji on your inner space.
अथ पक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमम्.
The next asana is again Kunjarasana. Perform Kunjarasana on the other side as you visualize Swamiji on your inner space.
अथ पक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमम्.
The next posture is Kadambasana. Now sit on the ground with your feet flat and heels close to your body. Hold your respective ankles and lift your feet off the ground. Engage Mula Bandha as you visualize yourself as a Kadamba tree, a pious tree that promotes a long life for you. Remember, continue to internally chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
पार्श्वेभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य हस्तद्वयेन गुल्भौ धृत्वा तिष्ठेत् कदम्ब भवति.
The next posture is Pavana Muktasana. Sit with your heels at the perineum. Hold your knees with your hands and press them towards your chest. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize any excess vata getting released or balanced within your system. Internally chanting the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
द्वयोस्तु पादयोः पाणिं लात्वा स्वस्वनितम्बके जानुनि वक्षसि साधुर्बभ्रतीकरबन्धनैः.
The next posture is Chakurasana. Now sit and lift one leg behind the head. Place both hands flat on the mat and extend your opposite leg with your knees straight. Lift the entire body off the ground and keep your chin up. Gaze to the third eye. Engage Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वतानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
The next posture is Dhanurasana too. As you sit on the ground, now hold the left toe with your left hand, index and middle fingers. Pull the foot to the left ear. Extend the right leg out, keeping it straight. Hold the big toe with your right hand. Visualize yourself as a bow, engaging Mula Bandha as you internally chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
पादाङ्गुष्टौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि धनुराकर्षकाकृष्टं धनुरासनमीरितम्.
The next posture is Ashtavakrasana. Now lift your left leg over top of your left shoulder. Bring your right foot across and hook on top of your left foot. Lean forward and down while extending the legs out to the left. Now lift up your head and chest and find your balance as you visualize yourself as a flying crane.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
The next posture is Pranasana. Now place your right foot on your left thigh and bring your left foot flat on the ground. Have your left shoulder underneath your raised left leg and place your hands flat on the ground. Visualize your immortal able to exist solely from prana in this posture.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यस्तचामरः एकपादमुरो बद्ध्वा स्कन्धेऽन्यत्पादरक्षणम्.
The next posture is Parshvamatsendrasana. Now place your right foot at the root of your left thigh and the left leg by the side of your right knee. Hold the left hand by the right and twist the body and remain steady. Gaze to the third eye as you visualize the great sage and the yogi Matsyendranath, the master of the Hatha Yoga.
पार्श्वाभ्यां धृत्यते यास्तु पार्श्वमत्स्येन्द्रमुत्तमम्.
The next posture is Chakurasana. Now sit and lift one leg behind the head. Place both hands flat on the ground and extend the opposite leg up with your knees straight. Now slowly lift the entire body off the ground and keep your chin up. Visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वतानं च दुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
The next posture is Dhanurasana too. As you sit on the ground, hold the right toe with the index and middle fingers and pull the foot to the right ear. Extend the left leg out, holding the foot with your left hand. Visualize yourself as a bow.
पादाङ्गुष्टौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि धनुराकर्षकाकृष्टं धनुरासनमीरितम्.
The next posture is Ashtavakrasana. Now lift your right leg over top of your right shoulder. Bring your left foot across and hook on top of your right foot. Lean forward and down while extending the legs out to the right. Lift up your head and chest and find your balance as you visualize yourself as a flying crane.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यमूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्तानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
The next posture is Pranasana. Now place your right foot flat. Place your right foot on your left thigh and bring your left foot flat on the ground. Have your left shoulder underneath your raised left leg and place your hands flat on the ground. Engage Mula Bandha. As you gaze to the third eye, visualize you are immortal, able to exist solely from prana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यस्य चामरः.
The next posture is Parshamatsendrasana. Now place your right foot on the root of your left thigh and then the left leg by the side of your right knee. Hold the left leg by the right hand and twist the body and remain steady. Gaze to the third eye as you visualize the great sage Matsyendranath, the master of the Hatha Yoga.
पार्श्वाभ्यां धृत्यते यास्तु पार्श्वमत्येन्द्रमुत्तमम्.
The next posture is Ardha Paschimottanasana. Now keep one leg straight and press your perineum with the other heel. Move your chest forward and down, hold your front foot and bring your head towards the knee. Now we're going to switch the pranayama to Jivachala pranayama. Inhale through the nose and hold your breath. And then with a mental force, move the prana through all different areas of your body. Visualize Swamashivoham in a space as you perform this asana.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनासीवनी सम्पीड्य हस्तद्वयेन प्रसारितपादाङ्गुष्ठौ धृत्वा.
The next posture is Kraunchasana. Now place your left ankle outside of your hip. Hold the sole of your right foot and lift the leg up towards your forehead. Keep your knees straight. Gaze to the tip of the nose as you visualize yourself as a crane.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यमूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्तानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
The next posture is again Ardha Paschimottanasana. Keep one leg straight and press your perineum with the other heel. Chest forward and down, hold onto your toes, bringing your head towards the knee. Visualize Swamiji in a space.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनासीवनी सम्पीड्य हस्तद्वयेन प्रसारितपादाङ्गुष्ठं धृत्वा.
The next posture is Kraunchasana. Now place your right ankle outside of your hip. Hold the sole of your left foot and lift your leg up towards your forehead. Keep your knees straight and gaze to the tip of the nose as you visualize yourself as a crane.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यमूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्तानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
The next posture is Swastikasana. Now sit with the soles between the thighs and the calves. Keep your spine straight, palms resting on your knees. Going to perform the Jivachala Kumbhaka, which is inhale through the nose and hold your breath. And then with the mental force, move your prana through all different areas of your body. Embody the peace, well-being, good fortune and prosperity in this posture. Internally chanting the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
जानोर्वोरन्तरे सम्यक् कृत्वा पादतले उभे रुजुकाय समासीन स्वस्तिकं तत्प्रचक्षते.
The next posture is Gorakshasana. Keep your feet in the same position. Cover your heels with your respective hands. Tuck the chin to the chest as you perform Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha. Gaze up to the tip of the nose. Visualize the great sage Goraknath, the founder of the Hatha Yoga Hindu order.
जानोर्वोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानो व्यक्तसंस्थितौ.
The next asana is Bhagasana 2. Now bring your left heel to the perineum, right foot on your left thigh. Close your eyes with the index fingers, nose with the middle fingers, mouth with the ring and little fingers, ears with the thumbs. Gaze the third eye. This is the Shanmukhi Mudra. Start to meditate on the Arihanta, the enlightened one. Visualize Swamiji in a space.
वामपार्श्वगुदं संस्थाप्य दक्षाङ्घ्रिवामजगने मध्यमातर्जन्यङ्गुष्ठैः नासादृष्टिश्रुतिक्रमैः छाच्छाध्याप्याज्यनं भ्रुविर्मनोलात्वा स्थिरं मनः.
The next asana is Yoga Asana 2. Now place your feet on top of your opposite knees. Place your hands on the ground beside you. Keep your palms facing up. Now keep your spine straight. Gaze to the tip of the nose. We're going to perform the new pranayama, the Kakachangu pranayama. Now curl your tongue inside the mouth so the tips slightly come outside of your lips, creating a small gap to inhale like a beak of a crow. Hold your breath after this inhalation as you visualize Swamiji entering a space.
उत्तानो चरणौ कृत्वा संस्थाप्योपरि जानुनोः आसनोपरि संस्थाप्य चोत्तानं करयुग्मकं पूरकैर्वायुमाकृष्य नासाग्रमवलोकयेद् योगासनं भवेदेतद्योगिनां योगसाधने.
The next posture is Urdhva Kukkutasana. From Padmasana, place your palms flat on the mat beside your body. Press your hands on the mat and lift your knees off the ground. Get your balance above the ground as you visualize yourself as a rooster.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यमूर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्तानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
The next posture is Siddha Haratali Asana. From Padmasana, insert both your hands through the knees and place them on the mat. Avoid lifting the body up now. Just stay seated on the mat. Gaze to the tip of the nose as you visualize Swamiji entering a space.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे हस्त दो भूगोड़ासन दिदरे उभे हथेले भूधरी राके पोछा गोड़ासन दि में धागे पिष्टि हथेली की है जहाँ आसन लगवर राखे तहाँ नासा दृष्टि अचल ठहरावे सिद्ध हस्तली नाम कहावे.
The next posture is Hamsasana. From Padmasana, again place your hands on the mat through the gap of your calves and the thighs. Now, lift your thighs up to the shoulder level and legs off the mat. Stay above the mat and gaze to the tip of the nose.
कुक्कुटासनं स्थित्वा स्कन्धपर्यन्तं मूरोनि नीत्वा तिष्ठेत् हंसासनं भवति.
The next posture is Karmukasana. From Padmasana, again place your hands between the thighs and the calves. While sitting, reach your hands behind the body and interlace your fingers. Bring your forehead to the floor. Gaze to the tip of the nose as you visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे गोड़ा संधि माही कर इधरे तरप दूसरी कर दो वो आने कोन्या ऊपर संधि ले ठाने.
The next posture is Kurmasana 2. From Padmasana, insert both your hands through the thighs and the calves. Bend your elbows and hold your respective shoulders with your hands. Continue to perform the Kakachangu pranayama. Visualize you are a turtle having a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years.
बाई जंग बर दक्षिण पावा दाई जंग बरि बाइल्या वा पहल्या अंशर्खा लेहाता.
The next posture is Granthi Bedasana. From Padmasana, now bend your elbows and hold your respective shoulders with your hands. Bend your head down and tuck the chin to the chest as you perform Jalandhara Bandha and Moola Bandha. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Visualize you're rejoicing you are in Paramashiva's secret knot posture.
अथ वक्षे नीलकण्ठ ग्रन्थिभेदासनं शुभं ज्ञात्वा रुद्रो भवे क्षिप्रं सूक्ष्मवायुनिषेवनात् कृत्वा पद्मासनं मन्त्री जङ्गजो हृदये करौ कूर्परस्थानपर्यन्तं विभेद्य स्कन्धधारणम्.
The next posture is Uttana Kurmasana. From Padmasana, lay on your back and bend your elbows and hold onto your respective shoulders with your hands. Gaze to the third eye. Now feel like a turtle having a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years.
कुक्कुटासनबन्धस्थं कराभ्यां धृतकन्धरं पीठं कूर्मवदुत्तानमेतदुत्तानकूर्मकम्.
The next posture is Pangu Kukkutasana. From Padmasana, place both your hands through the gap of the thighs and the calves. Place one hand flat on the mat and hold its wrist with the other hand. Now slowly lift the body up and hold as you visualize yourself as a rooster.
कुक्कुटासनं स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य मणिबन्धं धृत्वा हस्ततलेन भूमिं विष्टभ्य तिष्ठेत् पाङ्गुकुक्कुटं भवति.
Now again perform Pangu Kukkutasana on the other side as you visualize yourself as a rooster.
कुक्कुटासनं स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य मणिबन्धं धृत्वा हस्ततलेन भूमिं विष्टभ्य तिष्ठेत् पाङ्गुकुक्कुटं भवति.
The next posture is Gridhasana. From Padmasana, place your elbows on the toes and interlace your fingers. Rest your chin on the knuckles. Press your thumbs on your throat center. Visualize you have gone beyond all greed and covetous as you internally chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
जानुर्वोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानो व्यक्तसंस्थितौ गुल्फौ छाच्छाद्य हस्ताभ्याम् उत्तानाभ्यां प्रयत्नतः कण्ठसङ्कोचनं कृत्वा नासाग्रमवलोकयेत् गोरक्षासनमित्याहुर्योगीनां सिद्धिकारणम्.
The next posture is Padmasana 3. From Padmasana, hold one hand over the other, palms facing upwards, keeping your spine straight. Perform all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha. Gaze to the tip of the nose as you visualize Swamiji entering inner space.
उत्तानो चरणो विधाय विधिवच्छक्तिस्थितो योगिरात्.
The next posture is Padmasana 4. From Padmasana, place your palms on top of your knees, keeping your spine straight. Gaze to the tip of the nose as you visualize Paramashiva entering inner space.
एतत् पद्मासनं कुर्यात् प्राणवायुप्रसिद्धये शुभासनं सदा ध्यायेत् पूरयित्वा पुनः पुनः ऊरुमूले वामपादं पुनस्तद्दक्षिणं पदं वामोरिस्थापयित्वा च पद्मासनमिति स्मृतम्.
The next posture is Karmukasana 2. From Padmasana, hook your right hand, index and middle fingers around your right toe. Lift your elbow as if you're pulling a bow back and move your big toe around. Place your left hand on your respective knee and keep it straight. Repeat this on the opposite side as you visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow.
अथान्यासनमावक्षे योगपूरकरक्षणात् कृत्वा पद्मासनं पाद अङ्गुष्ठजङ्घयोस्थितं हस्तमेकं तु जङ्घाय कार्मुकं कूर्परोर्धकं पद्मासने समाधाय अङ्गुष्ठं परिधावयेत्.
The next posture is Karmukasana 3. From Padmasana, cross your arms behind your back and hold onto your big toes. Engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, and visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow as you perform this asana.
कार्मुकासनमाक्षित्य उदरे पूरयेत् सुखं तदवायुर्वसो जाति कालेन सूक्ष्मवायुना कृत्वा पद्मासनं मन्त्री वेष्टयित्वा प्रधारयेत् करेण दक्षिणो नैव वामपादान्तिकं ततम्.
The next posture is Dridhasana. Maintain Karmukasana 3, the previous posture. Lift your chest up and gaze to your third eye. Visualize that your action of Paramashiva's third eye, anything which you come across, you destroy.
ऊरुभ्यामुपरि स्थाप्य पादयुग्मं प्रयत्नतः दक्षिणं सव्यदेशे च सव्यं दक्षिणदेशके करद्वयं पृष्ठदेशे परिवर्त्य प्रयत्नतः पादाङ्गुष्ठयुगं सम्यक् कराभ्यां सन्निगृह्य च.
The next posture is Nagrasana. From Karmukasana 3, hold onto your opposite big toes and lay down onto your elbows, thighs and back. Gaze to the tip of the nose as you visualize yourself as a snake.
प्रथम पद्मासन कोठाने दोवो हाथ पाछाने आने.
The next posture is Kandukasana. Lie on your back, bend your knees and feet off the ground. Embrace your knees to the chest. Keep your head touching your knees. Engage Mula Bandha as you squeeze your whole body into a ball posture.
वेत्रासने स्थित्वा हस्तपादान् निष्कुष्य ऊर्ध्वं नयेत् पृष्ठवंशेन भूमिं पोथयेत् कन्दुकासनं भवति.
The next posture is Urdhva-Pavanasana. Now lay on your back and keep your knees raised together. Keep your feet flat on the ground, hands interlocked under your head. Gaze to the tip of the nose as you visualize Swamiji enter inner space.
प्रथमे सूधो सैनकरावे गोड़ा उभा राशि मिलावे गुल्फमाहिला अंगुष्ठदोजी करे एक समेल रसोजी.
The next posture is Marakata Pithasana. Now lie on your back and bend your knees and keep your feet flat on the mat. Place an upturned palms under your heels as you lift your hips up slowly. Perform Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha as you visualize yourself as a powerful alpha ape.
उत्तानशयनं पादतले उत्तानहस्तयोः स्थापयेत् पृष्ठभागमुत्तमयेत् मरकटपीठं भवति.
The next posture is Uttanashikipitasana. Lie supine and raise your hips up. Support your hips with your hands and place the waist. Elbows bearing the weight of the body as you gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize Swamiji entering inner space.
जङ्घूरुबलहीनश्चेत् उत्तानशिखिपीठकम् अप्रमत्तः प्रकुर्वीत भुक्तेः प्राग्विजितेन्द्रियः.
The next posture is Narakasana. Now lie supine and raise your hips and legs up. You can bring your hands to lower back for support if needed. Keep your elbows and hand extended on the mat below, helping the balance of your body as your legs raised up. Now perform Murcha Pranayama, which is inhale deeply through the nose and then lock your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha. Hold the breath and then slowly exhale through the nose, maintaining the same throat lock. Visualize you are blissfully traveling through the hell unscathed.
ग्रीवाकण्ठेन भूमिं विष्टम्भ पादाग्रद्वयम् ऊर्ध्वमुत्त्रजेत् नरकासनं भवति.
The next posture is Tiryannaukasana. From Narakasana, bring your hands to lower back, keeping your elbows on the mat. Raise your legs up vertically, then slowly lower and angle them, keeping core engaged. Continue to perform Murcha Pranayama as you visualize you are a boat crossing the ocean of samsara.
नौकावत् स्थित्वात् ऊर्ध्वं पादाग्रद्वयं नयेत् तिर्यन्नौकासनं भवति.
The next posture is Dvajasana. As you keep the upper back on the mat with your legs raised vertically. Now keep your elbows, shoulder and hands remain on the mat below. Keep your legs in a vertical position, hold. Now visualize you are the KAILASA flag, respected across all nations.
तिर्यन्नौकावते ग्रीवापृष्ठकोर्परैः भूमिं वष्टभ्य मस्तकलाक्षेन पादाग्रद्वयमूर्ध्वनयेत्.
The next posture is Mritasanam. Now lie supine and completely relax your whole body. Avoid any and all movement. Now perform Shakti Chilan Mudra, forcibly drawing up your whole Kundalini Shakti from your Mooladhara to Sahasrara. Visualize your body is dead and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, is liberating you. Internally, continue to chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तु शवासनं शवासनं श्रमहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारणम्.
bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Now, slowly return back to your body. Start to move your hands and your legs. Come back to the seated posture. As now we have completed the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, the complete 308 Asana sequence blessed by the Supreme Point of Hinduism. Now in a few moments we'll be entering to the power manifestation, manifesting the powers of Paramashiva directly. Get initiated by Swamiji, and we're going to enter this power manifestation. Now let us all sit straight, close our eyes. As we inhale, keep our hands in Namaskara Mudra onto our heart center and finish with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamadav Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shantihi Hari Om Tatsat Sarvam Bhagavat Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padugat Pranamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you. Nithyanandam.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गहनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nithyananda, I welcome again all the viewers here who are watching us live for these glimpses of this Paramashivoham program which is going on. We'll be entering to this power manifestation session right after the Nithyananda Yoga, blessed directly by the Supreme Part of Hinduism, where we have completed the Prathama Vinyasa Krama and the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, the complete 308 Asana sequence. Now it's good for all of us to enter to this power manifestation session, manifesting the powers of Paramashiva. So now requesting all the viewers to come back and please be seated. While you are actually setting up for yourself, please bring your eye bands, pen and paper, and please settle down. And we are actually entering to this power manifestation. In today's power manifestation, we are going to be manifesting the power of third eye, which is ability to read and see with your eyes completely blindfolded. So for that, actually please bring your eye bands. If you don't have an eye band, something to blindfold yourself and keep your eyes completely closed so that you can actually sit in that meditative space, in the space of oneness, chanting the Mahavakya and actually manifesting that power. Now, as I always mention that every single power manifestation, there are totally more than 463 plus powers directly revealed by Bhagavan Paramashiva and blessed by Swamiji himself. And there are more than 21 plus powers are initiated in this Paramashivoham program. In less than 24 hours, there will be a upcoming special Paramashivoham program going to be conducted directly by Swamiji himself. And he's going to be initiating, gracing all of us, blessing us into different powerful manifestation. In today's power manifestation, in this particular specific power, the power of third eye, which is ability to read and see with your eyes completely blindfolded, this power is directly revealed from the Vedas and Agamas, the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. I'll be reciting a verse which is called as a Shastra Pramana, the scriptural reference and the translation for it, and then we'll be entering to this first round of the power manifestation. Kapalantarmanonyasya tishthanmilitalochanaha kramena manaso dhadyat lakshayed lakshamuttamam. The translation goes for this particular verse from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra is that by fixing the mind on inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, by the stability of the mind and inner space through the power of the third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal, Lakshyam, by having vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source, Paramashiva himself. So now, as we have gone through the verse and the translation for this, we'll be entering to the round 1 of the power manifestation. Let us all please keep your eyes closed. Please put on your eye bands. Make sure you have a pen and paper ready with you. And keep your eyes closed. Now visualize Swamiji into your inner space. Any form it can be. It can be maybe some of the participants may have received the yesterday's darshan, which you feel that you are completely connected to. You can even visualize that as well. Or for some of you, maybe you have seen few of Swamiji's photographs, which is like completely unique and you feel completely connected to that. You can even think that as well. Anything, any form of Swamiji, any Bhava Samaya Darshan, or if you feel that I don't seems to be like get completely connected, that is also okay, because just by remembering him and chanting the Mahavakya Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, that will make you completely get connected, where you and him are one and the same. That is a space of oneness which we call as. So now let us all close our eyes. Keep your eyes blindfolded. As I'm going to be projecting the first image to all of you, as you are keeping your eyes closed. Let us all now start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Manifestation has been done. Please open your eyes, requesting all the participants and the viewers who are watching and actually participating for this power manifestation. Please take off your eye bands. Now the next step is actually going ahead and writing down what and all Swamiji or your third eye has been actually revealed to you for each one of us. Please write that everything down so that you know what is actually you are able to see through your third eye. Please write everything down. We have few more seconds for that. We'll be going ahead and seeing what is the image in a few moments for this round 1 of the power manifestation. Before that, please write everything down, everything in detail. What is Swamiji actually showing to each one of us for this first round of the power manifestation? Yes. Now I'll be projecting the image for all of you. For this first round, you'll be actually seeing what is the image which was chosen for all of us for this first round of the power manifestation. So now let us all see. Yes. Now, so this is the image which was there, where Swamiji is very beautifully sitting on a throne, Simhasan. He is wearing a turban, and there is he's wearing a jewelry as well. He's like, there's a brown color, and there's a pendant as well. Just there is like a lamp which is there behind him. So if you can see what and all you have actually manifested for this first round of the power manifestation, if you have got even colors or even shapes or type of like any images which you feel that yes, I actually saw it, but I wrote it down and now I've manifested it for the first round. You can correct them as well for this first round. Now we'll be entering to the round 2 of the power manifestation. Again, please close your eyes. I'll be projecting any one of the random images for all of you. Please close your eyes. Remember Swamiji in your very inner space, or visualize Paramashiva sitting. And then start chanting the Mahavakya intensely. Keep your eyes closed. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your 3 eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasudashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes. Now requesting all the viewers to please relax and open your eyes. Please take off your eye bands as we have completed the round 2 of the power manifestation. Now please write everything down. Make sure you write everything down what was revealed to you for this round of power manifestation. Please write everything down in detail. Or actually, if you're able to manifest, if you're able to tell that yes, first round I'm able to manifest, and the second round as well I will actually manifest, write everything what you are able to see, and even we can post that in the social media as well, what we are actually manifesting for this round 2 of the power manifestation. Let's take a few moments for that. So now you can see, as I'm going to project the image for all of you for this round 2 of the power manifestation. This is the image which was there where Swamiji is sitting in the rolling chair which is completely brown in color, and Swamiji is sitting over there and he is wearing a turban as well. And this session, which means this picture, was taken in Haridwar where Swamiji is conducting an inner awakening session. So whichever you're able to see, whatever, it can be colors, it can be any kind of, maybe you just saw Swamiji wearing a Rudraksha jewelry. If you actually written that, you can actually go ahead and check and correct it for yourself and post it in the social media that yes, we have manifested for this round 2 of the power manifestation. Now, with this, as we come into the conclusion of today's power manifestation, as we have manifested the 2 rounds, the first round and the second round of the power manifestation, now we'll be moving on to the next session very shortly. We'll be having a long day today, different powerful cognition sessions and different power manifestation sessions to make all of you experience the space of Paramashiva. Now let us all sit straight as we have manifested this session, this power manifestation, the first session manifesting the power of third eye. We'll be starting the next session very shortly. Stay tuned. Thank you. Nithyanandam.
Bless you all. Let you all open all your 3 eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasudashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
Sorry, we apologize for the technical glitch. I hope all of you are able to see us and hear us now. Nithyanandam to each and every single one of you that are here with us. Welcome. Tomorrow we are having the program Paramashivoham Level 3 officially starting, and I'm so excited for that. I'm like eagerly waiting for that. So it's completely free, and we are going to get to celebrate this Navaratri with Swamiji. And let's enter into today's sessions, which is the preparation for the day today. What are the sessions we are going to be learning today? So let us begin now. The first session we are going to be starting with today, we are going to be entering into some of the very important components, like very subtle components of ourselves. Like, for example, the gender identity that we carry, or the questions we carry about sexuality, we carry about our own, the deepest whole part of us. Swamiji is going to be revealing in depth about these subjects. And what is real Hindu feminism? We are going to learn all of these. The first session that all of us are going to be entering into is what exactly is Sayujya Samadhi? Let's listen to the revelation now from Swamiji.
Mind is not linear like this, so that you can just put a barricade, stop it, you are a yogi. No. Mind let me exactly present the visualization what Patanjali taught when he used the word yogaha chitta vritti nirodhaha. Understand this example, this visualization. There is an ocean. Few fishes are jumping randomly, spontaneously, for no reason. Those few fishes are the random thoughts you continuously get. Unfortunately, you cannot look at the scene as it is. You want to make meaning out of everything. If you see a rose, you want to make a meaning out of it. If you see a moon, you want to make meaning out of it. If you see a light, you want to make a meaning out of it. Please understand, when you see a rose, you just don't directly enjoy or perceive it. You start thinking, oh, it's beautiful. It's a rose. Then all the roses you received in your life or you gifted in your life, the memories comes. Then the mood associated with receiving or giving the rose. Then the reactions of receiving or giving the rose. By the time you are out of rose. Same way with the moon. With anything, you do not perceive as it is. This is the plan of the mind. Means from the top view. The top view of the mind I am trying to present. Then I will give you the front view and side view. Top view of the mind. Ocean. One fish just jumps here. One fish jumps from here. One fish jumps from here. One fish jumps from here. These are random thoughts. You can look into your mind. If you just sit 5 minutes with your mind and pen down whatever is happening, you will see it is a random, spontaneous, unconnected, illogical, independent thoughts happening. Suddenly you will see, wow, cold evening, hot bhaji will be really nice. No, I should go to Madurai and see my parents. It will be really nice. if I stay in the ashram, no, the family needs to be taken care. If you just look inside, the thought which is happening continuously has no logical connection. Just 5 minutes, if you do this experiment, whatever comes inside, pen down as it is, but never show it to others. People will be frightened. Just pen down as it is. You will see it is completely illogical, independent, irrelevant, irresponsible, unconnected and unclutched from each other by its nature. By its very nature, thoughts are not connected because they are happening randomly. There is no logic between why this fish is jumping, why this fish is jumping, what height this fish is jumping, why it immediately went back into the water. But we don't feel comfortable looking at anything as it is happening. As we are not established in pure awareness, we somehow want to make meaning out of this. Then we start creating a rectangle. Trying to create the rectangle between the different spontaneous random movements of the fish is what I call mind. Please understand, mind is not the movements of the fish, random movements of the fish. Mind is you trying to connect something and make something out of it. When you try to make something out of random movements happening inside you, you create mind. It is the second layer illusion. Please understand. The first layer illusion is this fishes jumping. The second layer illusion is trying to make something concrete out of this random spontaneous movement. Anybody who understands from the second layer illusion and relaxes himself, he is called udasi, liberated, taking things simply. It's okay. Please understand. As long as you trust these diagrams which you make out of these fish movements and make strategy planning, every day you will be making new strategy planning and invariably failing. Nobody can win making any strategy out of this rectangle or diagram you try to make. What you do? Oh, it almost looks like a rectangle. Why not move this fish point from here to here so that it will become perfect rectangle? That is what is your strategy planning. But you don't understand the funny thing. You are doing all your strategy planning in second layer illusion. First, you dream. In your dream, in a night, you dream, you have a huge house and huge property and lot of workers, an obedient wife, which you can see only in the dream. And you start now doing the strategy planning how to maintain that house beautifully. Understand, suddenly in a moment you wake up, what will happen to your whole strategy planning? The strategy planning happens in the second layer illusion, not even in first layer illusion. If you are making a strategy planning how to have a dream of very pleasing, pleasant, wealthy, you are working with the first level illusion, first layer illusion. But You have the first layer illusion and doing a strategy planning for the second layer illusion. It is illusion on illusion. That is why we miserably fail. The side view will be, this is the ocean. One fish jumps here, one fish jumps here, one fish jumps here, one fish jumps here, and you try to create a rectangle out of it. This is the way you try to create the thought. See, these are all independent movements. Fortunately, the fishes do not have any group mating, team coordination, when you will jump, when I should jump, how much height we should jump, and when we should land back. No. It is a random, spontaneous movement. But the mind, the ego, cannot operate on spontaneity. It has a basic necessity to create a kind of an understanding, create a kind of a boxing, dowholing. See, whatever information comes to you, you try to dowhole. In the post office, they say, when thousands of letters are in front of them, they say, oh, Bangalore, Chennai, Kolkata, Mumbai, how they dowhole the letters in the box, pigeonholing the letters. Same way, anything happens randomly, spontaneously in your inner space, you try to pigeonhole it. The pigeonholing happens by creating or feeling this illusory connection. All you need to do to become a yogi is just avoid the second layer illusion. Means trying to create this square or rectangle and make it as a perfect geometric figure. That's all you need. Just stop connecting these random spontaneous thoughts and trying to create meaning out of it. Understand? The ocean is an ocean. Fish is a fish. They are all completely free beings and they jump as they want. They fall into the ocean as they want. They live as they want. They dance as they want. Do not try to create the points and make lines. After making lines, oh, if this corner is little adjusted, it will become a perfect geometric diagram. Don't waste your energy in the second layer illusion of creating perfect geometry or diagrams out of the spontaneous random fish jumping. That is what I call yogaha chitta vritti nirodhaha. The moment you stop making these diagrams, taking these fish points as an important points and making this diagram, the moment you stop, suddenly you will see you are in samadhi. You are in samadhi. This making of the diagram is chitta vritti. Trying to constantly make diagrams out of the spontaneous random things happening in your mind. The first level illusion is thinking that fishes are jumping after a clear strategy planning meeting. As a team, they are working. That's the first illusion. Second illusion, trying to create a logical diagram out of those jumping points. Third level illusion is analyzing the diagram and trying to make it logical geometrical diagram by altering or correcting or adding. Understand the illusions, the layers of illusions with which we are suffering and struggling. Only when you understand the layers of illusion, layers of struggling, layers of suffering, you will be able to get out of it. It's a very deep but strong truth. Just by understanding can liberate. Just this understanding can liberate you. Just by understanding, liberation is possible. Because the moment you understand, all the thoughts happening in you are irrelevant, independent, illogical, unconnected, irresponsible, and unclutched. You will not bother too much to respond to those fish jumpings. You will not try to create a diagram first. Then you will not try to geometrically alter it. You will not try to fit it with what you call as a perfect figure. You will not be wasting your time and energy in the second level or third layer illusions. Almost like giving you the clear-cut guidance, GPS. Patanjali is the GPS for the inner world. Let's enter into today's sutra. Avidya, Asmita, Raga, Dvesha, Abhiniveshaha, Kleshaha. How Vivekananda translates the sutra, let's see. The pain-bearing obstructions are ignorance, egoity, attachment, aversion, and clinging to life. Swami Prabhavananda translates as, these obstacles, the causes of man's sufferings, are ignorance, egoism, attachment, aversion, and the desire to cling to life. Again, Swami Sachidananda translates as ignorance, egoism, attachment, hatred, and clinging to life are the 5 obstacles. Many times people tell me, everybody knows about obstacles, what is there, Swamiji, you give directly solution. I say no. If you know about obstacles, that is solution. Knowing about the obstacles is solution. If you need something called solution independently, be very clear you do not know about the obstacle. Because when you have intelligence about any obstacle, see, the intelligence about the obstacle includes the way in which you need to go through the obstacle. It is not just information. Here, when Patanjali is describing all the different obstacles, the very description, the very understanding, the very clarity equips you with all the tools and weapons, what I call Shastra Shastras, the knowledge weapons. So naturally, you will be able to handle it, live through when it happens in you. First, Patanjali starts with the word avidya, ignorance. The word ignorance is too small for avidya. Avidya means trusting things which are not permanent in your life as permanent solid support to divert yourself from the constant insecurity reminder happens in your system. Understand? All of us by nature built with the constant reminder of insecurity system. Like if you don't put the seat belt, how the light goes on in the car, continuously reminding you, or some special sound. Same way, till you become enlightened, there is a constant reminder in you that insecurity. I tell you, you are inbuilt with that insecurity. When you try to divert yourself from that constant reminder using something which is very impermanent, sometimes people are so foolish, knowing it is impermanent, they use those diversions because the fear of fear. When that insecurity haunts, it feels too much and they don't know what to do, or they don't want to do the real solution, like alcohol. They know in 2-3 hours they will be out of that mood in which they forget all this insecurity. But they wanted to go on, use alcohol and cling to it just to forget this insecurity or forget these fears and problems for few hours, nothing else. They know in that few hours the problem is not going to be solved. It may become a little more. Many times these people come and tell me, oh, sitting in meditation, is it not like trying to forget all the problems, escaping from the problems? No. Not sitting in meditation is what is trying to escape from the problems. Trying to divert yourself through other things. Any entertainment except you facing you directly is escaping from that insecurity, is escaping from that red signal, that constant reminder. Avidya means trying to divert yourself from that constant insecurity using something which is impermanent. I tell you, if you have the capacity to sit with you with closed eyes, just 40 minutes a day, nothing else, 40 minutes a day. Every day, whatever may be your outer world situation, whatever may be your mood swing, whatever may be, if you are able to sit 40 minutes with closed eyes, you don't need to meditate or get into samadhi, or I am not telling about all those things. I am not giving you any big technique or method or nothing. Just 40 minutes you are able to sit with closed eyes. I tell you, you will not have any problem. You don't need to escape from any problem, because 40 minutes, all your insecurity will come up and haunt you. And the great, beautiful thing about your insecurity is, if you just sit with it directly, it will give you a solution and go away. It will just give you a solution. You will come to terms with it. Either the strategy to work will happen in you, or you will just come to terms with it. See, if that insecurity, the situation has to be handled in the outer world, means some other person is also involved and responsible for that insecurity. You will have the right strategy to handle that person. And if nobody is involved, you are alone creating like a ghost, then you will simply come to terms with it. You will come to terms, you will face it. I tell you, nothing, just sitting with yourself, nothing else. 40 minutes with closed eyes, just sitting. Whatever comes. You will see in 2 months. All the things which you need to face, you would have faced already. The biggest asset for any human being is ability to sit with himself. Actually, when you use the will and stop the breath, at the most what will happen? After a limit, automatically your will lose its power and body will start breathing. That's it. Again, when you remember, stop. Means, when your logic is able to control the body, stop. It's a very powerful technique. It can lead you to manonasha, cessation of mind. Nasa is not a perfect word. No other way. Let us use it. In Sanskrit, nasa means complete destruction. But you don't need to have the destruction of mind. You need to have cessation of mind. Cessation and destruction are totally different. End of mind. Please understand. Mind vibrates in certain frequency. So it should end being vibrating in that frequency and just shift to a different frequency. That's all we want. That's what I call cessation of mind. Cease to exist in that frequency. Not destruction. Nasa is not the right word. Your mind needs to cease to exist in the frequency in which it is existing now. For that, this is the technique. Whenever you remember, whenever you can, any time you can do, whatever may be the breathing, except the thought, you are breathing. You see, you are breathing. That breathing movement will create a certain thought. I am breathing, going in, coming out. Those thoughts are allowed. Other than that, any thought, stop the breathing. This is what I call surrendering to prana. Surrendering to the energy. Pranic energy. Except the thought of prana, everything else is surrendered to prana. The surrendering to prana straight away leads to Savikalpa Samadhi. And naturally from Savikalpa Samadhi you will melt down into Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Please understand, it's a technique. I don't want to add more and more words because you will miss the technique. You will miss the technique. If you add more and more words. I have seen people go to some functions, festivals, marriages. They see all the decoration and finally miss seeing the bride and bridegroom. Really it happens. They'll remember all the decorations, everything around. They'll just miss seeing bride and bridegroom, eat and come back. It's like you go to hospital and see everything and see the doctor also, but forget to discuss about your disease with the doctor and come away. Because of the glory of the structure. With lawyers also the same thing happens. People go to lawyers and forget the topic they need to discuss and come back. Because lawyers are very intelligent. They talk only what they want to talk. And they are very intelligent. They can twist all your topic, subject, everything. And the conversation will go somewhere. After you come back only you will realize, oh, you went for discussing this subject and you completely forgot. I don't want to use more and more words. I'll give you the exact technique. Whatever may be the time or space, whatever may be the action of breathing, whether going in or staying in or coming out or staying out, whatever may be, the moment breathing creates thought in you, stop it. After a few moments, automatically it will be released. When you remember again stop it. I can say, this is one of the most sacred secret to achieve enlightenment. This is a technique for instant enlightenment. Instant Kundalini awakening. If you work on this technique sincerely, 2-3 hours enough, it can awaken your Kundalini. When I say I mean 2-3 hours, when I say I mean chronological 2-3 hours. What you understand as 2-3 hours, the calendar and the calculating mechanism or the clock which you use. I am not talking from my space. Somebody goes to temple and prays to God. God, what it is, $1 million for you. God says what? It's 1 paise. What it is, 1,000 years for you. He says what? It is just 1 second. Then this fellow says, oh God, then why don't you give me $1 million? God said, wait for 2 seconds. So I am not talking from that language. No. I am talking from your language. Just few hours, even 2-3 hours, if you work on this technique sincerely, it's not impossible, it is possible.
so beautifully Swamiji revealed about the cessation of the mind, right? The instant technique for enlightenment. When you just catch the thought, as and when it happens to you, you will know exactly what is happening. That is the exact technique. Swamiji literally gave us the precise technique for experiencing the Sahaja Samadhi, the Savikalpa Samadhi. Whenever you just sit and intensely, when you experience that Savikalpa Samadhi, you will experience that phenomenal connection with the whole, your whole being. Every one of you that are sitting here with us today, please understand, when we are understanding about the alchemy of gender and we're learning some of the most powerful sciences of completion today, we're going to be completing in a very subtle levels today. It's not going to be just like, normal. It's going to be very, very, some of the most subtle and important things we're going to be understanding. So it is important that we understand this unclutching, the Savikalpa Samadhi. Means the last moment, it is like the last dream because you wake up after that. The last struggle with your mind is Savikalpa Samadhi. Now, take a few minutes and pen down the stream of thoughts as it is happening. Just transcribe. You don't need to do anything else. Just transcribe. Write down. Take a piece of paper and pen and just sit and write down every thought as it happens to you. Like, for example, you'll be listening to the session now, right? Suddenly you'll remember, oh, what should I have for my lunch tonight? Today afternoon. And then you'll write it down. And then you'll say, oh, I had to call my friend and I have to check something. Then you'll write that. And then suddenly you'll think, oh God, it's too hot. Isn't this something similar to what I heard? I don't like the color black. And maybe this doesn't really suit. Something is too big, something is too noisy, something is too this, too that. We will be remembering all sorts of things in our head. It's a whole conversation that runs within us, right? And we think that these thoughts are connected to each other. But the truth is they are not connected to each other. They are independent random thoughts. But to understand this, you first need to transcribe your mind. You're not doing this for anyone else. You're doing this for yourself. So keep a piece of paper and you can even tear that paper after this you want. Right? If you want, you can even tear that paper and throw it away. But write this very honestly, okay? You're just going to transcribe every single thought. If you're getting a thought, oh, there's no thought, write that down. If you're getting a thought, oh, just because I'm writing down the no thoughts are coming, write that also down. Just write exactly what's happening in your mind. You're going to transcribe it. Come on. Can I request everyone of you to write down? Please relax. Hope all of you have written down. Hope all of you have transcribed. How many of you notice when you read out what you have written down, you will see your own thoughts are completely disjointed, meaning they're not in a flow. You will not see one is connected to another. Have you seen bubbles in a fish tank? They'll keep coming. So they come in like a continuous stream. At one point, you will think like they're continuous, but there's clear gap between one bubble to another. Same way, thoughts are like the bubbles in fish tank. They're independent. One comes, another comes, another comes. Because they come so continuously with less gap, we start thinking they're all one same stream. No. But whenever we pick up these shafts, right? Shaft of joy, shaft of pain, we almost always, we get stuck in this thinking. And now that is what Swamiji is helping us break free from. Now, I request every one of you here, all the participants, just sit with the decision to manifest this experience as a power. Don't worry about the result. Don't worry about your experience. Don't worry about how it's going to happen, whether it's going to happen or not. But sit every time the thought happens in you, right? Consciously decide you're not going to entertain the thought. You're going to come back again and again to Savikalpa Samadhi state, which means the space, the experience of Savikalpa, where there are no thoughts. You're in that space of deep restful awareness. Understanding? Okay, so now what we can do is, I request all of you to connect to one partner, someone, okay? You're going to be calling and scanning their house as it is right now. Here are a few parameters. You can scan these details of any house. Actually, when you just close your eyes, when you connect to Swamiji, you will see suddenly that space opens up in you. You will be able to start accessing those dimensions. You'll be able to start seeing clearly how many rooms are there, the color of the wall. It may begin to come as just flashes of different visuals. That's okay. But start with that. Let's all start. Please chant the Mahavakya.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Mahamahavagya, spiritual lullaby for Samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. This Mahamahavagya is spiritual lullaby for you to fall into Samadhi. Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva to wake up in you. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahamahavagya puts me in Samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for Samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahamahavagya. Mahamahavagya, spiritual lullaby for Samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahamahavagya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Nithyanandam. Hope all of you have finished your manifestation round. Please verify with your partners how many of you were able to identify the places rightly. Please take a few minutes and verify it. Now, let us all move to the next session where we are going to be learning about Ardhanarishvara.
The ultimate gender is Transcendental Gender, where the level of completion, the depth of completion reaches to your very biomemory. Please understand. The level of completion gets into your very level of biomemory, your very muscle memory and biomemory. Where you don't hold pride of being a male or female. Where the fulfillment of womanhood or manhood happens in you. Your manhood or womanhood both reaches its peak and experiences completion. Your body radiating the completion to the level of biomemory is what I call Transcendental Gender. Transcendental Gender. The social concepts and definitions of gender, gender related issues, if you take it as a joke, great, but if you seriously record them in your muscle memory and biomemory and keep them inside your cognition, it can be dangerous. Please listen, it can be dangerous. When a male body made to believe certain concepts of masculine, certain concepts of being a male by the society, the kind of attention that muscle memory, biomemory goes through, the kind of a suppression it goes through, the kind of expectation it has about the other gender, the kind of incompletion it suffers and craves for the suppressed part, is hell. Such punishment for whole life. And the worst thing is, whatever you suppressed in you, declaring yourself as the male and avoiding anything other than so-called male, you will be searching for it in some other muscles which you will never find. Which you will never find. And this seeking goes on, tortures the person who is living with you, who has committed their life to you. It is like you torture the other person. The other person, she has her own suppressions. She is also product of the society, unenlightened resources. She has suppressed tons of things in the name of she being a female. So all that she is searching in your muscles. It's like in Indian villages, this early morning hen will come out with chicken and start searching all the dustbins for food. Searching. Searching in others for the suppressed component in your muscle. Searching in others for the suppressed component in your muscle. Is the most frustrating thing that can happen to anybody in life. Even if you are a potato couch, because you did trial and error on yourself, it's easy to get you out of it. But the patterns you pick up from others, believe it as your muscle memory, install it in your biomemory, takes such long completion, requires strong completion process for you to get out. Again and again it triggers violence, dissatisfaction, incompletion, resistance, a wrong principles of sex. Understand this word, wrong principles of sex. Earlier in India, men used to wear only the dhoti and maybe one small angavastram. Slowly, the exposed upper body started getting associated with the idea of sex. Then they will have to cover. Then now even the exposed shoulders gets associated with the idea of sex. I don't know when the exposed eyes and the nose are going to get associated with the idea of sex. And then you have to wear complete covering. Understand various parts of body triggering various ideas, concepts, patterns in your system shows how the society is going lower and lower level, and our common agreements are sinking deeper and deeper and stinking. Our common understandings do matter. Our common understandings do matter because knowingly or unknowingly, even if you understand the higher principles, in your day-to-day life you are forced to live the common understandings. Ardhanarishwara is the ultimate symbol of the completion of the gender identity. Liberation from gender crisis. It's a beautiful form Paramashiva takes to show the completion of the gender identity. Each manifestation of Paramashiva is one of the dimension which includes whole Paramashiva. Listen. Ardhanarishwara does not mean he is only Ardhanarishwara. Ardhanarishwara is the manifestation of complete Paramashiva. You should know that. Even if you achieve any one manifestation, you achieve Paramashiva. If you achieve Nataraja, you achieve Paramashiva. If you achieve Lingarupa, you achieve Paramashiva. You achieve Kalabhairava, you achieve Paramashiva. You achieve Hariharamurti, you achieve Paramashiva. You achieve any one form of the 64 manifestation, you achieve Paramashiva. So, many sampradayas of the Saivite tradition center themselves on one manifestation of Paramashiva. For example, Aghoris center themselves on Mahakala Bhairava. Veerashaivites center themselves on Lingarupa and Veerabhadra. Each sampradaya centers themselves on one form of Paramashiva. Tantra sampradaya centers itself on Ardhanarishwara. So understand, when I give these basic principles, the foundation principles of Tantra Sampradaya, and when you start living it, manifesting it, you achieve Ardhanarishwara directly, and Ardhanarishwara is Paramashiva himself. The word Tantra simply means technique, methodology. In Sanatana Hindu Dharma, all methodology for manifesting the state, space, powers and being of Paramashiva is called Tantra. That's it. Please understand. State, space, powers and being of Paramashiva, manifesting that is called Tantra. Any methodology adopted for that purpose is called Tantra. In course of time, it got associated with multiple traditions like Shakta, Bauddha, Samana. In multiple sampradayas, orders, traditions of Hinduism, it got identified, associated, started having different connotations, and then comes the anti-Hindu narratives, anti-Hindu forces, Hindu-phobic forces contains this word and boxes it inside gory sexual activities and orgies. Without any understandings and reality, I tell you, Tantra is the most anti-sex practice. In real tantric practice, whether you do it with your own being or you do it with some beings outside, it just liberates you from everything felt as a need or urge. Understand? Food is not wrong, but urge pushing you to eat is wrong. Sex is not wrong, but the urge making you lose your balance and your integrity and pushing you to do the act is wrong. Understand? anything which breaks your integrity is wrong, not the act. Last few days, satsang, I was insisting on cutting down the solid food intake. Bring it to 10% of the calorie which you are consuming, usually. Just 10%. If you used to consume 2000 calorie, bring it to 200 calorie. If you are used to consume 1000 calorie, bring it to 100 calorie. It's almost like I'm asking you to do fasting. Just increase the liquid and balance your routine. Understand? If you have started practicing, you will realize not having solid food, so much of irritation, anger, all the non-integrity emotions manifesting in you. Tiredness will disappear, boredom will disappear, but suddenly you will feel too much of energy and you don't know what to do. I tell you, eating is not wrong, but the urge pushing you to eat is wrong. And sex is not wrong. The urge which makes you lose your integrity for sex is wrong. Tantra works on completion, making you manifest the state, space, powers and being of Paramashiva. Listen carefully. Multiple, various techniques to experience the state of Paramashiva, like unclutching, completion, to experience the space of Paramashiva, like integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, to experience the powers of Paramashiva, oneness, initiation, Aushadha, Mani, Mantra, Aushadha, to manifest the being of Paramashiva, Diksha, ultimate initiation, communion, oneness with Guru, who is embodiment of Paramashiva, makes you manifest the being of Paramashiva. All these various levels, multiple techniques are adopted, methodologies are adopted. All of them are basically called as Tantra. Understand, Tantra is the most anti-sex, most anti-sex tradition. If you believe, if you are told Tantra is the sexual tradition, you are cheated. Be very clear, you are cheated. The kind of the feeling grounded you need to have, never to have tears in your eyes, can happen only by Tantra. When you are grounded, complete with all the emotions of body shaming, good, bad, right, wrong, everything need to be cleansed. All the toxic ideas inserted into your system, shame, guilt, about your body and how you look and how you feel and the ideas of sex, gender, everything, all the faltu ideas society has inserted into you need to be removed. You need to be detoxified from all that stupid ideas. That's the only way. That's the only way you will get grounded and become a real Rudraganya. Every man should become a Rudra and every woman should become Rudraganya. That is Tantra. Every Paramashiva, every woman should become Parashakti. That is Tantra. Paramashivoham will give you precise understandings about Tantra, deep understandings about Tantra constantly. You demanding yourself and behaving even with yourself as Paramashiva and manifesting the qualities and state, space, powers and being of Paramashiva continuously in your actions, in your life, in your thinking, in your emotions, everything. That is Tantra. That's all is Tantra. Understand? Life in all its possibility manifesting is Tantra. The Paramashiva in you and Parashakti in you becoming one, the communion and experiencing oneness is Tantra. The next principle I wanted to explain. Tantra is an intense tapas-centric tradition. For example, let me first describe what the word tapas. Tapas means burning away all the obstructions to manifest Paramashiva. Tapas means in Sanskrit burning away. Burning away all the obstructions you have to manifest Paramashiva is tapas. For some people, their attachment to the taste will be stopping them, making them addicted to certain food, destroying the quality of their attention, memory, quality of consciousness, the quality of the mind, the mental health, physical health. Here, tapas means making that person taste, enjoy everything as he wants in a controlled condition so that the patterns of the addiction, food addiction, taste addiction, greed for the taste gets burnt away. That controlled condition is what is the Guru's presence. Guru knows where he is stuck. He will be allowed to enjoy it, enjoy that addiction where he is stuck to the extreme till the patterns are burnt once and for all and he is free from the conditionings, from the patterns, from the karma, from the curse, from that suffering, pain. Whether you are addicted to certain taste, food, you are addicted to certain kind of the music, sound, you are addicted to certain kind of a visuals, like a porn addiction. Whether you are addicted to certain kind of a touch, not just sexual activity, even the other than sexual activity, the addiction to the touch, anything, of course, including sexual activity, for anything you are addicted and not letting your Paramashiva manifest in you. Not letting the unclutching intensely sweep through your being. Then in controlled condition, that means under the presence and guidance of the Guru, you are made to go through certain actions which liberates you once and for all. That is what is exactly by the word tapas in Tantra.
Ardhanarishwara is a beautiful manifestation of Paramashiva, which represents that cosmic enlightenment where Devi Paramashiva Shakti merges into Paramashiva. Like Swamiji beautifully explained here, right? Ardhanarishwara does not represent any human genders. It is the ultimate gender, the transcendental gender, not the transgender. It's not male, it's not female, it's not bisexual, it's not gay, it's not any of the genders. It is beyond all of this. It's the transcendental gender. That is the point where you identify you are not the body, you are neither male nor female, you are neither anything. You are not neither the body, you're not the mind, you're not the body, you are not dead, you're not alive, you're eternal, you are imperishable, akshara. You will realize you are that eternal part of you, that realization component happening in you, that conscious alchemy happening in you is what is Ardhanarishvara. All the mental and physical disorders, all of them are due to the parasites sitting in the biomemory. Like Swamiji was explaining, right? All the delusions that you go through in life, all the ups and downs that you go through in life, the moods, the mood swings, they're all caused by the parasites sitting in your brain. And what these parasites do, they instigate your body to go through a lot of incompletions and delusions, and they take you through that. The pure biomemory is literally your Kula Devata. The ultimate gender, Ardhanarishwara, happens where the level of completion, the depth of completion reaches your very biomemory level. Where all the definitions, that connotations you've attached to any of your body or your actions, attributes, all of that is completely removed. And Swamiji blesses us with that awakening in our inner space. And Tantra, like Swamiji was revealing, when you connect to the divine, when you transform your inner space, simply if anything that transforms your inner space, conducts an alchemy inside you, becomes a Tantra. Like Swamiji said, Tantra, the very word Tantra simply means technique. The methodology word Tantra means, it has a very beautiful meaning. Tantra means the methodology to manifest Paramashiva in you. It's a technique. The word Tantra means technique. And all the methodology for manifesting the state, space, powers, being of Paramashiva is called Tantra. That's all. Any different ways. In Hinduism, there are hundreds of ways. Actually, Hinduism is the only religion that even recognizes atheism as a way of connecting with the divine. Means you saying there's no form, Nastika, is still acknowledged as one of the paths to reach the divine. Hinduism gives us like so many options, so many different techniques for enlightenment.
It
You
is the
want to-
most advanced, extremely what we actually Hinduism, we should not even say liberal religion. It's liberating religion,
Yes.
where every aspect that you have in any way we can use it for becoming the ultimate. You can
Absolutely.
use it to reach the ultimate.
And that is why whether you are a person who does not like to eat at all, you just want to do nirahara and do enlightenment, there's a path for that. Or you want to only eat and achieve enlightenment through eating, there is a path for that. You want to achieve enlightenment by standing, there's a path. You want to achieve enlightenment by sitting, there's a path. You want to achieve enlightenment with extreme, the highest rank of laziness, there's a path for that. Means you become so lazy even to think thoughts. You stop having thoughts and that lead you to enlightenment. So, Hinduism has every path leads to enlightenment. Tantra is nothing but a compilation of every technique that takes you ultimately to the experience that you are Paramashiva. Tantras are a part of agamas. It is like how we have when you have the practicals, right, in science. You have the record notebooks and you maintain, so you write the theory, then you put down the practicals, then you put the experiment methods and all of these. Same way in Hinduism, in our scriptures, the science, the logic of how it works, everything, the philosophy is given, and then there's a part where you can apply that science, and then there's a part where there are techniques given. What are the different techniques through which you can apply that science? So all that technique part is what is the tantras. Oneness, any experience, aushadas, mantra, communion, oneness with guru, and all these various levels, tantra will lead you to. See, the information you receive through your senses from the outer world and the actions you do, both of these travels into the internal organs and from there to the intra-organ. And from there, it impacts the consciousness which is operating the system. Same way, any conscious decision, will persistence-based decisions that you take moves from consciousness to intra-organ to internal organ to the body. Listen very carefully. This is a huge difference. Any situation where you have powerlessness or any information you take through the five senses, the information travels from the outside to your body, body to your internal organ to the intra organ to your consciousness. But any conscious decisions you make, any will persistence based decisions you make, that travels in the opposite path. It comes from your consciousness to your internal intra organ, from there to your internal organ, from there to your body, from there to the external reality. The whole pathways are the extreme opposites. Whenever you cherish consciousness based decisions, conscious thinking, you will have the result of this experience within you. And see, all your diseases, everything, they travel from the body to consciousness. All the cures, the healing travels from consciousness to the body. That's how all your body's innate ability to awaken, its ability to heal happens. Now, with this one formula, whether you apply it in your pleasure, in your pain, in your eating, in seeing, in music, in dance, spiritual decision, religious decisions, all the decisions, if you just apply this one thinking, you will see a sudden change. You will see the whole shift happening in your inner space. All of you can just sit now and revisit your decision making system, reanalyze. You will see the beauty with which Paramashiva will immediately just shower you with that experience. Please relax, and hope all of you were able to write down. See, if you just analyze this one aspect, you will start understanding how all inside us, unconsciously, we cherish these thought currents. We build these thought currents in us. And when you apply this formula, whether it's your pain, pleasure, anger, jealousy, hatred, or discomfort, love, in everything, when you apply this formula, whether is your information going from external to consciousness, or is your decisions and actions coming from consciousness to external, both matters. Now, with this understanding, let us all enter into the power manifestation session. Again, come back to this. See, power manifestation is something that comes from consciousness to the external, not from external to the consciousness. With that decision, sit now, connect intensely to Swamiji. From your consciousness, start seeing the world instead of trying to see the information and taking it to your consciousness. Chant the Mahavakya. We all can continue doing the same round as before. Please chant the Mahavakya. Connect to Swamiji. One main thing all of us should remember is that whatever your third eye is revealing to you, right? You should go on sharing it. Don't filter out. Don't say like, oh, okay, I'm not sure this is not the right thing or that might not be the right thing. Continue to manifest.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Mahamahavagya, spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. This Mahamahavagya is spiritual lullaby for you to fall into samadhi. Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva to wake up in you. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahamahavagya puts me in samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me, for Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahamahavagya. Mahamahavagya, spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva, for Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahamahavagya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om
hope all of you have manifested. I request all the participants to please take a few minutes and share how many of you have manifested.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Whatever you see, right, you can go on sharing that, and you will see that once you start manifesting it step by step, it's like a process. The moment you have a breakthrough in one of these levels, it builds up to the next and next and next levels of breakthroughs in seeing further details. So I request all of you to share whatever you are seeing continuously, whatever your third is revealing to you, go on sharing that continuously, and you will see how that itself will lead to the breakthrough. That itself will lead to you having the breakthrough, and you will be able to start manifesting the powers in lot more details, right? So all the participants that are manifesting powers, just remember this one thing. Sometimes you may feel stuck. Sometimes you may feel like, oh, you're not seeing everything. Things are all not appearing. You'll feel like it's all over the place. Remember this one thing, like Swamiji said, don't let the result affect your consciousness, your conscious conclusions. Instead, let your conscious conclusions dictate what the results are going to be. Which means, even if it is 10 times you're not getting it, it is okay. But 11th time, again sit with all powerfulness to decide and manifest it. Okay? Now we're going to be entering into a very beautiful session where we will be learning about how you can diagnose your gender. Let us listen to the revelations from Swamiji.
Some of the most powerful sacred secrets and powerful cognitions you need to know from Paramashiva about the 11 genders. 1. Gender is the totality of your identification with physical body, psychological layer, physiological existence, and your will about you. Listen. Your physical existence, your physiological existence, your psychological existence, and your identification, aham, will. In all 4 levels, how you feel the totality of all these 4 put together is your gender. And unfortunately, society does not have this elaborate true understanding because this knowledge was kept with elite. Society has only the very rough middle class mentality, mediocre understanding of 2 gender. And now they are coming up slowly only to the level of 3rd gender. But actually 11 genders exist. The various permutation combinations of your gender identification in the physical level, physiological level, psychological level, and will, aham, the individual conscious level. So understand, when Hinduism, Vedas and Agamas asks you to be a celibate till the age of 21, the purpose is for you to realize in physical level what is the gender with which you feel comfortable. In psychological level, what is the gender with which you are comfortable. In physiological level, what is the gender identity with which you are comfortable. And your conscious, self-conscious level, what is the gender with which you are comfortable. Exploring it, understand one of the biggest problem is till 21, if you allow somebody to explore you, or if you explore somebody, you collapse into the wrong identification due to powerless cognitions, and you build a wrong gender identity. Understand? Whether you feel oversexed or undersexed, womanizer or suppressed, any powerlessness or complication in the level of sex and sexual fulfillment or sexual desires, sexual guilt, and any problem you go through with the sex fundamentally starts with gender identification. I tell you, when your gender is properly identified, all the sexual problems just melt down. 3,000 problems sexologists have created can just melt down if you just diagnose your gender. That's all, nothing else. Please understand, multiple disorders related to eating can be cured completely. Multiple disorders related to drug addictions can be cured completely just by gender identification. Do not, first thing, just say no to society and society labeling you in any gender. If you are below 21, decide not to allow anybody to physically explore you and never explore another physical body. Wait. Understand, gender identity is like a mercury. It cannot be kept even in golden pot. It can be only kept in stone vessel. Only after 21, your system becomes a stone vessel. If you are below 21, decide no question of exploring another body or letting another body to explore you. And if you are already above 21 and you feel you have allowed people to explore you or you explored other bodies, don't fall into guilt, but sit and go through every incident and go for completing it. I'm telling you, you need to cognize your will, the aham, tries to play with your multiple possibility, multiple permutation combination. Sometimes it tries to be physically male and physiologically female and psychologically gay. Sometimes it tries to be psychologically male, physiologically female and physically gay. It just tries multiple permutation combinations, explores itself. During those periods, you just need to be with yourself. 3 worst things are done to you by society. First, trying to push you into 3 or 4 genders they are recognizing, like pushing you into either male or female or lesbian or gay. That's one of the biggest crime done to you. Second, not letting you understand that they don't have the ultimate solution. They are ignorant, but trying to push their unverified, not time-tested, non-foolproof understandings, ideas, concepts, cognitions being pushed into you, forced to digest basic truths about life. Your gender identification, your will, when it is trying, doing all the trial and error of the gender identification, it should be given freedom to be celibate. Understand? society is so abusive only if it hooks you into the greed of sexual need. I call it grid of sex. You can continue to be exploited. The first 21 years till you find your identification and your beautiful alignment of the gender, which is the true integrity with which your physical, physiological, psychological existences feel complete. In these 11 genders, one permutation combination gives you a complete completion. Wow! The heaven experience in your body. Your 6 feet body feels heaven. That experience to happen in you, you need to explore what is the gender you are really, in which one you feel, I know me. To come to that experience, that is what I call the state of Ardhanarishwara, Paramashiva. The state of Ardhanarishwara. Listen. If the integrity between physical, physiological, psychological components of you is not achieved about your gender identification, whether you are oversexed or undersexed, you will be constantly struggling. If you are undersexed, you will have so much of struggle in your dreams. If you are oversexed, you will have so much of trouble in your psychology space. Understand? Whether you are aggressive or passive, if your psychology is also prepared and integrated to physiology and physical component, along with the hormonal pressure, you will build tremendous love and responsibility, care for the other person. End of the act will not be falling down, it will be falling into the intimacy. Every level, your gender identification matters. Understand? Whether you are a womanizer or nymphomaniac, it doesn't matter. Whether you are a sannyasi or sannyasini, it doesn't matter. What matters is, do you feel inside your body, your integrity, your physical, physiological, psychological components, do they feel integrated about your gender identification? Understand? Your physical identification, that needs just a simple medical examination, nothing else. Physical examination, nothing else. But physiological identification, you need to look in. Whenever you feel excited, are you more in kama or moha? Understand, both of them are different. In kama, you just want to manifest the reality of you and the other person or persons involved in your life. In moha, you just want to exploit everyone for your pleasure. There are two different things. In kama, you are very sure you want the completion for everyone involved. In moha, it is all about you feeling complete. I should not even use the word complete. You feeling relieved. Listen carefully. Whenever your physiology is pressured, if your psychology feels calm, it is integrity. You will be such a beautiful being. Whenever your physiology feels pressured and your psychology feels moha, you will just be exploitative. It will be more or less like a masturbation with another body or a rape. That's it. Understand? The reflection of Paramashiva in you, Pratyagatma Chaitanya, the individual consciousness, as a freedom to align your gender identification in the level of psychology and physiology and physical, all three. I wanted to make a statement. By your willpower, you can change your gender completely, even physically. All you need is aligning. And when I say aligning, I don't want to say in physical, physiological, psychological, you need to feel the same gender identity. No. You just need to identify what you feel. That's all. If you identify, you will know why you are feeling what you are feeling, why you are behaving the way you are behaving. Understand? Realizing blind spot is curing blind spot. Nothing else. Realizing why you are behaving the way you are behaving, why you are doing the way you are doing, why you are saying what you are saying, liberates you. See, when the Kundalini, your Kundalini is awakened, fundamentally, first thing will happen is your identity about you for the purpose for which you took the body will become clear to you. It will become clear to you. Then you are given a freedom to alter and align your body as you want. Understand? Swatantra, ability to handle yourself first, then the number of choices second. In Hindu tradition, Swatantra first, choices next. If the Swatantra does not go first, directly choices are given. Depression is life. And I wanted you guys to know, all the fellows who talk about the so-called freedom in the modern way of thinking, the modern lifestyle, I tell you, it is absolute false. Where all you don't need freedom, you are given freedom. Where all you need freedom, you are not given freedom. It is like the cow has been put inside a cage, only the face is allowed to move, and you go, hey, see, the face can go up, down, right, left, center, 360 degree, it can rotate. What amount of freedom! That is modern society. And the cow grazes freely in wild forests. That is Hindu tradition. And that cow is given the intelligence what to eat and what not to eat, and even if it eats poison, it will not get into its system.
Please understand, Swatantra is much, much higher than the freedom based on choices. Freedom defined by the choices. Freedom defined as choices is too low than the Swatantra defined by the Hindu tradition. Recently, I was conducting sessions for a group of people on Brahmacharya. You will be surprised. In that class question answer, almost 90% of the people say they don't feel the gender they are supposed to be feeling as their body. 90% of the people, not a joke, understand. 90% of them are saying we are not feeling the gender we are supposed to feel as per the society, the body in which we are. I think it's little more than 90. Fortunately, they are having understanding about Brahmacharya as per Sadashiva's instruction. The first instruction, as I said, 9 months. No physical sexual activity. And practicing completion means the power manifestation. Second instruction, every morning have neem juice, every night a black betel leaf with a little pachakarpuram, the raw camphor, a pinch of raw camphor. These two herb, if it can be programmed by the master and given, that is great. Even if that is not possible, offer it to Sadashiva's deity or Sadashiva Mandala and take. This two instruction can do so much of healing, I tell you. All the toxins gets accumulated in your system because of sexual abusal. Pornography means sexual abusal done to you by you, sexual abusal done to you by others. Both accumulates toxins in your system that can be cleansed. The detoxification can happen by these two. Morning neem juice, night black betel leaf with a pinch of camphor. This can detoxify your body and reveal your original gender to you. Understand? This is what the story, Meenakshi's story says. When she saw Sadashiva, the third dust disappeared and she realized her original gender. She realized her original gender, her original identity. Till we get that, we will not know who we are. When she had the darshan of Sadashiva, the third breast disappeared and she realized her original gender. Understand? This two instruction can bring tremendous healing and realization of your original gender can happen in you. That can solve almost 90% of your problems.
Center your gender identity on consciousness rather than your body or mind, then you will understand the science of engaging with life and relationships without getting into
sexual act. The signs of entering into relationship with the whole universe without engaging physical or sexual act is pure power manifestation. Listen. Listen. I'll repeat. Do not take your consciousness, life for granted. Center your consciousness on Paramashiva. Center even your gender identity. Understand the science I am teaching you now is the most powerful, beautiful power manifestation science. Center even your gender identity on consciousness instead of your body. Listen, when you look in, even before you remember your gender as a male or female, center your core existence on your consciousness. Remember your consciousness, your pure consciousness. On that understanding, cognition, your pure consciousness, the more and more you remember your consciousness, more and more you engage yourself with the understanding your consciousness, more and more the nectar based chemicals and hormones will happen in your system. Listen. The everyday living process of your body, your inhaling, exhaling, breathing, digestion, all this can be either amritatva, nectaric, or they can be aging, growing old. Listen carefully. You need to understand the functioning of your body is centered on the ideas you cherish about you. The more you cherish you are based on your body, the more you will engage with gender identities. Then that leads to more and more of bondages, needs, greeds, fears. More and more you center yourself as consciousness, more and more your taste for life gets mature. Understand, when you start remembering your consciousness more and more, your identity will not be based on gender. Cognizing yourself consciously, from that cognition, your consciousness, when you approach your physiology,
it engages itself in the space of Paramashiva, means immortality, nectar, amritatva, all the life processes like a breathing, inhaling, exhaling, eating, digestion, all engagement with life, whatever your body goes through, everything starts happening towards immortality, being filled with amrita, nectar. Understand? When you remember your consciousness, even your gender identity is built such a way you do not seek to engage with a sexual relationship with every being you see or everything you see. Please understand. Gender identity built based on consciousness knows how to engage with every person and everything without sexual relationship, sexual activity, but able to engage. That is what I call power manifestation. Listen. If you engage between two bodies, it is sexual act. Even you possessing a gold jewelry, a gold, is sexual act. A matter working with matter always is sexual act. When you establish yourself as consciousness and being conscious, you build your identity and engage with life, everything becomes power manifestation. I'll tell you, signs of having relationship with the whole universe without engaging into sexual act is power manifestation. Understand? Without consciousness getting matured, you getting aged is the worst curse. Consciousness getting matured more than your age is the greatest blessing.
Swamiji had literally touched a very, very, very important component of our lives. Something that we usually are very, very sensitive to and treat it as it's treated like a taboo subject in the society, but a very core part of us. Swamiji explained in detail about the way how we relate with ourselves, our gender identity, our own cognitions about ourselves, about our body, and how we express it outside, and many, many layers and layers and layers of many important revelations. We highly recommend all the participants, whatever questions you have today, whatever issues you have today, all of these, please feel free to post it in the YouTube comment section, in the chat section, and get the clarifications, as this is a very important subject that every one of us need to understand so that we can live blissfully. All right, so now let's enter into the exercise to internalize further deeply on what Swamiji had just revealed to us. Do take a moment and please post here in the live chat section as to what did you understand so far. Swamiji explained to us about diagnosing our gender. How the society categorizing the genders just as male, female, or just transgender or LGBTQ. These are the just 4 ways the society just categorizes gender, and it's completely based on, it's very rooted in powerlessness and causes a lot of confusion, struggle, and one of the worst ways society controls us. This is not the generic idea we have about gender at all. It's not to do with the way we understand about gender, because Swamiji says there is no one called straight. There is always inside of you, even if you say, no, I am a straight man, you do have a small percentage of the feminine component in you. Only when that gets awakened in you, you achieve the real completion.
Actually, Swamiji tells if you have, listen, it is going to be a little like, paradoxical, but it is very, very powerful. Swamiji tells, if you are a person who is confused about gender identity, you are blessed. Because you have still not bought into the social concept of you are just one gender. This is something that's like, I would say it's like a nuclear bomb for us. But Swamiji has given, this is a very, very profound, powerful secret that Swamiji is saying. Because if you have bought into the society's concept of you are just one gender, and that one gender is described based on the physical attributes of yours, then you have literally sold yourself to an idea that is just extremely to the surface level, that is not even having any depth. Because the moment you describe yourself as, you box yourself into one gender, that too based on just the biological attributes of yours, that means you are you're putting a huge suffocation into your system. Because like Swamiji explained, the gender in our body, the gender that we connect with has multiple components: the physiological, physical, psychological, and conscious levels, what you choose, what you connect with. But society, which can't see beyond the physical attributes, the biological attributes, boxes us into one gender just with the biological attributes. Which is why today there's so much of gender confusion. There's so much people want to explore, but it is just becoming, but unfortunately, even the people who want to explore the different genders, who want to take all these different things, it is not coming from a depth or an understanding. It is more like a physical urge to go and express another gender just for the sake of it. But that is not what Hinduism, see, and like it is not what you picturize normally as, oh, okay, what does it mean? Like, it's not just like some cross dressing. It's not like that. This is very deep, from the depth, experiencing completion in the physical, physiological, psychological, and conscious levels to what gender you attribute, you experience that oneness with. Swamiji revealed that science very beautifully in this session for us. The identity of us, the gender identity that we carry in us, is made of the 4 different components, right? One is the physical level. In the physical level, what gender do you attribute yourself to? The next is the physiological level. In your physiological level, which is like all the functionalities in your body, right? In all the changes in your body, in all of them, what layer, in that layer, what gender you identify yourself with. The next one is psychological layer. Psychologically, like what mentally, what layer, what gender you associate yourself. And then the last one is conscious. Conscious, what is the conscious existence about you that you have? What is the conscious existence that you connect yourself with? The state of Ardhanarishvara, which is Paramashiva, is the ultimate symbol of completion of gender identity from the gender crisis. And it's like it's a beautiful form of Paramashiva which takes to show the completion of the gender identity. Now, what you're all going to do is you're going to pen down all the wrong ideas you gathered about gender identity from the society. Like, girl should not be like this, a boy should not be like this, a girl should not do this, a boy should not do this, a boy should be like this, do this, all that. Pen down all of that in detail. Okay? And you will know why you are feeling the way you are feeling, why you're behaving the way you're behaving. So first, take a few minutes and pen this down. I request every one of you to write down. Relax. Now, Let us enter into the power manifestation session. In this round, we are going to be projecting a question for all of you to scan, and you are going to be scanning and sharing the answers with us. So you're going to be sharing what you're going to be describing the parameters of a place that we project, and we request all of you to connect to Swamiji, chant the Mahavakya. What you're going to do is now connect to yourself as consciousness. See the house in front of you, connect to it and see the number of bedrooms it has, the number of bathrooms it has. Is it furnished or not? How does it look? Scan, chant the Mahavakya. Whatever comes in your third eye, go on describing it in the chat.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Now, let us verify the answer for this question. Here we can see the exact answer for this question. This particular house has 3 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, and it's fully furnished. Here you can see this is a living room, and this is a wall material, and flooring type, the furnitures. You can pause the video to verify. You can verify this. Now, see, this, when you manifest, right, you will start seeing in this exact details. You'll be able to see in much more details than this. As in when you keep writing, whatever appears, it'll become a practice for you, and that will lead you to the next breakthroughs. Now, let us enter to the next session where we understand about the depth of how you can relate to yourself. Further understandings about gender identity.
Relationships are the most beautiful, sweetest thing in the life. When Sadashiva declared, "Let me become many and enjoy myself," it means he himself has decided to enjoy the joy of relationships, the ecstasy of relationships. Whenever you have a problem, difficulties, bitterness, boredom, tiredness in the relationship, find out something other than the truth. Delusion has entered the relationship. Relationship itself is not failure. The delusions entered into relationship makes it tired, bored, sickening, suffocating. I was coining and using a new word called sexless intimacy, where you explore the soul of the other person. When you explore the body of the other person, how long you will be exploring the same curves? You will be tired and bored. Husband and wife are the most intimate enemies. Tired and bored, sickening, but tied together. In Indian tradition, literally with 3 knots. If it ends just with exploring of the body, it will be most tiring, sickening, boring relationship. And then you will start looking around to explore various bodies, different bodies. Sometimes you may not even stop with other gender. No, that is where all the perversion starts. Not even other gender, you may not even stop with human beings. Understand? The problem here is you do not explore the souls. The intimacy need to be extended to explore the other person's being, the soul,
the consciousness, the thought currents, memories, the effect thought currents and memories creates in the other person and in you. If the exploring starts little deeper, deeper than the skin, deeper than the color of the skin. If exploring goes little deeper than the skin to the level of thought currents, memories, taste, interests, then deeper than that, conscious journey together towards the higher possibilities, enlightenment, power manifestation, Sadashivatva. Then the taste and depth of the whole relationship goes to the next level. Understand, when you are sick, tired, bored in relationships, try to look where the delusion has entered, exploring just the curves of the body alone is not relationship. If you stop there, I should call that as delusion. I should call that as non-involvement. I should call that as life negative. Understand? Sexual act, a man first feels physiologically pressured by the hormones. So physiology sends the signals to body, physical structure. So it starts responding, but psychology is not having enough life positive affirmation to be active. It does not have enough love. It only feels the pressure of physiology and physical components. So it is waiting to take revenge on the physiology and physical component the moment act is over. The moment act is over, psychology just takes over and pushes you in such life negative mood and feeling. Any action, whether breathing, thinking, eating, any action is expression of Shakti, Paramashiva Shakti. Listen. Shakti is embodiment of love. Shakti is embodiment of love. Realizing the love manifestation of your consciousness and entering into any action becomes manifestation of you, not manipulation of life. Listen, I will repeat.
if you enter into the act of eating, knowing that it is because of your tremendous love manifestation, you are eating to strengthen your body, to celebrate life more and more. You will never manipulate food for taste. You will make sure food is always strengthening you. You will like, you will enjoy, you will be addicted only to healthy food. Same principle, apply it to music, to visions, visuals, to smell, to touch, and to sex. The same principle. Be very clear. World is created to empower you, to make you manifest the ultimate, not for you to manipulate. Listen. World is created for you to manifest Paramashiva, not to manipulate the world. In every level, celebrating the core love is Tantra. Tantra is consciousness-centered tradition. It is not body-centered, mind-centered, emotion-centered. It is consciousness-centered tradition. The Mooladhara Chakra, symbolic conscious representation of the sex energy, is described with the 4 petals, lotus. 4-petal lotus. The one petal represents auto-sex, means enjoying your own body. Like even eating tasty food comes under auto-sex. Eating tasty food up to masturbation, whole thing falls under auto-sex. Enjoying your own body. The second is enjoying your own gender, same sex. Third lotus petal is enjoying the opposite gender. The fourth lotus petal is enjoying the whole cosmos, whole universe, having union with this whole universe. That's the fourth petal. Listen. Ardhanarishwara is the manifestation, represents all the 4 completion, fulfillment, the all 4 dimensions in you. When it manifests into the complete completion, you become Ardhanarishwara. Ardhanarishwara manifests in your body. I tell you. Most powerful sexual energy is radiated by the kids who are taught from young age to connect with Krishna or Murva Understand? In Hindu tradition, if you are born from Vaishnavite family, in the young age itself, you will automatically pick up Krishna as your beloved if you are in the female body, if you are in the male body as a friend. Whether you are a male or female, you will develop some kind of an attachment, feeling connection with Krishna from the young age. Same way, if you are from Shaivite family, you will develop the connection with Muruga, Subramanya. The kids, male or female, who develop this kind of a fantasy-centric, I am using the word fantasy-centric, which is very low and in a way even not completely expressing what I want to express, but the English has only the fantasy word. I can say that visually having union with Krishna or Muruga, even intimate friendship, I have seen the kids growing up in a very traditional background, how they automatically assume, if you are from Vaishnavite family, automatically the kids assume that Krishna is your beloved or your friend. If you are from Shaivite family, Muruga is your beloved or friend. That is the way flowering of the first dimension of the auto sex happens. Understand? People many times ask this question: is masturbation right? Paramashiva answers this question in Tantra. In masturbation, you don't accumulate new muscle memory, but you accumulate biomemory. So, who you remember, with whom you connect, fantasize, imagine, visualize, and have enter into the masturbation act, you receive that person's biomemory. Listen carefully. The act masturbation itself is not looked from the prism of right or wrong in Tantra. It is looked at profit loss. If you connect with the higher conscious beings, even masturbation, you receive their biomemory. See, when you enter into a physical sexual act, you receive muscle memory, biomemory, bioenergy, all the three from the other person. You should know, even male receive from female and female also receives from male. It is give and take. That is why if you have multiple partners, especially who are lower than your consciousness, you may have pleasure but not peace. You may have pleasure but not peace, because the exchange of muscle memory, bioenergy complicates and makes the inner space mess. In masturbation act, you don't receive muscle memory, but you receive biomemory. So with whom you visualize matters. That decides whether your consciousness is going to raise to the cosmic union or the consciousness is going to go down to a more lower existence, lower level existence. See, life is all about profit loss calculation, not right wrong dictations. Listen, Tantra does not look at life as vidhi nisheda. It looks at life as profit and loss. It just tells you what can profit you and what can bring loss and leaves the decision to you. Many traditions guide you, teach you, ask you to do something and not to do something. But Tantra is a unique tradition. It changes only your conscious perception. The way you hold you and the way you hold the other person involved with you in the sexual act and the way you understand the sexual act. Only these conscious perceptions are changed. Immediately, the action becomes yoga, path for you to have union with Paramashiva, cosmos. Listen. Precise truth. Precisely I am describing the ultimate truth. With anything you have yoga, union, that becomes part of you. Whether the food you eat or the music you listen, visuals you see, or the smell you smell, or the touch you enjoy. Listen carefully. Here I want to tell you one great truth I learned from Yogeshwara. If you live with 5 rich people, associate yourself with 5 rich people, you will become a 6th rich person. If you associate yourself with 5 enlightened beings, you will become the 6th enlightened being. If you associate yourself with 5 people who are building body, doing yoga, gym, you will become the 6th person who builds body and doing yoga, gym. If you associate yourself with the 5 fools, you will become the 6th fool. If you associate yourself with the 5 negative people, you will become the 6th negative person. If you associate yourself with the 5 seekers, you will become 6th seeker. Ishvara told, this is what is the truth for inside and outside. These 5 senses, what they do and you associate yourself with them, you become the 6th of that. Whether outside 5 people or inside 5 senses. If your 5 senses are all the time seeking Paramashiva and you associate with those 5 senses, you will become Paramashiva. your five senses are always seeking pleasure and you associate yourself with that five senses, you will always be the pleasure seeker. If your five senses are living Paramashiva and you associate yourself with that five senses, you will become Paramashiva. Listen. Tantra is all about making your five senses manifest Paramashiva. So by associating with your five senses continuously, you will become Paramashiva. If you associate with yourself with five yogis, you will become the sixth yogi. If you associate yourself with the five workaholic people, you will become a sixth workaholic person. If you associate yourself with the five lazy people, you will become the sixth lazy person. If you associate yourself with five retired people, you will become the sixth retired person. If you associate yourself with five conscious senses which is manifesting Paramashiva, you will become the sixth person manifesting Paramashiva. This is the foundation of Tantra. This is the foundation of Tantra. Listen. Constantly let your five senses manifest Paramashiva. Constantly let your five senses manifest Paramashiva. With anything you associate, you become that. The food which is higher conscious, means cooked by higher conscious person, offered to Paramashiva by the higher conscious person and eaten, makes your taste sense higher conscious person. With each sense, the physical touch or the intimacy or relationship with the higher conscious person makes you higher conscious. This applies to all five senses. Now listen. The music, poetry created by higher conscious being, when you consume that, you reach the same higher consciousness. With this understanding, look at the whole life. Many times, naturally, you will not get a higher conscious person to touch or the experience the nearness. For that, Paramashiva gives the solution. For the time being, you and your partner can raise yourself to higher consciousness through the powerful cognitions about yourself and about the other person, about the sexual act. Then enter into the act. That is what is called tantric sex, tantric relationship. Elaborately, Paramashiva explains multiple tantric rituals to manifest various powers. various powers, third eye power, so many other powers. Usually, I can say, I'm trying to generalize and give you the basic understanding. Usually, in tantric rituals, all the five senses are involved, and it is not like a wild as it is projected to you by the modern day racist narrators, the racist people who narrate Hinduism have abused Agora and Tantra Sampradayas. They have beaten it and killed it. And unfortunately, Hindus themselves fell for this divide and rule policy.
Genders. The gender misdiagnosis and what we exactly look for through the relationships in life. Swamiji revealed one of the most important aspects of it. Almost half of us are confused with what exactly is our gender, our ideas about sex, our ideas about relationships, what is fulfillment, what is not. There's so many of these ideas that keep running in us. And Swamiji has given such a powerful sacred secret through which you can establish yourself in the space of completion. You can literally just come to that space of completion, manifesting that extraordinary powerful inner space in you. First, very important aspect for that is, you bringing depth in your relationship happens when you understand, when you have the right understanding about relationships, the powerful cognitions, and most importantly, completion with your own self. Completion with yourself. Completion with understanding about what exactly is needed for your body. It's a very beautiful meditation process called the Dukkha Harana meditation process, which actually works on breaking these patterns, these incompletions which are stored in our chakras.
And I just wanted to ask all our viewers that are here, how many of you are understanding about this very powerful revelation actually Swamiji had given to us, which is, if you associate yourself 5 people of the same type. You will become that 6th person. The Tantra is where you, through all your 5 senses, you only seek Paramashiva. Whenever you cherish and enjoy Paramashiva, the ultimate, then whatever techniques you use for that, that is Tantra. And like what Swamiji explained, Tantra is the most anti-sex practice. It's wrongly loaded with so many meanings, connotations, and falsely brainwashing us to believe it to be otherwise. Understand? The cognitions you carry about yourself matters. The way you carry you and the persons you relate with through all your 5 senses. It is not just the physical relationship that you have with people. It is also even who you cherish inside your mind. When you enjoy a song, you enjoy a food in all these levels. Because through all the 5 senses, what do you seek? That matters the most. Many of you are understanding this. How many of you understood this powerful explanation that Swamiji had given to us? What are those things that you associate yourself with? Even whether, see, a simple act, as much as even eating food. What do you cognize when you eat food? It matters. The cognitions you carry about yourself at that time matters. All these directly enter inside your biomemory. Understand? Making all your 5 senses to connect to the ultimate divine, Paramashiva. And through all your 5 senses manifesting Paramashiva is Tantra. Tantra is not this false loaded meaning that it is associated with. The right understanding that you carry about yourself and whom are you remembering? Whom are you connecting to? That is Tantra. Understand? So beautiful revelations Swamiji just gave. We usually think whether, see, we don't even give importance to what kind of songs are we listening to, what kind of music are we listening to. Did you know that the emotions that a singer carries while he's singing a song, those emotions, when you listen to the song, those emotions starts getting triggered inside of you. And slowly, those ideas, ideologies, the cognitions he carries would also start entering your inner space. There is a many times if you're listening to a sad song, even though you do not know the meaning of it, you don't know that language, you're just listening to it, you have absolutely no clue what the song is about. Still, if the singer was carrying certain emotion, like let's say deep sadness, when you consume that music, when you just listen and take that music and you would experience it, it will hit you, it will trigger you, it will probably may not be obviously in a very clear way, but it will definitely make an impact in your space because all these things matter. That is why in Tantra, you are supposed to be cognizing yourself as Paramashiva and connect with the higher consciousness, Paramashivoham. Whether it is a simple act of eating food, even when you eat food, or you're doing the alankaram to the deities, or you're listening to the music, you're enjoying a smell, what does it remind you of? Is it reminding you of your higher conscious state? Then what you are doing is Tantra. It is such an important revelation. Many times, actually, if you see, there was thing 2 years back when a celebrity's suicide became a huge news everywhere, in India especially. There was a sudden raise in suicide rates. People were, the suicide rates skyrocketed. People could not understand why this was happening. Like, why all of a sudden? It is because all the people that were connecting to that celebrity had consumed that psychology into them also. It does not have to be spoken like clearly out. Even just enjoying those movies or cherishing that person inside of you. You cherish your favorite star inside of you more and more. You are going to start imbibing their very biomemory inside of you. So who you remember matters. What you remember inside matters. It makes a difference. That's why Swami beautifully
Explains, saying what you ferment in your inner space, that's what you start manifesting. If you are training your brain to process, to remember, to cherish the confusion, to cherish whomever you cherish in your inner space, you start actually unconsciously, subconsciously, you start replicating them in your inner space. You start replicating their attributes in your inner space. That's how it functions. Now, even to understand this, to manifest this experience, right? The most important quality is the ability to digest the right powerful cognitions in your inner space. Whenever you bring depth in your relationships, whenever you want to bring depth in your relationships, apply these powerful cognitions and you will see how exactly the whole space, the life around you, everything will manifest this way. Now, there's a very beautiful power that we're going to be manifesting next. In this same space, with this one understanding, just decide to manifest the experience within you. Sit with the decision to manifest the experience. All you need to do is very, very simple. Just sit, connect to Swamiji. Listen very carefully. When you are connecting to Swamiji, see what exactly is the vision you're getting in the third eye, all the things that you're getting in your third eye, and start applying that. Start whatever you're getting, type that out. It could be just black. Sometimes you may get a house. Sometimes you may get pink color. Sometimes you may get a particular house building type. Whatever you're getting, start describing it in detail. I'm just going to project the picture of a house and I request all of you to describe it in elaborate detail. Go on posting it in the comment section. Whatever comes in your third eye, go on posting that in the comment section. Padya.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Mahamagya, spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. This Mahamagya a spiritual lullaby for you to fall into samadhi. Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva to wake up in you. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahavagya puts me in samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavagya. Mahavagya, spiritual lullaby.
Now, let us verify the answer. You all can see here the exact answer for the question that was shown to you all.
For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavagya.
This is a dining hall and the corridor. Now, as you keep manifesting, if you just work towards the breakthrough, if you just continuously focus on manifesting the experience, you will see, you will start actually getting much more details than what you're seeing. And you'll have a very beautiful breakthrough. Now, let us enter into a very, very important session where we will learn about 11 genders.
The future of the world is going to be this way. Future of the planet Earth is going to be exactly this way. Once you become 18, now you have the freedom to choose which country you want to live. What should be your language? What should be the field you wanted to enrich the world? And which faith you wanted to live? Which religion you wanted to pick up? Which gender you want to have? It is going to be very common, the gender exchange operations. Gender change operations are going to be just like a cough cold medication. It's going to be available every street. Very soon, you don't need to be bound in the gender you are born. You don't need to be bound in the religion you are born. You don't need to be bound in the country you are born. You don't need to be bound with your mother tongue. So naturally, all the people who promote love for your country, love for your religion, love for your mother tongue, love for your culture, love for your gender, they will all be outdated. Because politics thrives on constantly making you love the things which you don't need to love. Constantly generating, forcing the pseudo-love. Why do you need to love a language? Tell me. Language is just for communication. Over. If you know what the other person is saying, if the other person knows what you are saying just, and he understands that it's over. Language is just for communication. Not for becoming fanatic and dying. Religion is just for enriching yourself and others, not for just killing each other. Country is what for country concept, so that we create better and better infrastructure and enrich the universe, enrich the world. But instead, we build more and more weapons in the name of defense and kill each other. The concept of language, concept of country, concept of religion Just see how many billions of people we lost on the planet Earth and all their intelligence. There are some religions, even while you are alive, they kill your intelligence. So understand, the future should be the religion, language, gender, and country. All these should be just openly available. We are not born to live in one corner of the world. We are citizens of the planet Earth. This can happen only by Vedic tradition. I tell you, only by Vedic tradition, which has a strength to stand any scrutiny. And not only that, even though it accepts all traditions, even if you don't accept Vedic tradition accepts you. I am revealing the original truths as it is from Paramashiva. One by one, understand first thing, there are 11 genders. Second thing, you just need completion, whatever way you are, below 21. So decide not to allow anybody to explore you and do not explore other bodies till 21. Even if you have explored earlier, decide to go for intense completions. All the cognitions inspired you to explore other body or allow others to explore your body. And after exploring physical relationship, the kind of the cognitions, emotions, mood swings you are going through, pen down all of that, effects and side effects and after effects of you exploring another body or another person exploring your body. Go through the whole thing and completely. Go for completion. In Arunachala, in Tiruvannamala, we have a beautiful deity of Paramashiva as Ardhanarishwara. Fortunately, the exact replica of that deity is made and installed in Paschima Kailasa, Los Angeles Adinam. I want regular worship to happen for that Ardhanarishwara deity in Paschima Kailasa. If you are in US, don't miss. Go to Paschima Kailasa to have darshan of that deity. It is done as a replica of original Ardhanarishwara deity in Tiruvannamalai in Arunachala, who is a symbol of completion of all the gender crisis, gender problems and gender identity problems and gender crisis and everything. Actually, everything related. Whether problems or difficulties, understandings related to sexuality can be solved just by this one understanding of 11 genders. The moment you identify your gender, problem is solved. Then you know how you are going to be functioning. It is a simple mechanism. See, body is the best outfit you can wear. Understand this word. Body is the best outfit you can wear. The food are the pleasures your body feels is just dependent on how you feel about your body.
The moment you know what is you, all struggle will stop, will drop. Whenever your physiology is pressured, if your psychology feels calm, it is integrity. You will be such a beautiful being. Whenever your physiology feels pressured and your psychology feels moha, you will just be exploitative. It will be more or less like a masturbation with another body or a rape. That's it. Understand? The reflection of Paramashiva in you, Pratyagatma Chaitanya, the individual consciousness, as a freedom to align your gender identification in the level of psychology and physiology and physical, all three. I wanted to make a statement. By your willpower, you can change your gender completely, even physically. Ramakrishna demonstrated it. Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa demonstrated. There was another great yogi called Madanagopala Swami. Nadananayagi Swamigal, he used to be called. He lived in South India. He was in Mathura Bhava with Sri Krishna. With his power and willpower, he just manifested all the female characters in his system, whole system. Listen, first truth you need to know, there is no such thing as straight. Nobody is straight. You are just a being clothed with a body. Sexual attraction has nothing to do with the gender of the opposite person. It is the grace you feel with the opposite person. Beautifully Upanishad says, you love your husband or wife not because he is male or female, or husband or wife. He is or she is reflection of your integrity with your identity. Understand? Attraction is due to the grace the other body radiates. Grace is always directly the quantity of the integrity that person's physical, physiological, psychological, conscious identity enjoys. Understand? The more their gender identification is integrated, more grace they will manifest. They will radiate. Grace is all about you being completely comfortable with your physical, physiological, psychological, conscious identity called Aham Pratyagatma Chaitanyam, and all attraction is towards the grace, not towards any gender, not towards any person. Please understand. Break from this mediocre idea of gender downholing. Feel completely relieved if you are confused about your gender identity. Understand? If you are confused about gender identity, feel good about it. You are above the mediocre people. Mediocre people have decided to have false belief due to their fear of society. It is the fear of society. You deny your confusion or the identity crisis and just accept something society says and go on torture yourself for your whole life to believe what society has labeled it on you. Understand? I want you to
understand first what real identity you are enjoying. What is your real gender identity? I tell you. If you integrate your gender identity, whether you are a sannyasi or a grihastha or a womanizer, you will be such graceful being. You will be such graceful being. I have seen the most graceful sannyasi and the most graceful womanizers. I have seen both. And sometimes I used to wonder how both of them radiate such grace. I realized it is not about the action, it is about the integrity and identity you feel in physical, physiological, psychological and conscious level. Most graceful celibate I have seen is Yogi Ram Surat Kumar. He is absolute brahmachari, but such grace. And the most graceful grihastha I have seen, Raghupati Yogi. He had 14 kids, but his grace is, I will say, equivalent to Ram Surat Kumar. The most graceful women I have seen, Kuppammal, my guru. She lived with only one husband and 4 kids. All 4, such graceful beings, because the grace comes from inside completion. It is nothing to do with external action. Grace means ability to generate huge love and respect in the other person the moment he sees you, she sees you. Just by sight, if you are able to instigate, invoke tremendous love and respect, that is called grace. Beautifully, Valmiki describes when Sita entered the court, the whole court stood up, including Janaka. Understand? Janaka is father. He says the grace she was carrying was such, all the rishis, munis, and the people who came for Swayamvaram, who were supposed to get married to her, or who came with a lust to marry her, all of them forgot their identity for a few seconds and just stood up. The grace she was radiating. I tell you. I wanted to get into the details. All the mood swing women suffer and feeling exploited women feel is just because their 3 layers are not integrated. Physical, physiological, psychological does not feel the same gender identity. There is a mismatch. There is a confusion. That is why women feel disgraced every time they enter into a sexual act and come out. Some of the most powerful sacred secrets and powerful cognitions you need to know from Paramashiva about the 11 genders. 1. Gender is the totality of your identification with physical body, psychological layer, physiological existence, and your will about you. Listen. Your physical existence, your physiological existence, your psychological existence, and your identification, aham, will. In all 4 levels, how you feel the totality of all these 4 put together is your gender. And unfortunately, society does not have this elaborate true understanding because this knowledge was kept with elite. Society has only the very rough middle class mentality, mediocre understanding of 2 gender. And now they are coming up slowly only to the level of 3rd gender. But actually 11 genders exist. The various permutation combinations of your gender identification in the physical level, physiological level, psychological level, and will, aham, the individual conscious level. So understand, when Hinduism, Vedas and Agamas asks you to be a celibate till the age of 21, the purpose is for you to realize in physical level what is the gender with which you feel comfortable. In psychological level, what is the gender with which you are comfortable? In physiological level, what is the gender identity with which you are comfortable? And your conscious, self-conscious level, what is the gender with which you are comfortable? Exploring it, understand, one of the biggest problem is till 21, if you allow somebody to explore you, or if you explore somebody, you collapse into the wrong identification due to powerless cognitions, and you build a wrong gender identity. Understand? Whether you feel oversexed or undersexed, womanizer or suppressed, any powerlessness or complication in the level of sex and sexual fulfillment or sexual desires, sexual guilt, and any problem you go through with the sex fundamentally starts with gender identification. I tell you, when your gender is properly identified, all the sexual problems just melt down. 3,000 problems sexologists have created can just melt down if you just diagnose your gender. That's all, nothing else. Please understand, multiple disorders related to eating can be cured completely. Multiple disorders related to drug addictions can be cured completely just by gender identification. Do not, first thing, just say no to society and society labeling you in any gender. If you are below 21, decide not to allow anybody to physically explore you and never explore another physical body. Wait. Wait. Understand, gender identity is like a mercury. It cannot be kept even in golden pot. It can be only kept in stone vessel. Only after 21, your system becomes a stone vessel. If you are below 21, decide no question of exploring another body or letting another body to explore you. And if you are already above 21 and you feel you have allowed people to explore you or you explored other bodies, don't fall into guilt, but sit and go through every incident and go for completing it. I'm telling you, you need to cognize your will, the aham, tries to play with your multiple possibility, multiple permutation combination. Sometimes it tries to be physically male and physiologically female and psychologically gay. Sometimes it tries to be psychologically male, physiologically female and physically gay. It just tries multiple permutation combinations, explores itself during those periods. You just need to be with yourself. 3 worst things are done to you by society. First, trying to push you into 3 or 4 genders they are recognizing, like pushing you into either male or female or lesbian or gay. That's one of the biggest crime done to you. Second, not letting you understand that they don't have the ultimate solution. They are ignorant, but trying to push their off, unverified, not time-tested, non-foolproof understandings, ideas, concepts, cognitions being pushed into you, forced to digest basic truths about life. Your gender identification, your will, when it is trying, doing all the trial and error of the gender identification, it should be given freedom. Freedom to be celibate. Understand? Society is so abusive. Only if it hooks you into the greed of sexual need. I call it grid of sex. You can continue to be exploited. The first 21 years till you find your identification and your beautiful alignment of the gender, which is the true integrity with which your physical, physiological, psychological existences feel complete. In these 11 genders, one permutation combination gives you a complete completion. Wow! The heaven experience in your body. Your 6 feet body feels heaven. That experience to happen in you, you need to explore what is the gender you are really, in which one you feel, I know me. To come to that experience, that is what I call the state of Ardhanarishwara. Paramashiva. The state of Ardhanarishwara. Listen. If the integrity between physical, physiological, psychological components of you is not achieved about your gender identification, whether you are oversexed or undersexed, you will be constantly struggling. If you are undersexed, you will have so much of struggle in your dreams. If you are oversexed, you will have so much of trouble in your psychology space. Understand? Whether you are aggressive or passive, if your psychology is also prepared and integrated to physiology and physical component along with hormonal pressure, you will build tremendous love and responsibility, care for the other person. End of the act will not be falling down, it will be falling into the intimacy. Every level, your gender identification matters. Understand? Whether you are a womanizer or nymphomaniac, it doesn't matter. Whether you are a sannyasi or sannyasini, it doesn't matter. What matters is, do you feel inside your body, your integrity, your physical, physiological, psychological components, do they feel integrated about your gender identification? Understand? Your physical identification, that needs just a simple medical examination, nothing else. Physical examination, nothing else. But physiological identification, you need to look in. Whenever you feel excited, are you more in kama or moha? Understand, both of them are different. In kama, you just want to manifest the reality of you and the other person or persons involved in your life. In moha, you just want to exploit everyone for your pleasure. There are two different things. In kama, you are very sure you want the completion for everyone involved. In moha, it is all about you feeling complete. I should not even use the word complete. You feeling relieved. Listen carefully. Whenever your physiology is pressured, if your psychology feels calm, it is integrity. You will be such a beautiful being. Whenever your physiology feels pressured and your psychology feels moha, you will just be exploitative. It will be more or less like a masturbation with another body or a rape. That's it. Understand? The reflection of Paramashiva in you, Pratyagatma Chaitanya, the individual consciousness, as a freedom to align your gender identification in the level of psychology and physiology and physical, all three. I wanted to make a statement. By your willpower, you can change your gender completely, even physically. All you need is aligning. And when I say aligning, I don't want to say in physical, physiological, psychological, you need to feel the same gender identity. No. You just need to identify what you feel. That's all. If you identify, you will know why you are feeling what you are feeling, why you are behaving the way you are behaving. Understand? Realizing blind spot is curing blind spot. Nothing else. Realizing why you are behaving the way you are behaving, why you are doing the way you are doing, why you are saying what you are saying, liberates you. If you integrate your gender identity, whether you are a sannyasi or a grihastha or a womanizer, you will be such graceful being. You will be such graceful being. I have seen the most graceful sannyasi and the most graceful womanizers. I have seen both. And sometimes I used to wonder how both of them radiate such grace. I realized it is not about the action, it is about the integrity and identity you feel in physical, physiological, psychological and conscious level. Most graceful celibate I have seen is Yogi Ram Surat Kumar. He is absolute brahmachari, but such grace. And the most graceful grihastha I have seen, Raghupati Yogi. He had 14 kids, but his grace is, I'll say, equivalent to Ram Surat Kumar. Grace means ability to generate huge love and respect in the other person the moment he sees you, she sees you. Just by sight, if you are able to instigate, invoke tremendous love and respect, that is called grace. Beautifully, Valmiki describes when Sita entered the court, the whole court stood up, including Janaka. Understand? Janaka is father. He says the grace she was carrying was such, all the rishis, munis, and the people who came for Swayamvaram, who were supposed to get married to her, or who came with a lust to marry her, all of them forgot their identity for a few seconds and just stood up. The grace she was radiating. I tell you. I wanted to get into the details. All the mood swing women suffer and feeling exploited, women feel, is just because their three layers are not integrated. Physical, physiological, psychological does not feel the same gender identity. There is a mismatch. There is a confusion. That is why women feel disgraced every time they enter into a sexual act and come out. They feel exploited, tortured, abused. Listen. All you need is aligning. And when I say aligning, I don't want to say in physical, physiological, psychological, you need to feel the same gender identity. No. You just need to identify what you feel. That's all. If you identify, you will know why you are feeling what you are feeling, why you are behaving the way you are behaving. Understand? Realizing blind spot is curing blind spot. Nothing else. Realizing why you are behaving the way you are behaving, why you are doing the way you are doing, why you are saying what you are saying, liberates you.
See, when the Kundalini, your Kundalini is awakened, fundamentally, first thing will happen is your identity about you for the purpose for which you took the body will become clear to you. It will become clear to you. Then you are given a freedom to alter and align your body as you want. Understand? Swatantra, ability to handle yourself first, then the number of choices second. In Hindu tradition, Swatantra first, choices next. If the Swatantra does not go first, directly choices are given. Depression is life. And I wanted you guys to know, all the fellows who talk about the so-called freedom in the modern way of thinking, the modern lifestyle, I tell you, it is absolute false. Where all you don't need freedom, you are given freedom. Where all you need freedom, you are not given freedom. It is like the cow has been put inside a cage, only the face is allowed to move, and you go, hey, see, the face can go up, down, right, left, center, 360 degree, it can rotate. What amount of freedom? That is modern society. And the cow grazes freely in wild forests. That is Hindu tradition. And that cow is given the intelligence what to eat and what not to eat, and even if it eats poison, it will not get into its system. Please understand, Swatantra is much, much higher than the freedom based on choices. Freedom defined by the choices. Freedom defined as choices is too low than the Swatantra defined by the Hindu tradition. Recently, I was conducting sessions for a group of people on Brahmacharya. You will be surprised. In that class question answer, almost 90% of the people say they don't feel the gender they are supposed to be feeling as their body. 90% of the people, not a joke, understand. 90% of them are saying we are not feeling the gender we are supposed to feel as per the society, the body in which we are. I think it's little more than 90. Fortunately, they are having understanding about Brahmacharya as per Sadashiva's instruction. The first instruction, as I said, 9 months. No physical sexual activity. And practicing completion means the power manifestation. Second instruction, every morning have neem juice, every night a black betel leaf with a little pachakarpuram, the raw camphor, a pinch of raw camphor. These two herb, if it can be programmed by the master and given, that is great. Even if that is not possible, offer it to Sadashiva's deity or Sadashiva Mandala and take. This two instruction can do so much of healing, I tell you. all the toxins gets accumulated in your system because of sexual abusal. Pornography means sexual abusal done to you by you, sexual abusal done to you by others. Both accumulates toxins in your system that can be cleansed. The detoxification can happen by these two. Morning neem juice, night black betel leaf with a pinch of camphor. This can detoxify your body and reveal your original gender to you. Understand? This is what the story, Meenakshi's story says. When she saw Sadashiva, the third thus disappeared and she realized her original gender. She realized her original gender, her original identity. Till we get that, we will not know who we are. When she had the darshan of Sadashiva, the third breast disappeared and she realized her original gender. Understand? This two instruction can bring tremendous healing and realization of your original gender can happen in you. That can solve almost 90% of your problems.
Center your gender identity on consciousness rather than your body or mind, then you will understand the science of engaging with life and relationships without getting into sexual act. The science of entering into relationship with the whole universe without engaging physical or sexual act is pure power manifestation. Listen. Listen. I'll repeat. Do not take your consciousness, life for granted. Center your consciousness on Paramashiva. Center even your gender identity. Understand, the science I am teaching you now is the most powerful, beautiful power manifestation science. Center even your gender identity on consciousness instead of your body. Listen, when you look in, even before you remember your gender as a male or female, center your core existence on your consciousness. Remember your consciousness. Your pure consciousness. On that understanding, cognition, your pure consciousness if you build your existence, understand, the more and more you remember your consciousness, more and more you engage yourself with the understanding your consciousness, more and more the nectar based chemicals and hormones will happen in your system. Listen. The everyday living process of your body, your inhaling, exhaling, breathing, digestion, all this can be either amritatva, nectaric, or they can be aging, growing old. Listen carefully. You need to understand the functioning of your body is centered on the ideas you cherish about you. The more you cherish you are based on your body, the more you will engage with gender identities, then that leads to more and more of bondages, needs, greeds, fears. More and more you center yourself as consciousness, more and more your taste for life gets mature. Understand, when you start remembering your consciousness more and more, your identity will not be based on gender. Cognizing yourself consciously, from that cognition, your consciousness, when you approach your physiology, it engages itself in the space of Paramashiva, means immortality, nectar, amritatva, all the life processes like a breathing, inhaling, exhaling, eating, digestion, all engagement with life, whatever your body goes through, everything starts happening towards immortality, being filled with amrita, nectar. Understand? When you remember your consciousness, even your gender identity is built such a way, you do not seek to engage with a sexual relationship with every being you see or everything you see. Please understand, gender identity built based on consciousness knows how to engage with every person and everything without sexual relationship, sexual activity, but able to engage. That is what I call power manifestation. Listen. If you engage between two bodies, it is sexual act. Even you possessing a gold jewelry, a gold, is sexual act. A matter working with matter always is sexual act. When you establish yourself as consciousness and being conscious, you build your identity and engage with life. Everything becomes power manifestation. I'll tell you, signs of having relationship with the whole universe without engaging into sexual act is power manifestation.
our understanding about gender, what we know as just the two genders, Swamiji has completely redefined it now with introducing to us about the 11 genders. This is one of the most important aspects because 11 genders, all the different components that makes up the 11 genders, the physiological, physical, psychological, and conscious layers. All these put together, the permutation combination and all these layers makes up the 11 genders. Now, take a few minutes. Like Swamiji is explaining, if you have allowed anyone to explore you or you have explored anyone before the age of 21, you are literally damaging yourself consciously. Take a few minutes and write down all the cognitions that inspired you to explore the other body or allow others to explore your body. Please understand. We understand it may be something very personal and sensitive for you. You can write it down and keep it only for yourself. You do not need to share with anyone. You do not need to keep it anywhere. You can tear the papers after you write. But write down so that somewhere you come to an understanding and you can complete it. It is very important that you understand this. It's very important that you complete with it. Please sit and please pen down. We request every one of you to sincerely write down.
same pattern leads to same disease in all persons. It's a very standard. I can give you like a diagnosis method itself. At least there are absolutely truth, 100% truth, no exemption. That kind of a clear description, the Hindu Materia Medica and the Hindu diagnosis method describes at least 400 pattern, 400 diseases. Very 100% sure this pattern leads to this disease in all persons, all 100% of the human beings. It doesn't change like that. There are 400 descriptions in Hindu diagnosis method. The original book is in Sanskrit and I have Tamil and English both translations. Major patterns, OCD, and the disease it leads to is same in all human beings. It's actually the DNA of Mars. It's called, in English I don't know the word, in Tamil we call it Pavalam. In English coral, I think English it's called coral. The pure coral, CORAL. It is a DNA of Mangala Graha. The Mangala is called Mars in English. In Sanskrit we call him Mangala. And Angaraga. He is so big. He converts everything into Mangala, auspiciousness. He makes everything into auspicious. So during specific initiations, actually I am going to initiate all of you into this Mangalatva, auspicious now, auspicious energy, auspiciousness. That's why I am wearing the coral, Mangala. I am going to give you the 54 Matrukakshara initiation, bringing the Paramashiva's DNA through the planets and 54 sounds. Actually 56. 54 is known to human beings. Only for Devatas, the other two is known. So 56 sounds. We call it Matruka, Akshara Matruka. Going to use the 54 sound energy. I can say that 56 too, which is known to Devatas, also is going to be used. 56 sound energy and auspiciousness, life positivity. You will all feel intensely, romantically and sexually active and alive now, because all auspiciousness, body experiences as romance and intense sexual energy. The whole body will feel that intense auspiciousness with this initiation. Whole life will feel very romantic and pleasant, and that bliss body, your bliss body will start manifesting. Many of you, when you are about to get the result of your hard work, you just break the whole thing. You know that 99% of the work is done. Within next 2 days or 3 days, the 100% is going to be done. It's like you are going to sign the deal. It may be buying a house or marriage or some relationship or some business success. or some relationship with your team, or even things related to your family or team or teamily, sometimes even your relationship with me. You know you are in the last leg and you purposely break it. In Tamil we have a proverb, Venna terandu varumbodhu thaliya odaikirathu. Means you churn the butter. You know the butter has come, before you collect that butter, you break the pot. You knowingly do it. Many times you know. It is about to happen, but you break. How many of you understand you have that pattern? It's like a compulsive behavior. When your Muladhara, root center, tastes Paramashiva, you feel in your muscle memory orgasm, in your biomemory extreme romance, in your bioenergy high Kundalini Shakti. There are 56 primordial Moola Shabda. Moola Shabda means primordial sound, which is the foundation of Panini and the whole Sanskrit grammar. Listen. Mangala, life positivity, always enters into you as a romance and cosmic orgasm, as a sex energy. That's why I am wearing the pearl, DNA of moon, Chandra, and coral, DNA of Mangala, Mars. I'll bring Paramashiva's DNA through the planets, put it inside your Muladhara chakra. It will do so much auspiciousness. I tell you, first it will break that self-sabotaging pattern. How? The compulsive behavior of breaking your own life when things are exactly on 99th percent. You will do everything. The 100%, that last is going to happen. Tomorrow you are going to sign and today you will break it. Knowingly. That self-sabotaging pattern gets removed when Mangala, the Mars energy, manifests in you. Mars energy manifests in you when Paramashiva's DNA is put in your root chakra, Muladhara chakra. Which planet does self-sabotaging? Rahu does it. Rahu is the reason for that. If you worship Rahu, you will bless and you will tell, okay, I will not do that for you. You enjoy Guru and Shukra. Paramashiva beautifully says, in Kriya, in Puja, there is a special ritual called making yourself Divya Sariri. You invoke every part with the sacred syllable of Paramashiva's name. Paramashiva sits on the throne made out of 54 mantra. Not 52, 54. 52 akshara, one spelled but doesn't have a script. Another one can neither be spelled nor written.
So totally 54 akshara. He sits on the throne which is made of these 54 aksharas. And listen carefully. When you invoke those aksharas in the various parts of your body, with the declaration, this part of the body, let it manifest Paramashiva and his glory, his state, space, powers and being and powerful cognitions. That part becomes Divya Sarira. If you do not feel pain during the multiple compound fracture, be guaranteed your body will not stink or rot or degrade when you leave the body. It will only be Jiva Samadhi. There will not be ordinary death. The body will not have any decay. Yoga Sarira doesn't decay. You become Divya Sarira. Let me introduce the science, this process. Now which we are going to do. The exact 16 sounds which awakens this same lines into your brain, in your cognition, which makes that 42 powers awakened. I am going to use those 16 sounds and literally program your biomemory and muscle memory with those 16 sounds. See, all this, the traditional dress, ashram dress, it is all directly helping us. So, the way clothes should sit only on the left shoulder, not sit on the right shoulder. On the right shoulder, breathes tremendously, your lungs will feel suffocated. It sits on the left shoulder, only then feel suffocated. It will concept itself cool. And especially that Vaishnavite structure and all that is completely Vishnu, because he's in everything related to Vishnu will be cool. So that's why Tulasi, not to catch cold. Shiva, the whole thing is cool, that the Kailasa, everything. But he himself is a very high active heat. That's why Bel to cool it. Bel will cool. The whole thing is related to this. See, now let me restrict myself only to this process. Let me not get into the whole thing. I am not expecting any cooperation from your mind. So you do not need to presume you need to be very silent, peaceful, meditating. You don't have to presume any of that. You don't have to imagine any of that. I am making it very clear. I am not expecting any cooperation from your mind. I am only expecting cooperation from your body. Means sit holding the yantra, don't scratch yourself, don't hurt yourself, like that housekeeping kind of level. That level cooperation only I am expecting from you. Nothing more than that. If at all I expect any cooperation, it is all just simple housekeeping level, which you can physically do, which you can do it using your body. Nothing else is required. So you do not have to have any stress. I free you from all psychological demand. No psychological demand. And just be free. You are going to be spending some time sitting, like when you spend time rarely seeing the sunset, or sitting in your rose garden, or just sitting with the books, not even reading, seeing pictures. Now that is one of my hobby. I have beautiful photographic books of all the temples. Lot of temples, pictorial books. I'll be sitting and watching all those temples. So how you casually spend? I tell you, if you have your own library and your own garden, you have everything you need. The garden which you love, where you spend time, and the library which you love, where you spend time. So how you spend time there? Like that, just sit. You don't have to plan. And if you are tensed, okay, be tensed. If you are relaxed, okay, be relaxed. I am not expecting any psychological cooperation from you. And you don't have to presume that you are supposed to be in any specific way. When I am chanting those 16 syllables, you may feel the shooting pains in the body, which will be getting released. It's like the hot flash kind of a thing. But it will not give you any suffering. Don't worry. Don't be afraid. If you are having knee pains, suddenly you will see in the knee hot flash kind of a thing. A kind of a needle entering or that kind of feelings, but it will disappear immediately. These 16 sounds, they are not even a described syllable. Please understand, it is not like a A, B. It is not like a defined separate letters. It will be like a. So it may be sometimes like a mixture of A and E off. So it is a 16 sound, not 16 syllable actually. That's the truth. It's a 16 sound, not 16 syllable. So those sounds I am going to use very intensely. Those 16 sounds form the basis of your cognition. Listen. Your cognition of love, joy, insecurity, bliss, fear, good, bad, right, wrong, all that starts in your cognition. You see that all the things you cognize get triggered in your cognition with these 16 sounds. For example, anything you experience in your life, good, bad, world, large, small, anything, it has to get triggered in your cognition, in your inner space. It should get triggered. For example, the moment that I utter the sound tiger, immediately some kind of a fear, mixed fear with insecurity, those all that gets triggered the moment that form is triggered by this sound. So everything in your life gets triggered in your inner space only from this 16 sound. The mixture of this 16 sound is the source of all cognition in your life. All of you are able to understand what I am saying? So, I may be just cutting into many of your pains, pleasures, good, bad, right, wrong, into many of those things.
Number 1, Brahma Dhyanam means being in that ultimate Parabrahma, Paramashiva, Parandama, which is the ultimate, Paramam,
Paramatma, Paramashakti. All these words you can use. That Paramam, ultimate. Being in that Paramam, that is called Brahmadhyanam. Brahma Aksharam, the syllable which puts you in that space. Mahaksharam, Brahmaksharam. That Brahma Aksharam is this 3 dot. You can see in my own Guru's handwriting, Brahmadhyanam, that which is written, and 3 dot. That 3 dot is the Brahma Akshara, ultimate mantra, which puts you in Samadhi immediately. And now I will give you precise cognition. This 3 dot means, understand, there is something in you which you don't need to remember. It is there 24 hours. When you are waking state, when you are in dream state, when you are in deep sleep state, it is there. Even during deep sleep, it is there. That is why after sleep, when you come out, you say, I slept so well. So it is there. You don't need to remember it. And you can't forget it. It is there. Which you don't need to remember, which you can't forget, and that only remembers everything. These 3 qualities put together, there is something in you. That is Arunachala. That is Paramatma. That is Paramashiva. That is Parabrahma. That is Parandama. That is Paramashakti. That is Paramaguru. And that is Paramatma. Listen. Listen to these 3 statements. These 3 only you need to remember. Which is there in me, which I don't need to remember. First. Which I cannot forget, even if I want. Third. That only remembers everything, which is there in all of us always. How many of you are able to understand? With how many of you it clicks? Yes? Yes? Raise your hand. If it clicks with you, raise your hand. This is exactly Arunachala. Remember that which cannot be remembered, cannot be forgotten, that only remembers everything. That is what is cognition. That is what is cognition. It is not faith. It is not belief. It is not idea. It just clicks. Sit and try to understand this. Yes, there is something in me. I don't remember. I can't forget. And that remembers me. Remembers everything. That is what is Arunachala. That is what is Paramatman. That is what is Parabrahman. That is what is Shiva. That is what is Parampurul. That is what is Paramashakti. That is what is Parabrahma, Parandama, Paramashiva, Paramashakti, Paramatma, Paramaguru. Sitting in that is Nirvikalpa Samadhi, Brahmadhyanam.
Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahavagya puts me in Samadhi. This is spiritual lobby for Samadhi and wake up song for Paramashiva in me. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavagya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 I have also implanted the Bija mantras, all the 54 sounds. Some of the Sanskrit scholars may think, oh, it's only 51, some 52. What is mean by 54? Please understand. Many people think Sanskrit has only 51 akshara. Some say no, it is 52. But I tell you 54. There are 54 bijas, powerful seed syllables. I have embedded them into this Mahavagya and has manifested the various versions of Mahavagya, which I will be sharing with all of you in further satsangs, like Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. When the Devi Bija, Parashakti Bija is embedded, Om Hrim Nithyananda Paramashivoham. When Ganapati Bija is embedded, Om Gham Nithyananda Paramashivoham. So with each Bija mantra, this Mahavagya can manifest various different powers intensely, immediately, just with the Mahapranava Om. It can manifest everything. With the specific bijas, it can manifest those specific manifestations immediately.